Hey guys! Here is part 7 of What If Naruto Grew Up in Anbu. Hit like and subscribe if you like this one, and also please check the author in the description. Let's start.
We are paid, that's all. We are God.
Chapter 43, The Wall. The brief yet memorable civil war of the Land of Fire had some serious local and international repercussions. Although political struggles, and even outright violence, weren't unknown, it had been a long time since the very heart of the Land of Fire had been struck. Not since the First Great War had Kanoshi, the capital, had been witness to shinobi-based combat, and never had the palace been directly attacked. To many in the international community, it signified weakness. The tense relationship between the Fire Court, the populace, and the village hidden in leaves had not gone unnoticed, and the eyes of the world had been watching and judging. Yet, although Kanoshi had been attacked for the first time in decades, and the relationship between the Fire Court and its hidden village had deteriorated to its lowest point since Konoha's inception, the outcome of the attempted coup was a contradiction. To the world, Konoha and the Land of Fire must be weak for such an event to happen. Yet, Konoha and the Land of Fire must also be strong for such a victory to happen. Much of what had happened was unknown, but it was generally agreed that the perpetrators of the civil war had attacked the capital city with an army, and spearheading that army was a Jinchuriki. Konoha's Jinchuriki had been deployed to counter the enemy, and had proven to be the stronger. The third Hokage had saved the Fire Lord's life from an assassination attempt, and an entire division of Leaf Nin had arrived just in time to mop things up. Not much more was known other than that. The only other really conclusive piece of information was that Konoha's Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto, was rapidly growing into his power. From his first emergence as one of Konoha's significant powers during the Sky Country Blitz more than 8 months ago, Uzumaki Naruto had been at the forefront of every significant mission, and his presence had more often than not led to victory. In less than a year, a seemingly mediocre B-rank shinobi had risen up in the ranks, fighting and surviving confrontations against S-ranked opponents, destroying fortresses and invading armies, and defeating Jinchuriki in single-handed combat. Uzumaki Naruto had risen to an A-rank status. His deeds and reputation were beginning to grow, and his rise to fame was absolutely stunning. How long would it take such a shinobi to reach the coveted position of S rank? Naruto was not only being recognized by foreign powers. Inside Konoha, most shinobi knew of him and his deeds. For the younger of them, Naruto was somewhat of an inspiration. He was close to their age, yet the distance between them was near insurmountable. He was somebody to look up to and idolize. For the older generation, Naruto was one to look at with nostalgia and anticipation. Here was another shinobi destined for legendary status, one like the revered few before him who would rise up and one day lead them to victory like those before him and, in time, make the ultimate sacrifice for the good of the village. Senju Tobirama, Tsukumo Hatake, Namikaze Minato. One day, many said, Uzumaki Naruto's name would be on that list. His name was now well known throughout the Land of Fire. All of the Fire Court knew of his new position as the Fire Lord's favorite, and his newly gained moniker Demon's Bane had spread. For Konoha, it was a blessing, for the minor nobility swarmed to the village vying for the attention of the Fire Lord's new favorite, all in the slightest chance that they could use and exploit this new relationship. For Naruto, it was an annoyance. In the last 2 months, he and his team had been on 23 missions. Each involved a trivial task unsuited for a jonin. Most could have been easily classed as a D-rank mission, suitable for a genin squad, not a battle-ready Anbu squad. Sure, Team Sigma was able to complete the missions 10 times faster and more efficiently than a genin team, but it was honestly beneath them. They were Team Sigma, the Hokage's personal squad. They were supposed to go on missions vital to the village security, not babysit the 7-year-old of a noble, or deliver a parcel to a minor noble's estate. Nonetheless, the Hokage was more than happy to exploit Naruto's new status for his own ends. The young Anbu captain was certain that it was just another way to torment him, although the revenue coming in from the excessive fees the village was charging for the Jinchuriki's services was probably a factor as well. Either way, Team Sigma was delegated to the most menial of tasks. Between the tedious missions they trained. Naruto ducked and pivoted on his feet, parrying away several shuriken with his kunai while simultaneously avoiding the swipe of the glowing crimson blade. The soil beneath his feet was damp with the recent rains and his feet sagged slightly as he backpedaled, on the defensive. In front of him, Tawa, wielding a glowing crimson short sword that had formed in his hands, continued on with his relentless attack. The older Anbu agent was a blur, the blade striking for Naruto again and again and again in an attempt to stop the blonde from utilizing any hand seals. Above them both, Yuka flittered between the trees, providing long-range support by peppering kunai and shuriken at him. There was a flicker of movement from one tree to the next, and Naruto tracked it even as he dodged, ducked, and weaved around all of Tao's strikes. Yuka reappeared, her long blonde hair fluttering in the breeze as she held her hand in a single hand seal. Even as Naruto jumped back from Tao, the genjutsu she had prepared ensnared him and his vision grew blurry. Bright flashes of light and hazy swirls appeared in his vision. At the same time, a cacophony of blaring shrieks and hair-splitting screeches struck his ears, and although they were merely a chakra-transmitted neural impulse, it was enough to make him stagger. That was what the third of the attackers had been waiting for, and Uchiha Sasuke, his crimson eyes swirling, lunged forward from his ambush position. He clutched a spool of wire in one hand and a kunai in the other, a tag fluttering off at the end. Tao leapt forward at the same time, the crimson sword bursting into a shower of sparks. Dark, inky seals grew on his arm as he formed another of the infinite weapons he could create, and a crimson, stubby baton appeared in his hand. He disappeared in a flicker of movement, then reappeared on Naruto's right, his baton blurring towards his head. Sasuke attacked from the left, the wire in his hand coiled and ready to spring around him. Yuka stayed in the trees, focusing her genjutsu on him with a frightening intensity. It was a well-coordinated and effective strategy meant to disable and capture an uncooperative target. In this case, however, the target refused to go along with it. With a single flare of his chakra, Naruto broke the genjutsu and felt a mild sense of relief as disorientating stimuli was removed from his senses. He sidestepped, parrying away the baton with his kunai. The metal scraped against the crimson power and sparks flew through the air. Naruto channeled a quick burst of chakra into his other hand and swiped at the sparks, and a gust of wind shot them at Sasuke, who instinctively covered up his eyes. In the split second that it had taken the Uchiha to do that, Naruto weaved past another one of Tao's swipes and delivered a snapkick to Sasuke's jaw. The other boy reeled backwards with a pained grunt, even as Naruto blocked a blow from Tao on one of his forearm guards. The searing crimson light scraped against the metal of his arm guard, creating a shower of sparks, but it held up against the attack, leaving Naruto to lean forward with the kunai in his hand. He stabbed at Tao, and the other man hastily backed away from the quick, sudden movement, and then disappeared in a flicker of movement as Naruto's cheeks bulged. A huge, fiery ball of yellow flame spewed forward, enveloping the other half of the clearing with chakra-induced flame. The fires wouldn't last long. Naruto hadn't pumped in a lot of chakra to the technique, but the smokescreen it created would shield him from Yuka's current attacks, forcing her to switch positions if she wanted to be effective. True enough, as Sasuke and Tao righted themselves, there was another flicker of movement amongst the trees. Yuka had shifted from one side of the clearing to the other, perched on one of the lower tree branches with her hands twisted into a seal. Before she could produce a technique, however, Naruto made a seal of his own. Detonate! The teenage girl let out a startled and ungainly squawk as the tree she was standing on rocked and swayed. Explosive tags hidden over the tree, held there by wire and kunai, detonated. They were small, producing mostly sound and smoke, but it staggered Yuka's guard, giving Naruto an opportunity to act. He raced for the tree, throwing a series of smoke bombs down on the ground as he did so. Huge, white plumes of smoke arose all around him, and the tree in front of him disappeared underneath the haze, but Naruto knew where he was going. Sasuke and Tao, lost within the smoke, would reflexively hesitate, giving Naruto the time he needed. He sprinted through the fog and darted up the tree in an instant, reaching Yuka just as she had righted herself. She lashed out at him with a kick, but he parried it away with his arm guard and moved in close. She backpedaled, her eyes wide, and managed to dodge the first and second blow, but the third knocked her off of the branch. She fell with a grunt, but twisted herself in the air, grabbed a branch, and used her momentum to swing away. Naruto was right behind her, avoiding her hasty shuriken throws. He reached into one of his pouches as he ran and hurled a series of kunai at her. The weapons missed, striking the trees around them with a dull thump. Yuka landed on a branch and twisted on her feet to face him. Jumping backwards, she made 3 hand seals and thrust her hands at him. Naruto broke through the genjutsu in an instant, but the second one made him stumble for a split second as his world went fuzzy and full of static. An instant later he had recovered, but Yuka had escaped him. Naruto drew his head back, made a hand seal, and spat out a huge globe of flames. They roared towards her, enveloping the tree branches around her, leaving the Yamanaka very little room to escape, but then 3 kunai went whizzing past her. 2 thudded in the ground in front of her, and 1 embedded itself in the branch above her. Seal tags fluttered at either end, and from the rapidly clearing smoke beneath them Sasuke shouted something. A thin, flimsy-looking azure barrier sprung into existence between each tag, creating a triangular shield that shielded Yuka completely. The huge ball of flame struck the barrier, and it flared with a bright blue light, holding of the flames even as the trees on the branches around them caught alight. Naruto twitched in annoyance as the barrier technique successfully defended the Yamanaka, but seized the opportunity to act. He disappeared in a body flicker and reappeared in the clearing. Water technique. Rising water wave. Water elemental chakra burst from the tenketsu in his throat, reacting with his internal bodily fluids, and his chest bulged with a sudden expansion of liquid. Naruto reared back and spat out a seemingly never-ending river of murky water. The raging river of water washed over the clearing, and the fires hissed and spat as they were extinguished in an instant. Tawa, the main target of the technique, slammed his hands together and placed them on the ground. A moderately large wall of stone rose before him, and the water struck it and was deflected, directed to either sides of it. Nonetheless, it had kept the man busy for a few moments, and Naruto charged at the suddenly undefended Sasuke. Sasuke, his Sharingan whirling, moved to engage him. He settled in a defensive stance, watching Naruto intently as the blonde boy approached. Something flickered in the air and Naruto twisted awkwardly, avoiding a set of wire that would have tangled him up, but then a second set came from left, and he stumbled as his arms were tangled together. Sasuke, the glint of victory in his eyes, charged and kicked him, delivering a powerful blow to his chest. Naruto doubled over, gasping, and then exploded in a puff of smoke. The wires fell, loose and slack, and then snapped right back up, pulling back towards Sasuke by a third wire coming from behind the Uchiha. Sasuke looked stunned even as he tried to escape, but they wrapped around him and pinned him tight to the ground, restraining his arms and his legs. A second later, Naruto appeared over him and slammed his elbow in his stomach. Sasuke grunted, his eyes bulging, and a second later, he rolled over and emptied his stomach. The rest of the fight didn't take long. Less than a minute later, Yuka was down, and a minute and a half later, Tawa too shared the fate of his teammates, unable to keep up with Naruto's superior reflexes, speed, and skill. Naruto trussed up the older, groaning man, panting with mild exertion. Sweat beaded down on his brow, and the sun beamed down on him as the clearing went eerily quiet. "Time!" Daichi called out. The Hyuga stood at the top of the tree in the clearing, holding a watch and wearing a smile. 2 minutes, 17 seconds. New record, boss! Ha! Kamachi crowed from next to him. She jumped down, landing effortlessly on the clearing, and sauntered up to the trussed up and tied down Tawa. She gave him a none too gentle kick, to which he swore futilely at her. "You lose. Last 3 minutes, my arse. More like 3 seconds. Bite me." Tawa groaned. "I think Naruto broke one of my ribs." "Fuck that." Sasuke uncharacteristically swore in a weak voice. His face was pale, flecks of vomit stick clinging to his lips and chin. "I think Naruto just broke my spleen." Could somebody untie me?" Yuka's voice was muffled, her face planted right in the muddy ground. "This is really disgusting." Naruto let out a deep breath, stretching his arms. He was all warmed up now. He smiled as his team bickered around him, the others being helped up. Most of the team had come to join him in the clearing, but Kage remained in the trees. He stared down at his captain expressionlessly, but there was an almost anticipatory air around him. Naruto's smile widened, his canines exposed, and Kage's fingers twitched towards the dull black machete strapped to his back. The older Jonin was really the only one on his team that could provide a challenge in close-range combat. None of the others could match Naruto's speed. He was actually faster than Kage as well. The other operative, however, could match Naruto and stop the Jinchuriki from utilizing a lot of his techniques. Kage's style and form was simple, brutal and effective, short, sharp movements that emphasized stabs focused on the 8 vital areas. This was backed up with good reflexes, decent speed, and over 15 years of experience. Naruto got the impression that the 20-something-year-old man quite enjoyed their spars. He was all ready to begin another round of training when the screech of the bird cut through his thoughts. Frowning, he turned his head and watched as a proud hawk with beautiful plumage soared through the sky. Mentally checking the roster, Naruto shook his head, suddenly feeling weary. "We have another mission," he muttered sourly. The mood of the team abruptly changed. Yuka groaned, Daichi shook his head, and Sasuke closed his eyes. Even Kage looked distinctly annoyed. His eyebrow had raised 1/4 inch. I know. Naruto sighed, holding up his hands in an effort to placate them. "Just think of the money, guys." "Money which we don't get," Tawa muttered sourly. "It's for the good of the village," Kamachi recited dully. "Couldn't we, go on a suicide mission or something?" Yuka moaned. She ran a hand through her blonde hair. "We'd be serving the village, and it would be more interesting than this." "Who knows? Maybe the old man might have something interesting for us this time?" Naruto mused. "I have something interesting for you this time," the third Hokage remarked cheerfully. Team Sigma stood before the Hokage's desk, decked in the robes and masks of their profession. At the head of the small group, Naruto resisted the urge to shout bullshit even as his eye twitched behind his mask. The old man's genial smile was too happy, and the overexcited man practically bouncing next to him seemed to contradict that statement. "This is Eiji Uzumaki," Sarutobi introduced politely. He lifted a hand and gestured to Team Sigma. "Eiji, my friend, these are my personal shinobi. I trust that you have heard of my personal aide Uzumaki Naruto?" "Of course, Hiruzen, of course," the man responded excitedly. He was a young man, wearing the robes of the fire court and sporting a head spiky brown hair. He looked upon the Anbu squad eagerly, his eyes particularly drawn to Naruto. The young blonde Anbu rolled his eyes behind his mask even as he nodded respectfully. "What are your orders, Hokage-sama?" he asked quietly. Sarutobi gave a faint smile. "Team Sigma, you are tasked with the protection of Lord Eiji back to his residence." He shifted some papers on his desk. "This is an A-rank mission. Lord Eiji is a great friend of Konoha's, and must be protected," he continued. At his side, Lord Eiji straightened, looking chuffed at the Hokage's words. Naruto took in the words, bowing his head. He resisted the urge to sigh. Yet another mission to make a political statement, how fun. The small group departed from Konoha for their 5-day mission soon after. They traveled southeast, taking the main road through Otafukugai and continuing south from there, moving past the land of waves and heading towards the land of tea border. However, instead of heading west towards the border, they would instead go east towards the wall, the border between the land of fire and the land of water's only outpost on the main continent of the elemental countries. One from the land of fire in the first great shinobi war and stubbornly held ever since, more battles had been fought between Konoha and Kirigakure in that narrow strip of land than anywhere else in the world. The constant battles between the two great villages had turned fertile plains and rolling hills of green into a muddy wasteland littered with craters and shrouded in fog. In every great war, Konoha had tried and failed to retake the land, more out of principle than for any strategic reason. In the Second War, an entire division of Leaf-Nin led by Nara Retsu forced their way through Kirigakure's lines in an attempt to reconquer the land. The enemy lines had crumbled too easily, and the Leaf-Nin had advanced right up to the coast. By the time Retsu had determined that it was a trap, it was too late. An S-rank shinobi, the leader of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, and his 6 subordinates, counterattacked. In 3 hours, the bay was drenched with the blood and bodies of the 3/4 of a division, and not a single swordsman had fallen. The bay would always be referred to as the Bloody Cove. The incident was referred to as Retsu's folly, and it became a staple case study for any enterprising commander on exactly what not to do when encroaching on enemy territory. Retsu had overextended, deployed her forces with limited intelligence on enemy forces and composition, and failed to protect her supply lines. In many ways, it was fortunate that she died during the ambush. Third Hokage's retaliation 2 days later, backed by the White Fang and some of his most trusted jonin, showed Kirigakure just how much Sarutobi appreciated the ambush. The enemy encampment was leveled, and several bays and inlets were formed as a result of the battle that took place. The second Leaf-Nin invasion was much more thorough and destructive than the first, and 12 hours later, Konoha had retaken the cape and Sarutobi had claimed his 5th S-class kill, with only 2 survivors fleeing back to the land of water with the blades of the fallen. Unfortunately, the third Hokage was forced to retreat by Kirigakure's counteroffensive, where the second Mizukage deployed his Jinchuriki and drove away the encroaching Leaf-Nin. With devastating losses taking place in the land of rain, and a renewed offensive from Kumo driving into the land of fire, Sarutobi was never able to retake the land. These days, the Bloody Cove was recognized as land of water territory. Konoha had initially built a small encampment during the last days of the Second War, circling much of the inlet in an attempt to contain and repel any further attack. It had been built up steadily over the years, and now a wall as large as Konoha's stretched down 60 kilometers, manned by an entire division of shinobi. Over 1,000 Leaf-Nin rotated through the wall at any one time, protecting the only border of the great villages that lacked a buffer state. It had once been a center of trade between the land of fire and the land of water, delivering carts and shiploads of goods, from shoals of brightly colored fish meat, barrels of whale blubber, luminous pearls, gleaming silver coral, to trinkets and goods acquired from the far side of the planet, where only the land of water had ever trod. These days, since the inception of the Civil War, only a few merchants trickled in over the months, each under heavy guard by the Mizukage's personal elite. Business was conducted in near silence, Mizukage's guards there more to keep their charges from talking rather than to protect them. The hub, the largest city built by the wall, had fallen into recession since the Civil War. The reduced trade had severely reduced the flow of money coming in and out of the city. Nonetheless, when Naruto, the rest of Team Sigma and Lord Eiji had arrived at the city 5 days later, it was still bustling with people coming and going about their business. With 1,000 shinobi dedicated to protecting the region for over 40 years, a vibrant economy had sprung up around them. Bars, restaurants, casinos, theaters, brothels, and other entertainment industries continued to do well as Leaf Neen rotated in and out of the city. An off-duty shinobi had needs, and the hub was more than willing to meet them. Lord Ag strolled into his city, 24 servants and baggage holders following. Team Sigma had taken point around the small convoy, their black cloaks flapping in the cool wind. The sounds of the city washed over them as they made their way through the largest road of the city. Crowds of off-duty shinobi parted before them, many of them staggering and laughing with their friends as they moved from one establishment to the other. Many of them cast curious eyes over the group, but although they eyed the Anbu speculatively, ultimately it wasn't that unusual of an occurrence, and they passed through with little effort. Lord Ag turned to Naruto, an eager look on his face. The blonde Anbu captain had been avoiding the noble for most of the journey, volunteering to take point and lead the sentry patrols around the convoy. "Many thanks for your company, Naruto," he said cheerfully. He gestured at the manor behind him, a wide smile on his face. "Please, it would be my honor if you were to dine with me tonight. I have the finest chefs in the region. I'm sure we can find something to suit your tastes." "That's very kind," Naruto said dryly, although Ag didn't seem to pick up on it. "Unfortunately, I have a secondary mission to run for the Hokage." He held out his hand, wincing behind his mask as Lord Ag shook it excitedly. "You are an excellent client, Lord Ag, and Konoha's mission department will receive a great review from our squad." "Ah, excellent, excellent," Lord Ag exclaimed, beaming. He rubbed his hands together. "Perhaps we'll work together in the future, yes?" "Perhaps," Naruto said politely. He bowed his head. "Excuse us, Lord Ag. Enjoy your dinner." Yes. Thank you." Lord Ag couldn't hide his disappointment as Naruto turned, motioning for his squad to follow him. They left the lord in front of his residence, their mission complete. As soon as they were out of range, Yuka burst out laughing. She bent over, clutching her knees and extracting some startled glances from nearby residents. "He had such a man crush on you," she squealed. "So funny." Tawa snorted, and then grunted as Kamachi elbowed him in the stomach. Daichi was chuckling, and even Sasuke snorted in amusement. "It's his pretty blonde hair," the Uchiha deadpanned. "It drives the men wild." "Ha!" Naruto exclaimed sarcastically. "Ha ha 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 ha! Very funny." He took off his mask, making a face at them. "Just for that, Sasuke, you're with me. The rest of you can shut your mouths and piss off. You've got the night off. Be back at the gates by sunrise." Dismissed. Kage and Kamachi expertly saluted, while Daichi and Tao exchanged a high five. There were a series of puffs of smoke as the Anbu operatives placed a finger on their tattoos, storing away their uniform and exchanging it for a standard flak vest. Yuka was still giggling, and Naruto clenched his fists in annoyance. Luckily, Teen was cut off by Kage, who grabbed her by the back of the cloak and started dragging her away. What? No, hang on, you jerk, ow! Yuka's voice faded off into the distance. "As for you, you little smart-arse, follow me," Naruto grumbled. Sasuke fell in line. "Where are we going?" he asked quietly. Naruto smiled thinly. "We're going past the wall." Although the wall guarded the region from the land of water, it wasn't completely accurate to say that the wall represented the actual border. The border, having been agreed on at the end of the Third War after Konoha had once again failed to take the Bloody Cove, lay 20 kilometers past it. As such, Konoha had a series of observation posts scattered throughout the war-torn region, and Naruto had a message for one of those posts from the Hokage. Before they could leave, however, Naruto and Sasuke had to sign out. They approached the shinobi headquarters and filled in the required paperwork. As they were given the exit permits and map of this week's defenses, Naruto spotted the commander of the watch looking at them from his office. Naruto, the grandson of Nararetsu, had risen through the ranks, determined to take responsibility for his grandmother's folly. It was cold and damp outside the walls. Naruto and Sasuke moved away from the only road leading towards the Bloody Cove and into the mist surrounding it. Markers had been placed on the ground, each displaying a symbol and a color. Without the map that Naruto and Sasuke had memorized, it would have been easy to stray from the path and run into the nest of traps and primed explosive tags that had been buried all around them. It was a short journey, taken longer by the care that they needed to move through the traps, but eventually they moved through the small valley and out of the mist. The sky was darkening, the sun disappearing behind the horizon, but there was still enough light to see their surroundings. They were at the bottom of what once had been a large hill. It was full of craters, cracks and crevices, and one side of the hill was simply missing. The ground around them was muddied and dead, the aftermath of the battle between Sarutobi Hiruzen and the three-tailed Jinchuriki. Outpost Sierra had been built on the cratered remains of that hill. It was a small base, made up of rows of tents and small watchtowers. Naruto and Sasuke slowed as they approached the outpost, showing their hands as they were confronted by two jonin. Given the lack of surprise on their faces, Naruto assumed that they had been spotted long before they had come close to the outpost. Identify, the lead jonin demanded sternly. He was a tall, large man with thick arms and a bald head. He narrowed his eyes at the two of them. Naruto handed over the exit permit to the other jonin, who took it and inspected it carefully. She nodded, and the lead jonin surveyed them carefully. Dog Blue 6 Bird Town, the jonin recited. 3. Naruto replied instantly. He took a breath. Desk lamp 5 and 9. The guards relaxed and the big, burly jonin gave them a gruff nod. We have a message for the base commander, Naruto told them. He reached into his robes and pulled out a scroll, the Hokage's seal clearly displayed. Where might we find him? The lead jonin jerked his head back towards the largest tent. He's in there, he said gruffly. Be quick. A Kiri cargo ship pulled into port earlier today. Runners might be coming. Rookies like you don't want to see that. Naruto exchanged a glance with Sasuke. The Uchiha gave a slight shrug. Together, they walked into the camp and approached the large tent. At least a platoon of shinobi was stationed at the camp, many sitting around small campfires. There was soft chatter and mutterings between them, but they were generally a stoic and cheerless bunch. Many of them eyed Naruto and Sasuke stonily, although a few looked vaguely sympathetic. The only other thing of note was a large chain-linked fence on the other side of the camp. Beyond it was a dried lake bed, filled with crumbling stones and scattered with white dust. Past the plain were larger hills and the small twisted, gnarled trees, the first sign of nature that Naruto had seen here. The curious thing, though, was the thick yellow line that had been painted on the ground just beyond the fence, stretching all the way across the mouth of the dried lake bed. Then they were in the tent. Lanterns had been hung up from the rails, casting a yellow glow around the space, and a collapsible office desk had been set up in the corner. Behind it sat a gray-haired man. He eyed them stonily as they entered, his fingers tapping on the handle of a cane that lay across his desk. I have a missive from the Hokage, Naruto said quietly. The commander nodded and Naruto passed him the message. The older man bit on his finger, producing a drop of blood, and smeared it on the seal. It glowed for a second and safety dispelled at the resonance of the commander's chakra, and grizzled man opened it up to read. It only took a few moments, and his eyes narrowed up at Naruto and Sasuke once he was done. Thank you, Shinobi, he said in a raspy, guttural voice. He stood up, slightly wincing as went for the cane, and as he moved into better light Naruto could see the thick scar tissue that covered his left cheek and his lower jaw. There was a rough, jagged and angry-looking scar around his throat, and Naruto abruptly realized that somebody, somewhere, had tried to slit this man's throat. I've been ordered to dash. The commander was cut off from the sudden commotion from outside. People were moving quickly, and a bell started to ring. Somebody rushed into the tent, pulling past the flap and barging in. Sir! The panting Chunin gasped. We have runners! The commander grimaced and jerked his head, indicating to Naruto and Sasuke to follow him. They left the tent and out into the darkened night. 24 shinobi had moved into positions around the fence, and as they passed one of the tents, Naruto saw a medical team prepping for action. The commander strode forward quickly, despite his limp, and moved to the fence. The large, bald jonin moved to stand next to him, arms folded. Flares and lights, the commander muttered. Flares and lights, the bald jonin shouted, his voice booming out across the camp. Light it up! Full coverage! Several shinobi made hand seals, and they shot glowing balls of light up into the air, which exploded and sent glittering shards of light falling to the ground, illuminating the area. At the same time, powerful floodlights on top of the sentry tower switched on with a loud click, lighting up the dried lake bed. Naruto could feel the heat from where he was standing, and his heart began racing faster. He signaled Sasuke to prepare for battle, and the Uchiha nodded, briefly obscured by a puff of smoke as he summoned his Anbu uniform. Open! The commander ordered the jonin. Open the gates! The jonin roared. Shinobi moved quickly as they pushed open the chain-linked gate, leaving it wide open. Medics, prepare for casualties. Do not step over the line. Open the gate? Naruto was confused. He turned to the commander. Why are we opening the gates? Aren't we under attack? No, the commander replied gruffly. Runners are coming. The jonin beside him took over for him. Runners are refugees, the bald man said grimly. Civilians, citizens, missing mean anybody who wants to escape from the land of water for a better life. They usually don't get far, not with the Kiri's Hunternin out there, but if they can make it this far, if they can make it past the yellow line, they're in Konoha's territory and they're safe. Naruto could see problems already. Wouldn't that make it very easy for Kiri to slip in an agent? All of the runners are thoroughly debriefed, the bald man said. He looked out onto the field. Sometimes we catch spies, sometimes they might slip through. Regardless, if Kiri lets 4 runners escape to try and plant a spy, that's 4 people we've saved. His voice softened, and he suddenly sounded very weary. You have no idea what's about to come. We can't help, the commander continued hoarsely, his eyes fixed on the brightly lit lake bed. If we cross that line, we're crossing the border. If we cross the border, we start a war. All we can do is make it as easy as possible for them to come to us. The bald Jonin commented quietly. Incoming! Somebody shouted from the sentry tower. 27 contacts inbound. Chakra presences indicate mostly civilians, maybe 3 distinct signatures are genin. Come on, the commander muttered. Make it to the line. Hunternins incoming, the sentry shouted out again. Runners are approaching the lake bed. Adjust the lights, and up the intensity, the bald Jonin shouted. Shine them right at the Hunternin. The lights spilling from the floodlights grew brighter, and they refocused on something past the lake bed. The sentry, obviously a Hyuga, peered forward intently. They've slowed, he called. Runners are approaching the lake bed. Here they come, the commander murmured. Naruto watched, his face a careful mask of blankness, as a horde of men and women emerged from the twisted trees at the other end of the dried lake bed. Some of them carried children, and others pulled at each other's hands to pull them along. They were screaming and hollering, waving their hands desperately to the outpost. Come to us! A voice blared out on the loudspeaker. Run as fast as you can. You're almost there. Come to us as quickly as possible. Blurs of black appeared behind them, and an elderly man in the back went down with a sudden scream and a spray of blood. Several of the runners turned their heads, and some screamed in fear, as 2 Hunternin appeared. They each wore white masks and dark robes, and carried blades. One of them stood up from the corpse of the old man, and then they blurred, disappearing in quick movements as they hunted down the runners. Run! Drop your luggage! Bring nothing but yourselves! Run to us! The loudspeaker continued, more urgent than before. The 2 Hunternin darted towards the runners, and a young girl, no older than Naruto, turned. She yelled something over her shoulder as she gestured for them to all run. Naruto gritted his teeth as he watched the kunoichi, obviously a genin, launch herself at the Hunternin. A water technique rose up around her, shooting towards the assassins, but it was easily dodged. The girl jumped backwards and dove to the side, avoiding something that was thrown at her, but she was too slow to avoid the second hunter's sword. An arc of blood sprayed into the air and she screamed in agony, a noise cut off with a gurgling hiss as steel was lodged in her throat. The other Hunternin was making hand seal. The masthead reared back in a thin, yet powerful, stream of water shot out at the runners. It struck the ground, tearing through it, and rose up to slice through the backs of the fleeing men and women. 4 of them went down, some screaming as limbs were severed, others already dead. He saw a mother holding a newborn to her chest collapse, the lower half of her body gone, and the baby began to cry. Sasuke had had enough. His Sharingan was blazing, spinning wildly in his sockets, and his breathing was harsh. Perhaps what he was seeing was bringing back old memories, or perhaps the injustice of it all had gotten to him, but he took a step forward meaning to go past the line. Naruto gripped his cloak and yanked him back into line. The Uchiha whirled on him, his face contorted in anger, but it froze when he saw his captain's face. Naruto was deathly still, and his face was white with repressed rage. Most of it wasn't overly obvious, but his lips were twitching, his hands were clenched, and the look in his eyes was enough to pierce Sasuke's bubble as he looked past the Uchiha, regarding the massacre before them in silence. One by one, the runners were cut down as they tried to escape. Some made it closer than others. A small family got within 10 or so meters of range before the Hunternin got to them. The father whirled around, screaming incoherently as he swung a rusty iron bar with all of his might, but it was sliced in 2 and his stomach was torn open an instant later. The mother made it a few more meters before Samban pierced her leg, and she collapsed, screaming agony and clutching at her leg. The 2 children she had been clutching fell out of her arms, a toddler and a small boy no older than 7. They were all crying. The commander let out a resigned sigh, and the bald Jonin looked pained, closing his eyes and looking away. Please! The mother shrieked, holding up a bloodied hand towards the Leaf Nin. Please, help us! The oldest of the children crawled their way, closing the gap between the two lands inch by inch, but the boy was slow and stuck in the mud. The hunter-nin approached the small family leisurely, the urgency gone now that most of their targets were down. At this range, Naruto could see that it was a female. Her mask was filled with tiny little tally marks, scrawled over every open surface, and Naruto abruptly realized that that was how many people that this operative had killed. Her partner stayed behind her, ruthlessly cutting down any of the wounded survivors. In the distance, he raised his sword and swung it down at something, and the cries of the baby abruptly went silent. "I beg you." The mother was weeping. She turned back and to face her executioner, sobbing. "Please, mercy, spare my children, the line's right there, just let them crawl over, kill me, but let them over." The hunter-nin didn't even turn to look at the woman as she walked past. It was as if the sobbing, begging mother was just another piece of the landscape for all the attention the hunter-nin gave her. Her attention was focused on the runner closest to the border, showing little concern that there were enemy shinobi less than 10 meters away either. Sasuke gritted his teeth, feeling warmth burning at the back of his eyes. Naruto had dropped his head, his eyes squeezed shut. His jaw trembled, and beneath his skin a furnace raged. For the first time since the battle against the false Jinchuriki, Naruto heard the chains rattling in his ears, stronger and louder than ever before. He was angry, truly, truly angry. "Please, my children! No! Don't!" His eyes opened, and his head shot up. The hunter-nin was 2 steps from the oldest boy, sword rising to deliver a fatal strike. Naruto's teeth clenched, and then with a sudden flare of chakra he swung out his arms. There was no hand seal or practice technique to what he did. He reached deep within him, brushed past the horrible mental agony, and seized those rusty, corroded chains in his hands. The sound of clanging, rattling metal filled the air as Naruto took that strange power and forced it from his tenketsu. It burned, it was almost as painful as the chakra of the 9-tailed demon fox, but he endured it as he lashed out with the chains. The hunter-nin was good, she was very good. She whipped her blade around and split one of the chains in half in an instant, the honed edge of her sword slicing through the corroded, barely usable chains. Broken links of metal fell to the ground, disappearing in wisps of violet smoke, but more chains lashed out, and the hunter-nin was pushed back. They wrapped around the boy, snaked around the toddler, and made for the mother. But then her partner was there and together they shattered each of the chains that Naruto sent, stopping the rescue. Naruto clenched his fist and pulled, and the chains came flying back, wrapped around 2 small bundles. They passed the yellow line and tumbled to the ground as Naruto lost control of his technique, the chains shattering and breaking apart in a shower of purple light. Nonetheless, he had done it, and the 2 children were safe. They were instantly scooped up by the awaiting medical squad, even as the rest of the Leaf Nin turned to Naruto in horror. The commander clenched his fist and the bald Jonin looked furious, but Naruto ignored them as he strode towards the yellow line. On the other side, the female hunter-nin was doing the same thing, and they came face to face, separated only by a single line of paint. Naruto stared at her mask, willing his eyes to see past it, aiming right where her eyes would be. The woman, on the other hand, showed emotion for the first time. She gave off the air of somebody who was annoyed. "That was not your jurisdiction," she said coolly. "Return the criminals." "I made it my jurisdiction," Naruto responded sharply. "And if you want them, then come and take them." He took a deep breath, folded multiple layers of chakra in and let the suppressed power leak from his tenketsu. The air around him shimmered and the ground beneath his feet groaned and cracked. He leaned forward, moving his face right against her mask, his blue eyes narrowed. "Come on, cross the line. I fucking dare you!" The hunter-nin didn't flinch at the show of restrained power, but her body language certainly indicated that she was more wary, and her partner behind her had taken position, ready for combat. For a few moments, it was uncertain what would happen. It would have been foolish for the hunter-nin to attack. There were clearly more Leaf-nin than Kiri-nin, but the woman didn't seem to care. Then, she took a step backwards and sheathed her sword. She turned to her partner and swiped a finger against her throat. The mother, still bleeding and wounded on the ground, looked up at Naruto with such gratefulness. "Thank you," she wept. "Thank you so mu-dash." She was cut off as the second hunter-nin calmly executed her. The first motioned to her partner, and they disappeared in a flicker of movement, leaving behind nothing but a spray of water and a field of corpses. The commander sagged and the bald Jonin heaved a sigh of relief. The graying man turned to Naruto, eyeing him sternly, but there was a hint of a smile tugging at his lips. "Don't worry," Naruto interrupted him before he could say anything. He kept his eyes out on the field. "I'll take full responsibility." The commander nodded. "I know you will," he said gruffly. He paused, and then clapped Naruto on the shoulder. "We don't often get to save a runner. It's a good feeling." He turned and hobbled off. What? Sasuke was panting, his Sharingan still swirling. His fists had clenched so hard that small droplets of blood dripped to the ground. What was that? The bald Jonin snorted humorlessly. That? He echoed. That was life at the wall. He clapped Sasuke roughly on the back. Go home, kid, and never come back to this hellhole. He turned and left, leaving the two members of Team Sigma staring out at the field of corpses. Chapter 44 Operation Hurricane Part 1. The third Hokage puffed on his pipe, his hands folded on top of his oak desk, and his hat slid down to hide his eyes. It was hard to read any emotion on that indecipherable face, but every member of Team Sigma, spread out on the other side of the desk, had a sense that the old man was quite annoyed. At the head of the Anbu team, Naruto waited his punishment with a blank face. He had disobeyed standing orders and intervened in a situation that was out of his jurisdiction, right in front of the elite Anbu of Kirigakure, no less. Although what he did was morally right, should the fourth Mizukage take offense, it could set off a chain of events that, in the best possible scenario, had a negative impact on Konoha, and in the worst possible scenario, would lead to war. He knew this. Uzumaki Naruto had been in Anbu for almost 6 years. He had been a captain for over a year. He knew the regulations. He had passed his emotional conditioning course with flying colors. Still, some tiny, small, rebellious part of him stubbornly refused to see his actions as anything more than doing the right thing, and for once, Naruto was content with that. He had saved some lives. It wasn't often that he got to do that. That was why he would meet the gaze of the Hokage evenly, fully prepared to accept the consequences of his actions. The old man in question let out a sigh, dropping his hands and pushing away the open scroll. He had been reading a detailed report on exactly what had occurred at Outpost Sierra. He puffed on his pipe a few more times, and then moved it from his mouth. Stern, unyielding eyes shot up and glared at the blonde Anbu captain. Uzumaki Naruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured. Are you prepared for the consequences of your actions? His quiet voice echoed around the office. The rest of Team Sigma remained still. Naruto could feel more than see Sasuke behind him, the usually stoic Uchiha barely restraining himself. Of all the members of Sigma, Sasuke had been the one who had approved of Naruto's actions the most. The raven-haired Anbu member had seen enough slaughter in his short lifetime, and he had had his fill of watching the defenseless and innocent being cut down by those stronger and more skilled. For Sasuke, anybody who would intervene and stop a massacre from happening was somebody who should be respected. I am Hokage-sama, Naruto replied curtly. Sarutobi nodded heavily, as if expecting the answer. The atmosphere of the office was tense, and even Naruto swallowed heavily as the Hokage deliberated on exactly what his fate would be. The retribution that came was quick, sudden, and unexpected. More on! Sarutobi thundered. His arm moved as a blur, and before Naruto could react, a thick, heavy tome had slammed into his head and sent him toppling backwards to the ground. The rest of Team Sigma flinched, Daichi and Yuka taking a step back as the Hokage towered over his desk, leaning forward to eye Naruto on the ground. Don't start wars, you idiot! Sarutobi's voice resounded throughout the office. His annoyance was plain on his face. If you want to start a war, step up and take my robes. Then you can do whatever you want. Until then, stop it. Really? Naruto groaned as he sat up off of the ground. He rubbed his face gingerly, silently thanking the headband that had absorbed a lot of the blow. The face again? There's nothing worthwhile about it. Sarutobi grumbled as he sat back down in his seat. He signed something and rolled it up. If I threw it at your arms or legs, you wouldn't be able to complete your week's allotment of administrative duties. That's my face you're talking about. Naruto muttered sourly as he stood up. Like I said, nothing worthwhile, Sarutobi repeated. Naruto's face twitched, but he held it in. A week of admin duties then? He asked quietly. And I'm docking your pay, Sarutobi continued. He shuffled his papers. It will be sent with our formal letter of apology to the village hidden in mist. Naruto could accept that he barely used his money in the first place. He much of it left anyway, most of it being spent on retrieving Tsunade many months ago, but after the failed revolution and the slew of missions his team had done in the last couple of months, his balance was back up to where it used to be. Hokage-sama, somebody interjected. The Hokage's eyebrows raised as Sasuke took a step forward, his eyes intent. Why don't we do something about Kiri? How can we let that happen? The Hokage sighed, looking quite old. Nobody has ever taken the land of water, he explained kindly. Nobody. It's an archipelago made up of 1,000 islands, some large, many small, all enough to conduct insurgency operations. We need twice the forces we have now to even consider it, and while we could take it, we could never hold it. Sasuke looked like he was going to protest, but the Hokage raised a hand, stalling him. I understand, Sasuke, he said, and he sounded like he truly did. However, to take on Kirigakure, we'd have to move forces away from our other borders. We'd leave them vulnerable, and our neighbors would take advantage of that. If we tried, what is happening over there would happen here, to our citizens and our families. It's a tragedy, but sadly, there's nothing we can do. Sasuke looked mulish, and the Hokage paused. Then, the corners of his lips twitched, and he leaned forward. Nothing officially, of course, he concluded. Sasuke still looked troubled, but he bowed his head and moved back into formation. Now, Team Sigma, the Hokage continued, his voice much cheerier than before. I expect you all to be here at 0700 sharp. You've got a lot of work to do. They truly did. There was still a lot of paperwork flying through the office from the failed revolution. Audits were being carried out at every significant village and town. Personnel reviews and mission reports were being examined and filed for later analysis. Budgets were being discussed, patrol routes changed, and lots of other very little tasks that built up into there being a lot of paper to shuffle. Most of the decision-making was done before the reports arrived at the Hokage's office. That was what the various departments were for. Nonetheless, the Hokage liked to review many of them before they were filed, and so they were forwarded to him. He read some of them, made adjustments to a few others, and just plain ignored the rest. As the old, gray-haired man sat at his desk, Team Sigma darted in and around him. They collected reports, sent off messengers, sorted out archive boxes, and escorted them to the records department. It was a never-ending cycle, and the paperwork never seemed to stop. Our annual budget from the fire court is being announced next week, Sarutobi informed them during a lull in the work. We need to make sure we're on top of things before it makes the work that comes after that much easier. Now, stop lazing about and get to work. This wasn't quite what I was expecting when I was drafted into the Hokage's personal guard, Tawa muttered to Daichi as they lifted up a stack of boxes and began to leave the office. Get used to it, the Hyuga said with good humor. We might be doing this for a while. Tawa made a noise of annoyance as the two Anbu disappeared. Naruto just went about his duty as normal. This was nothing new to him, and he'd been doing this sort of work for years. If there was a decision that needed to be made and the Hokage was unavailable or busy, Naruto would often make it on his behalf. It was one of the technical powers behind his position as the Hokage's representative, and if the Hokage didn't like it, then Naruto would be sure to hear about it, but it usually ended up being the correct decision. After all of the years spent in Sarutobi's service, he had gotten used to the way the man thought, and he understood a lot of the reasoning and thought processes behind the decisions. When he wasn't making village-wide decisions, Naruto was helping his squad grow accustomed to the heavy load of work they were doing. In many ways, it was more exhausting than combat training. Kamachi, usually level-headed except when Tawa was involved, almost shredded a filing cabinet with her wire before Naruto was able to help her sort through it. Daichi and Yuka never seemed to be in the office long as Naruto kept them busy running messages, picking up packages and scrolls, and escorting the administrative stuff to the records department. In many ways, the young blonde was in his element. It was little wonder one afternoon that the office was still running smoothly even as the Hokage napped behind his desk. Triplicate that, Naruto ordered Sasuke, who held a piece of offending paperwork, looking befuddled. Use the stamp here and here, and then send one copy to the archives, one to intelligence, and file one on the third floor. Got it? Sure, Sasuke said, sounding anything but. He sighed tiredly. You seem to know exactly what you're doing. Me, I can barely get my head around this. Naruto smiled wryly. I've been doing this for years, he responded dryly. 7 long years. He shrugged. You get used to it. We can tell, Sasuke commented. You're practically running the village up here. I mean, the Hokage hasn't really done anything in the last 2 days. Naruto waved it off. He's too lazy, he said sourly. Why do it yourself when you can have your elite Anbu guard do it for you? The lazy old. He trailed off, frowning. A messenger had just entered the room. Naruto gestured him over and took a scroll from him. He scanned it, his eyebrows rising as he read the contents. Okay, that's way above my pay grade, Naruto muttered. He turned to the desk, where the Hokage had just opened his eyes, and passed along the message. The Hokage took it and read it. After considering it for a minute, he nodded at Naruto, who turned back to the messenger. Send him in, Naruto instructed. Yes, sir. A few moments later, a nervous-looking man was escorted into the room. He was thin and reedy, wearing spectacles and the thick furred robes generally popular with the Lightning Court, the feudal court of the Land of Lightning. Sarutobi sat behind his desk patiently as the man approached him, while the rest of Team Sigma continued to work quietly around the room. The man squared his shoulders and cleared his throat. "I wish you good tidings, Hokage-sama." He began with a surprisingly deep and expressive voice. He gave a deep, respectful bow. "I am Kobayashi Abe, messenger and representative of the Lightning Lord." "Yes," the Hokage interrupted politely. He smiled. "I have heard of you." "Ah, yes," Abe continued, a flitter of disconcertion passing over his face. He straightened. "I come on behalf of my lord with an unusual request. Know that you will be extremely well compensated for any troubles that you encounter. The Lightning Lord will remember your steadfastness and commitment to the mission, and assuredly reward you such. Should you take up our quest, you can name your reward within reason, of course." The Hokage tilted his head in an indication of slight interest, while Naruto looked up from the scroll he was reading curiously. "Oh my!" Sarutobi chuckled quietly. He rubbed his hands together. "This must be an extremely unusual request. I don't often have representatives of the feudal courts promising anything and everything. Tell me," he said to Abe, "what service does the Lightning Lord wish to hire Konoha, and why has he not gone to his own hidden village?" Abe smiled wryly. "The fourth Raikage would not authorize the mission," he replied. Naruto was a little surprised at that. While the feudal lord had no direct authority over the assignments that hidden villages may take, generally speaking, mission requests from the feudal court weren't turned down. To keep the relationship between the feudal lord and the hidden village running smoothly, it was best to accept the jobs, provided they would not place the village in danger. If the fourth Raikage had refused, there must have been a good reason for it. "What does the Lightning Lord want done?" Sarutobi asked quietly. Abe took a deep breath. "The Lightning Lord's favored nephew has gone missing," he informed the old man. "He kept a personal correspondence with him, and while my lord did not approve of his nephew's lifestyle, he respected the decision. Now, however, that correspondence has stopped. There has been no contact for many months, and the Lightning Lord is worried. He wishes you to investigate the matter and retrieve Kubota Masaso, his nephew." It all sounded rather straightforward. What had the Raikage been worrying about? "I see," the third Hokage replied. He paused for a moment, his eyes distant in thought. Then, his lips twitched in what may have been a rueful smile. "I assume the Masaso last known location was somewhere politically inconvenient?" "You could say that," Abe answered. 8 years ago, he was assigned to the feudal court of the Land of Water as our ambassador. When the Civil War began, the borders closed, but the Water Lords still retained much of his power and kept the courts running. Masaso chose to stay." He struggled to continue. "He was always a soft man. He held a lot of sympathy for the disadvantaged. He felt he could help more there than back home. Our intelligence indicates that the water court fell over 3 years ago," Sarutobi replied. He gave Abe a steady look. "The Water Lord was slain, most of his family butchered, and the nobility scattered." "Masaso escaped the purge," Abe answered. "He got involved with the resistance, and he helped them run the Underground Railroad, a series of safe houses and passages used to help people escape the Mizukage regime. He helped them forge appropriate papers, drew from his personal funds to set refugees up with houses, clothing, jobs." Abe paused. "He is a good man, Hokage-sama," he continued earnestly. Sarutobi sighed. "Yes, so it seems," he murmured. In the corner, pretending he wasn't listening, Naruto felt a jolt of surprise at that. He hadn't known that Konoha knew a lot about what was going on in the Land of Water. It was closed up tight, and very little ever escaped. His fingers twitched as he recalled the events of last week at the wall. No, not much got out of that hellhole at all. Masaso did mention that the resistance was being outfitted with supplies, and unmarked shinobi have worked with resistance agents to run operations against the regime," Abe said. "The Lightning Lord knew it was not Kumo. However, the village who had been running such operations would have a means to infiltrate and operate beyond the borders." Sarutobi's head shot up sharply, his eyes suddenly hard and unforgiving. "Konoha's official position on the situation in the Land of Water clearly states our non-involvement in the matter," he rebuked quietly, but sternly. "It would be best if you remembered that. Unfounded rumors and idle speculation will not help your cause." "Forgive me." Abe bowed, deeper and lower than before. "I know not where the resistance gets their help from. I apologize for whatever assumptions I have made." "Good." Sarutobi accepted the apology. He stroked his goatee. "Your request is quite troubling. There are few who would be willing or able to accept such a mission. The payment would be significant," Abe answered firmly. He reached into his cloak and pulled out a sealed scroll. Sarutobi eyed it, and Naruto took it as a cue to move. He placed down his book and walked over to the ambassador. Taking the scroll, and noting the sealed emblem of the lighting court, he passed it on to the Hokage, who took it carefully. The seal flashed with an orange light, and the scroll unraveled. Sarutobi began reading it, and whatever he was reading was enough to make him look distinctly startled. "The Lightning Lord loves his nephew, and payment will come out of his personal accounts," Abe continued passionately. He gestured at the scroll. "The amount listed in there is enough to fund your village for the next 6 months. The land holdings are yours to do with as you wish, sell them, rent them, use them, he cares not. A 64% increase in job delegation for your village with wages paid 10% above what we pay Kumo. The rewards my lord offers you are significant." "It truly is," Sarutobi murmured. He seemed deep in thought, and Naruto was sure that his eyes flickered towards him for a split second. He leaned back in his chair. "Allow me some time to consider your proposal." "Of course, Hokage-sama," Abe replied, and he bowed deeply. "May this be the start of a friendship between the village hidden in leaves and the Lightning Court." He left the room, leaving the Hokage and Team Sigma alone. The Hokage took a deep breath and turned his head to stare at Naruto. Naruto stared back. Deep within the Department of Intelligence there was a room. It was a room that most shinobi didn't know existed, a room where operations and missions of the strictest secrecy were planned out. Aides, messengers, and assistants, anybody not relevant to the running and planning of the mission, were kept out. It was within that room that Team Sigma stood around a table, staring down at the large map of the Land of Water. At the head of the table, Naro Shikaku was rummaging through some notes. The Hokage sat in his chair, listening carefully, as 4 members of the Department of Intelligence darted around the room, passing out briefs, placing pins on the map, and generally looking quite busy. "Team Sigma," the Hokage began. He puffed on his pipe, blowing a cloud of smoke into the air, and leveled a steady look at them. "The mission you are about to undertake is dangerous. It is also off the books." He paused, staring at every member of the team. "You will be outfitted with suicide capsules. They will be inserted in your teeth. Should you be captured, it is expected that you will protect Konoha's interests to your last breath. Your team leader will also have access to a remote technique that will deploy the neurotoxins to your bloodstream should you be unable to." Team Sigma was motionless, although beads of sweat ran down Sasuke's head, and Tao's hands were clenched. "If you do not wish to participate, now is your chance," Sarutobi continued. He gestured to the door. "Leave. Nothing will be said. Nothing will be noted. You cannot go into this half-heartedly. If you stay, I expect your full commitment. You have 10 seconds to decide." Naruto felt like a block of lead had fallen into the pit his stomach. He had gone on dangerous missions before, and he had fought dangerous enemies. However, he had never been grilled like this for any of the operations he had participated in. Granted, a lot of them might have been just as dangerous as this one, but they had been a matter of village security, whereas this was just a mission from a client, granted, a well-connected and powerful client. He clenched his fists, steadied his nerves, and stayed still. So did the rest of Team Sigma. Sarutobi gave a faint smile. "As expected of my personal Anbu," he said with an air of satisfaction. He turned and nodded at Shikaku. "Begin. This mission will now be referred to as Operation Hurricane," Shikaku began in his gravelly voice. His scarred face was illuminated by the fluorescent lights above them, and he gestured down at the map. "This is an S-ranked operation on a need-to-know basis. Whatever facts you learn in this room stay with you. Disclosure of any information that may come up in the planning and commencement of this operation is a capital offense. Do you understand?" Many of Team Sigma nodded. It was sometimes surprising for Naruto to see his usually loud and antic-filled squad act so professional, but they were an Anbu team, and even Tao and Kamachi could drop the act when needed. "This is what we know about the Land of Water's current situation." Shikaku pointed at the map. "The 4th Mizukage has implemented martial law. His academies are churning out shinobi by the hundreds, and most of them are unskilled and barely trained. Nonetheless, he's managed to forcibly occupy every major and minor city and town on the map. His personal guard, Kirigakure's Tide, implement his policies without hesitation. If you cross the Mizukage, you and your family disappear." He pointed at the numerous red dots and pins on the map. "These indicate strongholds or significant portions of Kiri's army," the Nara continued. "They occupy most of the territory from there. Each major region has a local commander, and they enforce the force policies in that region. Dozens of towns will fall under that commander's purview. Now, the blue pins." He gestured at the scattered few blue pins. There weren't very many of them at all when compared to the red pins. "This is what we know about resistance activity. They operate in small isolated cells. The resistance has fewer numbers, but they make up for their lack of numbers with skill. There's at least 15 former Jonin, according to Kiri's latest bingo book, and they all seem to take orders from a woman named Terumi Mei. Fuzzy photos of a striking red-haired woman were passed around. She's apparently gone up against Yugura and held her ground, Shikaka told them. She's definitely their most powerful asset and won. He paused, quickly glancing at the Hokage, but the old man merely nodded. And one we've worked with before. So, Abe had been correct. It had been Konoha running Black Ops into the land of water. The package was last seen here, Shikaku continued. He pointed at a small black pin of village or town under the Mizuki's control but without a significant shinobi presence. Contact between the package and his uncle stopped 4 months ago. We don't have any more recent intelligence. Our operatives were pulled out of there to help deal with the Jashin incident. There was a knock at the door, and the Hokage looked up. Enter, he called. A man walked in. Lean, of average height and sporting a clothes crop, he looked utterly unremarkable in any way possible. He saluted and walked forward, coming to stand next to Naruto at the table. This is Rat, Sarutobi said. He will be your guide and local expert to the region. Rat took Naruto's hand and shook it. His grip was firm, but as they shook, Naruto noticed that nothing flickered behind those dead eyes. What division are you from? Naruto asked curiously. Rat titled his head. Classified, he replied flatly. For a moment, Naruto thought he was annoyed, but then as he continued the blonde Anbu realized that that was the way he always sounded. Your security clearance isn't high enough. That was interesting. As part of his duties as the Hokage's aide, Naruto's security clearance was one of the highest in the village, or so had thought. It needed to be, given the level of information that was available to him, and some of the errands and village-wide decisions that he made on behalf of the Hokage. Apparently, it wasn't as high as he thought. What's your experience? Kage asked from the other side of the table. The oldest member of Team Sigma was sizing Rat up. Rat turned to look at him blankly. I have led small teams of operatives in and out of the land of water for the last 5 years, he replied. Operations included intelligence gathering, asset acquisition, retrieval, interrogation, and assassination. We assisted local resistance forces at times, and worked independently at others. Rat will be assigned to your squad, Shikaka told Naruto. You have operational command, but I highly advise you listen when he speaks. Naruto nodded. How will we get in? He asked. Rat took over. Kiri whaling boats use these waters here. He pointed at the map, a few hundred kilometers off of the coast of the Land of Waves. Intelligence suggests that one of these boats is already in the area, and will be leaving in approximately 48 hours. We will deploy from here. He pointed at a small inlet in the Land of Waves. And intercept the boat. We will attach ourselves to the hull, wait 7.5 hours, and then detach ourselves. We should be approximately here. Where he pointed to was north of one of the larger regions in the Land of Water, surrounded by a chain of smaller islands. There were several red pins placed on the map, quite a few black pins, 3 blue pins, and a golden pin at the edge of the coast. It was that gold pin that Rat referred to next. This is the asset's last known location, Rat continued dully. Yoshiabo is a small fishing village. Population does not exceed 200. From there, we may be able to rendezvous with local resistance forces and find the mission priority. Naruto nodded. He turned to look at Sasuke. Have you had underwater training yet? He asked. Sasuke shook his head. You've got 12 hours, Naruto told him seriously. Better use that Sharingan of yours, we're leaving in 18 hours. He turned to the Hokage and bowed his head. Hokage-sama, Team Sigma accepts the mission. With your permission, we'll begin preparations. Dismissed, the Hokage commanded. As Team Sigma began to file out, he spoke up again. Naruto. The Uzumaki stopped. It is vitally important that your cover is not blown, the Hokage warned. His face was serious, and he leaned forward intently. However, your survival comes before your cover. Only under the direst of circumstances may you use the chakra of the nine-tailed demon fox. Do you understand? Yes, Hokage-sama, Naruto agreed. Sarutobi leaned back. Then prepare, he said. Operation Hurricane is a go. Chapter 45, Operation Hurricane, Part 2. Operation Hurricane began the very next night at 11 in the evening. Operative Rat had already departed the night before and would meet the rest of the team at the rendezvous point. Departing from a discreet gate, Team Sigma headed east towards the Land of Waves. The nation had always been a quiet, rather dull place. Since the fall of the nearby village hidden in whirlpools, it had rarely been involved in international events. The most notable thing to happen in the last 10 years was the corporate magnate Gato's attempted takeover of the island nation. Kakashi and his genin team had been there, and it had ended with the missing Nin they had been fighting fleeing from the battle after being double-crossed by Gato. Not 1 month later, Gato's mangled corpse had been found hanging outside his private yacht. One does not betray an A-rank shinobi without reaping the consequences. Since then, things had turned relatively peaceful for the Land of Waves. A new bridge had been constructed revitalizing trade to the area, and the influx of merchants and traders to the area had brought a degree of shinobi presence to the region, scaring away many of the mercenaries and other unsavory characters that had lingered since Gato's fall. Team Sigma encountered none of them as they traveled quickly unpopulated regions of the tiny nation. Above them, the clouds flashed with light, and a second later a crack of thunder pealed through the air. The downpour was torrential and the storm obscured the moon and stars in the night sky. Visibility was poor, but with Daichi in the lead, it was a moot point. They continued traveling until the head reached the coast, arriving at the top of a steep, rocky bluff. Daichi paused, and his fingers twitched. Contact, lights visible, outside Byakugan range, the Hyuga signed. Naruto came to stand behind him, while the others took a loose defensive formation around them. They all crouched down in the mud, reducing their profile against the horizon, the rain slamming down on them. Their thick, black Anbu cloaks shielded them from the worst of it, and the tight, black bodysuits they wore underneath kept them relatively warm. Naruto reached into his cloak with a gloved hand and pulled out a set of binoculars. He peered through them. A set of lights glimmered faintly in the distance, bobbing up and down and often disappearing behind the swell of a wave. The sound of the ocean around them was deafening, the waves slamming against the rocky beach below, and Naruto could practically taste the salt in the air. He lowered the binoculars and gestured to Kamachi. The slender Jonin pulled out a large, waterproof map. Naruto eyed it carefully, looking at the scrawled annotations written on it and comparing it to the lights he could see in the distance. They matched, and his lips thinned behind his mask. Operation is a go. Begin Phase 2, Naruto signed. Then, he took a deep breath, backed up a little, and ran towards the cliff. His teammates followed him as they jumped over the edge of the bluff. The slope was steep, but the Anbu team scaled down it quite easily with the minor application of chakra. The closer they got to the beach, the louder the waves became, and in a few moments, they were all perched on a large, sharp-edged slippery rock. The water around them surged back and forth, white spray whipping up splashing against them even as the storm rumbled up ahead. Naruto reached into his robes and pulled out a small rebreather attachment. He fiddled with the straps, adjusting it as he slipped it around his head and placed it over his mask. With a small click, the rebreather settled in place, and suddenly his breathing changed. The smell of salt and seaweed almost disappeared completely. Naruto adjusted his rebreather one more time and then turned to Yuka, who had just done the same as well. They checked each other's equipment, and then waited for the rest of the team. Daichi, take point, everybody clip on, we go in 30. They all nodded and reached for their waist. A tight belt was wrapped around each of them, surrounded by hooks and clips. Daichi reached into his robes, pulling out a large coil of black rope, and clipped the end onto his belt. He passed it to Naruto, who ran it through his belt, clipping it on and passing it to Yuka. In a few moments, all of Team Sigma was connected by a long 30-meter rope. Naruto tugged on his, checking it, and then nodded to Daichi. The Hyuga gave it 3 sharp tugs, nodded, and then began wading out into the water. Naruto followed, suppressing a wince as his lower half was covered in a cold, icy sensation. His waterproof boots and bodysuit kept the water out, but it would take a while to adjust to the chilly temperature of the ocean. The waves tried to push him back, but he fought against it. Daichi kept wading out further and further, the rest of Team Sigma following, stopping when his head was barely above the water. Then, he placed up his hand and began counting down. When he reached 0, as 1, Team Sigma disappeared underneath the surface of the ocean. They did not resurface. The journey to their target took half an hour. They couldn't risk using lights or being spotted, for it was very likely that there was a shinobi on board the ship. The Mizukage wouldn't let the crew leave the land of water without some kind of guard. However, with Daichi at point, all the rest of the team had to do was swim. Daichi and the rope would guide them in the right direction. They swam close to the seafloor, almost 20 meters deep, using subtle chakra techniques to adjust their bodies to the different pressures. The water around them was completely dark, and there was no light emanating from anything. It was hard to tell exactly what direction they were swimming, guided only by the gentle tugs on the rope. Occasionally he would hear a scraping noise off in the distance, and Naruto felt something brush past him as he swam in the water. Other than that, it was fairly relaxing. That is until they got closer to the vessel. A mournful howl echoed in the water all around them. It was low and deep, going into Naruto's very bones. A second call followed, something a little more high-pitched, and then Naruto felt a tug on his rope pulling him up. He followed, kicking behind him as they rose up from the bottom of the sea. They had to pause after a time, their hands slowly contorting into seals as they depressurized their bodies, and then they continued. As they swam up, Naruto saw lights blinking in the distance. They were nearing the surface of the ocean, and light was beginning to appear in the murky depths. A low, humming noise surrounded them, the engines of a boat, and it grew louder and louder until it was almost deafening. Sudden movement caught his eye, and Naruto turned around to see something big and dark push through the water. As he rose, he saw the outline of a whale, thin cables and cords tugging at it, pulling it back towards the surface. At one point, the team was swimming through an inky, black substance, and Naruto abruptly realized it was whale blood. Daichi continued on, slowing down as they neared the keel of the ship. The hull was dark and covered in barnacles. Team Sigma rose up and grabbed hold of whatever they could. Daichi reached into his cloak and Naruto followed suit, pulling out a small, rubber handle. He stuck it on the hull, letting its adhesive surface stick to the metal, and then tugged at it. It stayed strong, and Naruto took a deep breath through his rebreather and relaxed. As the rest of the team around him secured their spots on the vessel, Naruto settled himself against the hull of the ship and tried to make himself comfortable. Phase 3 was now in effect. It was going to be a long trip. It was early in the morning when Shimura Danzo entered the Hokage's office. Unlike most rooms in the building, this one was still brightly lit. The old, crippled man entered, his wooden cane tapping against the floorboards. Hiruzen didn't give any indication that he had heard his old friend and just kept reading through the paperwork on his desk. It was much messier than usual, filled with maps, intelligence reports and profiles on notable Kirin. "I see you're still working hard," Danzo said evenly. He came to rest at the other end of the Hokage's desk and sat down with a slight groan, giving a weary sigh once he was fully seated. "I'm surprised you took the mission. It was too good of an opportunity to pass," Hiruzen responded quietly, head still down over a bundle of paper. "There are easier ways to gain influence in the Lightning Court," Danzo reflected. He eyes his one-time rival carefully. "Ways that do not include endangering Konoha's Jinchuriki." "You misunderstand me, old friend," Hiruzen rebuked. He placed the piece of paper down on the desk and rubbed his eyes. "This mission is exactly what Naruto needs to continue his development." "Oh?" Danzo cocked his head. "How interesting." Hiruzen smiled thinly. "Naruto's heart has weakened," he said, and there was a trace of something like sadness in his tone. "His will of fire burns less bright. In many ways, I believe he has forgotten exactly what it is that he fights for. The land of water will be a good opportunity for him too." He paused. "Reflect on exactly why we do the things we need to do." Danzo was still, his face expressionless behind his bandages. "I wasn't aware that there were morale concerns," he said after a few moments. "That is a concern. The entire incident affected him in more ways than one," Hiruzen answered. He took a deep breath and released it as a soft sigh. "The brutality was something he could handle, but I believe that empathized with the false Jinchuriki. Their fates saddened him." "A waste of life," Danzo snorted. "An interesting premise, yes, but ultimately a waste. To house that much demonic chakra indicates strength. I wonder, had we gotten to them first, what kind of shinobi those children could have become." He fixed a piercing look at the third Hokage. "The border incident, was that to your design as well?" Hiruzen nodded. "Your informants do you credit," he answered quietly. "The refugees appeared exactly when they were meant to. Naruto's response, however—" "Short-sighted," Danzo grunted. He moved his cane and adjusted his leg. "It demonstrated a clear lack of reason." He frowned. "His emotional stability is compromised." "We did that, friend," Hiruzen answered, shaking his head. "In our attempts to mold him, we damaged his psyche. Did you know he can produce Kushina's chains?" There was a flicker in Danzo's eyes, and for a moment he looked briefly taken aback. "How interesting," the old man mused. The Hokage's smile was brittle. "Because of Naruto's emotional conditioning, they have been—" He paused, humming. "Damaged, for lack of a better word. Combined with some interesting side effects from the nine-tailed chakra, they may represent a problem." The two men sat in silence for a few minutes, each wizened shinobi thinking quite carefully. Uzumaki Naruto was the product of years of careful training and exposure to the outside world. Most of it was going as planned, and Naruto's infamy continued to grow as expected. "Will it affect the plan?" Danzo asked after some time. "Do we need to dash?" "What?" Hiruzen interrupted, sounding slightly incredulous. "Abandon the plan? Leave him out on the gutter? Put him down?" He gave a short, sharp laugh. No, I will continue on as planned. He's already so far along. His administration and communication skills are excellent. He runs half the village already. His combat skills are excellent. I can count on one hand the number of shinobi that could come close to that level of strength at his age. He rubbed his goatee. No, I will continue as necessary, Hiruzen said firmly. 5 years is all that it will take. In 5 years, the village will have its 5th Hokage, and possibly its most powerful yet. Unless he gets cut down by a Kirinin in the meantime, Danzo added dryly. He tapped his cane against the floor in a rhythmic pattern. He needs to experience the world. Hiruzen was unrepentant. Intellectually, he understands the rationale behind making tough decisions, of being ruthless and brutal. Emotionally, he needs to catch up. It will be good for him. Danzo nodded, accepting his Hokage's reasoning. There is the other matter, he said after a few moments. He gave Hiruzen a significant look. He won't be happy. He doesn't have to be happy, Hiruzen retorted sharply. Itachi sent the boy down this path, a path that Sasuke is all too happy to follow. It may do Sasuke some good also to see why sometimes the hard decisions have to be made. Danzo's lips twitched. Very well, he acquiesced. We shall see how this turns out. Hiruzen hummed, but did not comment, and he did his best to hide the trembling of his hand. He stared at it as he tried to force it under control, but even when Danzo stood and left, it was still trembling. 5 years, he reminded himself. After 50 years, it was nearly nothing. Just a little longer. The trip into the land of water was extremely boring. Attached to the bottom of the hull of a large whaling ship, there was absolutely nothing for Naruto to do. It had already been several hours according to his internal body clock, and he had spent the most of them sleeping restlessly as best he could. He had only woken when the tug on his rope indicated that it was his turn to keep watch, and he had kept his eyes on the surface of the water. The brilliant spotlights mounted on the vessel had kept its focus on the whale while it was being dragged in, and then they had been turned off and the ship had turned around. From what he could tell, the rain had lessened as they had moved further away from the coast of the land of waves, although the occasional flash of lightning could still be seen flashing above the surface of the water. The engines were quite loud, and if he listened carefully, he could even hear the shouts and hollers of the crew as they began to cut up the whale. Phase 4 was dependent on a prearranged signal from one of the crew. Naruto had no idea who it was, but from what he could tell, the person was bribed to give the signal on every single voyage, regardless if anybody was there or not. After several hours, he was glad to hear it when it came. A loud, clanging noise erupted near Naruto's head. He jerked back in surprise, his heart hitching for a second. A second bang came next, then a third, and then it fell silent. Naruto rolled his eyes behind his mask, and tugged 3 times on the rope. He took the handle off of the hull of the ship, placed it in his cloak and then, after feeling a huge tug, jumped off. Almost immediately, the dark hull of the vessel broke away from them, continuing to chug towards one of the land of water's largest ports. He caught a brief glimpse of the whirring propeller blades before Daichi led the team deeper into the ocean and the surface of the water grew more and more distant. The next leg of the journey was half as long as the hitchhike on the ship had. Daichi carefully led them through a series of large trenches on the ocean floor, illuminating the area around them by a small but powerful torch. They moved slowly and kept their chakra expenditure to a minimum, being close enough nearby landmasses to be picked up by a particularly skilled tracker. It was a tiring and exhausting journey, and the entire team was thankful as Daichi led them past the ocean trenches and up towards the surface. They emerged from the ocean on a small, deserted island, more of a series of rocky outcrops and dead reefs than anything else. As the team dragged themselves to the surface of the water and onto hard land, they dropped to the ground, panting. Daichi in particular, with the extended use of his bloodline, lay exhausted on the ground. Perimeter established, no hostiles detected, Kage signed. A couple of crows cawed as they flew overhead. Rest up, Naruto ordered, keeping the fatigue out of his voice. He cleared his throat. We'll stay here for half an hour, and then we're moving out. The team took the chance to rest. Team Sigma, and most of Konoha's shinobi, weren't used to conducting underwater operations. While they could bound across the land of fire's abundant forests with relative ease, the long underwater swim had been much more taxing. Kamachi and Yuka lay next to each other, masks off and their faces turned towards the night sky. Daichi was actually sleeping, body splayed out on the rocks, while Tao was on the other side of the small island, relieving himself in the water. Sasuke had his back up against a rock, frantically eating ration bar, while Kage chewed methodically on his, surveying the map in front of him. Naruto made his way to him, already feeling a lot of his weariness fade. How are we? He asked the older shinobi quietly. On track, Kage responded. He gestured at a tiny smudge on the map. "We're here. If we swim 284 kilometers towards here," and he moved his finger on the map, "then we'll hit a sandbar. We move southeast from there, have a short break, and continue on south until we arrive at Alpha Target before daybreak." Naruto nodded, hearing the information he already knew. It was relaxing to go over the facts, to know that every facet of the mission had been meticulously planned by people way smarter than he was. This clandestine operation was the most sensitive mission he had ever been on, and they couldn't afford any stuff UPS. "Take a break, Kage. I'll take watch," Naruto offered. Kage blinked, and then nodded gratefully. He rose up, bowed his head at Naruto, and moved back to the others to take a rest, still chewing on his ration bar. Naruto stood guard at the tallest rock on the outcrop, arms folded. Phase 3 of their mission had finished, but there were a great many phases left. Team Sigma continued to use nightfall to their advantage, and after their short break with their rebreathers full, they slipped back underwater. Daichi continued to take point, leading them to a depth of 30 meters and pushing forward. Unless an enemy sensor was right on top of them, it would be almost impossible for them to be spotted, but Naruto wasn't taking any chances. The lights remained off and the team continued to use the rope to guide them in the right direction. It was an hour and a half in their journey when the first unexpected incident occurred. The water around them was dark, but when Daichi tugged twice on the rope, signaling an enemy contact, Naruto was certain he could see what the Hyuga was talking about. Rising from the sea depths was something sinewy and large, blacker than the darkness around them. There was a brushing motion around him, the water surging past, and he suddenly caught a glimpse of something scaly and long as it shot past. Something snapped by his head and Naruto jerked back, barely avoiding a pair of jaws the size of his body from taking him out. His fingers sped through the water, forming seals. Water style, water bullet technique. His grasp of water techniques had greatly improved over the months, but even the greenest genin would have been able to form a powerful technique surrounded by this much water. Concussive bullets of compressed water shot out from his mouth, rapidly dissipating and losing power as they bled off into the ocean, but it was still powerful enough to strike the creature. It reared back, and a terrible screech reverberated around them. Somebody came into view in the dim, murky water. Kage floated there, holding something that looked like a slingshot in his hands. He pulled back at the contraption and released it, and a something shot out from the end. It struck the creature in the hide, and then there was a fizzing bright yellow glow. The spiked flare lay embedded in a gigantic sea serpent, the size of a small building. It lay coiled up on the seabed, half its body rising up to snap at them. Small oozy rivets floated from several puncture wounds in its side, but it looked relatively unharmed and quite annoyed. "Scatter and engage," Naruto signed in the light of the flare. He detached himself from the rope, and used chakra in the soles of his feet to propel himself down, avoiding the sea serpent as its head rolled through the water. Tower was a tad slower, and he took the blow to his chest, one arm raised to block it. He was sent spinning in the water, and Kamachi shot after him in a burst of speed. The rest of the team moved to engage the serpent. It was quite difficult. Their projectile weapons, save for Kage's, were quite impractical, and a lot of their destructive techniques were useless underneath the water. Naruto flipped through some seals, finished on Monkey, and threw out his arms. The water around him surged, and bubbles exploded all around him. Giant, invisible blades of wind exploded from his tenketsu, shotting at the serpent. They left visible trails in the water and sliced open the serpent's hide. The serpent screamed again, thrashing around, even as Kage lobbed another projectile at it. It sunk into the serpent's head and exploded. The explosion didn't produce any fire or smoke. Rather, a rippling orb of pressure expanded from the epicenter, tearing through the creature with devastating effect. It struck the shinobi some distance away, and Naruto grunted as he was buffeted by the powerful forces. He gathered himself, gestured to Yuka and Sasuke, and then dove down at the creature. While wounded, it was still capable of fighting. The blood and torn flesh floated around it, slowly rising to the surface or diffusing in the water. Naruto used bursts of chakra to quickly propel through the water. As the serpent came at Yuka beside him, he saw her throw her hand out and expend chakra through it. The recoil sent her sliding sideways through the water, avoiding the strike. Sasuke and Naruto kept diving, coming closer to the serpent, and the blonde reached into his vest and pulled out his senbon and a reel of explosive tags. The special underwater variant were insanely expensive and almost useless to use on the surface, but stuck on the end of senbon, they would do the job down here. He swam around the creature with a fistful of senbon, jabbing them into the creature one after the other, while Sasuke did the same on the other side of the serpent. After a few moments, Naruto kicked up. The Jinchuriki saw that Sasuke was following him, and as Kage and Yuka continued to keep the beast, Naruto flipped around in the water and made a single hand seal. Detonate! A series of concussive blasts erupted from all over the serpent's reared up head and neck. The water frothed and writhed, and the pressure that lashed out at the surrounding shinobi was enough to pushing them several meters backwards. The sea serpent didn't screech or howl, the explosions had instantly killed it, and its bloodied, mangled corpse slowly began to fall back onto the seabed below. The light emanating from the brightly glowing flare dimmed as it went. Resume journey, Naruto signed in the dying light. He grabbed the floating rope and attached himself to it again. Once everybody was back on the rope, Kage made a hand seal and the light below them died. Once again, they were back to swimming in the darkness. The rest of the journey went smoothly, and before long they had arrived close to their destination. They slunk out of the water very carefully, Daichi and Kage lying down partially submerged on the beach as they surveyed the area. Naruto and the others waded further back, their heads bobbing up and down on the gentle swell of the waves, until Kage raised a hand signaling the all okay. They quickly climbed out of the water, surfacing at a small, unoccupied inlet relatively close to Alpha Target. At the end of the inlet, hidden behind some bushy plants, was a small cave entrance. Inside, Operative Rat waited for them patiently. Dim lights lit up the area, revealing stacks of crates, sacks and a couple of hammocks placed up against one of the walls. Water dripped from somewhere, echoing out in the caves at a continuous, quite irritating rate. Naruto detached his rebreather and placed it in his cloak. He nodded at the other operative as the rest of his team filed in cave. Tawa was walking gingerly, supporting by Kamachi, who gently led him to one of the hammocks. A few moments later, a green glow lit up the cave as the team medic began to heal her companion. "You're 7 minutes late," Rat observed tonelessly. "We ran into the local marine life," Naruto answered. "Irrelevant," Rat answered. He turned to a nearby overturned crate and the documents that had been placed on them. "We will need to cut your break 7 minutes short if we are to arrive at the designated target on time." Both Sasuke and Yuka, rebreathers and masks off, looked pained. "Understood," Naruto replied after a moment. "We'll leave in 33 minutes. He didn't like it, but he understood where the apparently emotionless agent was coming from. They were running on a tight schedule and couldn't afford any delays. As the rest of Team Sigma rested and ate, Naruto sidled up to Rat. "Have you scouted the target?" Naruto asked. Rat shook his head. "No," he responded. "I only arrived here an hour and a half ago. My contact had gone into hiding, and it took me some time to locate his safe house." He passed on some documents to Naruto. "Local passports for all of us, citizen registration, and other relevant documents." Naruto took them and eyed them. "How good are they?" "They will not pass an official investigation," Rat answered. "However, they should pass a random spot check if needed." "Right," Naruto said. He began handing out the forged papers. "We'll leave in 30 minutes. Hopefully we be in and out in 15 minutes. They left the small cave and began to travel to the other side of the island. Although it was a relatively short journey, they took their time, being very careful to keep a good eye on their surroundings and not leave any trace of their passing. A cracked tree branch or a bent fern would be all a hunter needed to track them down. After an hour, however, they had come close to their target. Daybreak was arriving, and the sky was beginning to lighten. Rat led the team through the last of the tall bamboo forests and onto a small grassy hill overlooking the town. The team stopped and surveyed Alpha Target grimly. What had once been a small farming village was now a blackened, desolate wreck. Several rusty boats lay tipped upside down, pushed up against the shattered pier, and blackened wooden frames suggested that houses had once been built there. Whatever had happened there had happened a while ago because much of the plant life had already begun to overtake the village. Nonetheless, the several dozen heads stuck on sharpened pikes in the middle of the village was still quite clearly visible from where they were standing. Naruto clenched his fists, feeling a sinking sensation forming in the pit of his stomach as he realized that his missions was not going to be as simple as he thought. "Shit!" He summed up the team's thoughts with a single word. Together, they left the hill and began to approach the village. Chapter 46, Operation Hurricane, Part 3. The small fishing village was completely deserted as Naruto led his team towards it. They arrived on the outskirts just as the sun was beginning to rise, and carefully made their way inside. The silence was deafening, broken only by the crash of the waves coming to shore and the gentle wind that brushed by their heads. It was a tense atmosphere, and Naruto kept his guard up and a steady grip on a kunai, surveying the pillaged town carefully. Whatever had happened had occurred months ago. Most of the buildings had been razed, and only the blackened wooden remnants of frames continued to stand. A large wooden pier had once extended out towards the ocean, but it was shattered and in pieces. Several boats were overturned and in pieces on the beach, and hundreds of pieces of smaller debris had washed up on shore. The worst part was the smell. Bodies had been left out to rot, and over 24 heads had been severed and placed on spikes at the center of the village. While time and nature had done much to decompose the corpses, an acrid and rotten smell still hung over the ruins, making Naruto wrinkle his nose behind his mask. Yet, it wasn't as bad as he remembered, and he absently wondered if he was getting used to it. Daichi, Sasuke, Yuka formed defensive perimeter around the village, Naruto signed. The three Anbu nodded, Sasuke a little slower and more hesitant than the others, and they disappeared in a flicker of movement. Naruto was glad to see the Uchiha. The boy did not need to see more of this. One massacred clan compound was enough. He signaled to Kage, Kamachi and Tawa. Scatter and search for priority target 1, look out for enemy traps, signal if you find anything. The team broke apart. Rat, their tracker and advisor, hung back, observing everything around him with an air of detachment and professionalism. The tall man came to stand next to Naruto, his white mask hiding anything he may have been feeling. Many of these bodies were killed in a single cut, Rat observed tonelessly. He bent down next to one of the desiccated corpses, gesturing at the rotten body. A medium-sized blade, thin and angular, the weapon of a professional. Anbu? Naruto asked quietly. Rat nodded and stood up. Most likely tied Kirigakure's Anbu and the Mizukage sword. It is likely that they uncovered evidence of the town's involvement in the Underground Railroad and put it to the torch. Naruto looked at the impaled heads. Any recognizable human feature had been eaten away by nature and the elements, and bleached white bone peeked out from behind blackened, decaying flesh. A warning? The blonde asked. Rat considered it. Possibly, he conceded. I will investigate the bodies and see if I can identify the target. Naruto nodded in acknowledgement, and Rat bowed his head before he left, bending down over a haphazardly stacked pile of corpses and leaning forward. Naruto turned away, observing the fallen buildings around him. The wind ruffled his black cloak and brittle wood and charcoal cracked under his feet as he walked through the ruins. He wasn't quite sure what he was feeling. It was a muddled mix of different emotions, and it made his heart beat furiously. The chains rattled in his head, very softly, almost like it was whispering to him, but he ignored the manifestation of his power with practiced ease. Whatever had happened to the village, it had been quick. He spotted some signs of a resistance to the invading forces, evidence of several explosions, scattered debris, the broken hilt of a kunai, and several dozen shuriken embedded in one of the blackened poles. Somebody here had fought back, and the pattern of attack indicated a fighting retreat. Naruto considered that. Perhaps the resistance had fought against Tide in an attempt to let as many people escape as they could. Certainly, there were suitcases and bags left scattered along the main road, as if people had dropped what they had been carrying and just ran. The ground was muddy, and by now nature had most certainly removed in tracks. The blonde rubbed the back of his head thoughtfully. A burning sensation emanating from his right shoulder, his Anbu tattoo indicated that somebody had just tried to signal him. Naruto glanced around and saw Tawa waving his hand on the other side of the village, and he approached him. "What have you got?" he asked quietly. His voice echoed in the deserted ruins, and he felt a curious sense of embarrassment, as if speaking out loud was somehow disrespectful to those who had died here. He pushed the feeling away and crouched down next to Tawa. Tawa gestured to the pile of rubble in front of him. It had once been a house, or so the fallen blackened wooden beams suggested. "That pile there, the fabric," Tawa answered softly. "They resemble the traditional clothes of the Lightning Court." Naruto looked at them, brushing his fingers along the crusty, dirted fur. Underneath all of the dirt, soot, and ash was the remnants of something that might have been fine furs. It was hard to tell, but it was their best lead yet. He pressed a finger on his Anbu tattoo and signaled Daichi. The Hyuga appeared a few moments later, crouched down next to him. "Sir?" Daichi asked crisply. "Use your eyes to search the ruins of this house," Naruto ordered. "Look for bodies. I want to know if anybody was in here when it burned down." Daichi nodded and made a single hand seal. A shudder ran through him as his Byakugan activated behind his mask, and he carefully looked the house up and down. "No bodies," he said after a few moments. "But there was a tunnel of some kind underneath it. It's a bit hard to tell, since it's been completely caved in, but I think it leads away from the town." Tawa and Naruto exchanged a look. "An escape tunnel?" Tawa suggested. "Rigged to collapse once it was used so they couldn't be followed," Naruto concluded with a grim nod. It was what he would do. The problem was that if the tunnel had collapsed, it was most likely done in a way that would make it extremely difficult to find its exit. The fact that it was months later wouldn't help at all. "Captain?" Rat had appeared. I have found a clue. Naruto followed the stoic tracker to the other side of the village towards a forest of bamboo, Kamachi and Tawa following him. At the very edge of the tree line was a series of small rocks, arranged in a series of patterns. A series of geometric shapes had been scratched on the surface, a message for those who knew how to read it. What does it say? Naruto asked Rat. Rat shook his head. Unknown, he answered tonelessly. The codes have changed. This makes no sense at all, and I don't have a copy of the current cipher. Naruto exhaled noisily. Right, he said, his mind ticking away. He bit his lip. Here's what we know. Loyalist forces approached this village. There was a fight. There was at least one escape tunnel leading away. The Loyalists won and executed the village's population. He paused. What was the exact population of the village? He asked Rat. 74. Rat answered. Kamachi looked up sharply. I only counted 51 bodies, she said. Naruto smiled thinly. Then it's likely that there are survivors, he surmised. And if there were survivors, they would have gone to somebody who could protect them. The resistance? Tawa supplied thoughtfully. Naruto turned to Rat, who answered the unasked question. I have contacts, the man revealed. He gestured to the east. There is a larger town a few hours' travel away on the other side of the island. I have a safe house nearby. Then it's decided, Naruto said determinedly. He slapped his fist in his palm. Gather the rest of the team, we're leaving. In the early hour of sunrise, Team Sigma stealthily made their way from one side of the large island to the other. As it warmed, it became apparent that the weather in the land of water was far different than the weather in the land of fire. The humidity was much higher, and with the rise in temperature came a deluge of insects. Crickets chirped from within the dampness of the jungle ground, mosquitoes buzzed all around them, and tall, spindly trees rose up to cover them all in a brilliant green canopy. Ferns and bushes grew wherever possible, and moss and fungus crept over everything in sight, mushrooms rising up the tree trunks and moss covering entire rocks. It was almost beautiful, if not for the sticky feeling in the air. Beneath his mask, Naruto was sweating. Nonetheless, he kept his composure as the small group traveled deeper into the jungle. A large mountain rose up from the middle of the island, a volcano that apparently hadn't erupted since the time of the Sage of the Six Paths. Their destination was on the other side of that mountain. However, according to Rat, there was also a Kiri encampment somewhere up in the mountain. Naruto wasn't sure of its exact purpose. For all he knew, it could be the local garrison, but he wanted to avoid it if possible. They sped through the jungle, Daichi once again keeping watch. The poor Hyuga was stretching his bloodline to the limit, chewing through his chakra reserves quite quickly, and he had resorted to using the Byakugan in small bursts every few minutes. If the team were to come into conflict with the enemy, Daichi would not be able to do much but stay out of the way and let his teammates cover the slack. It was a necessary sacrifice. Alerting the enemy to their presence was the last thing that Naruto wanted, and Daichi's limited combat effectiveness wouldn't matter as long as they could avoid the Kirinin's attention. At the head of the small group, Daichi stiffened during a mid-jump, and when he landed, he held up a hand, turning his head to look behind them. Contact! He signed urgently. 3 shinobi, bearing in from NW, ETA 35 seconds. Defensive formation 9, Naruto commanded. He dove down to the ground, landing neatly on top of a rock. Other members of the team hid themselves in the shadows of the trees and high up in the branches, while Naruto placed a finger on his tattoo and summoned forth a shimmering blanket. He wrapped himself around it and huddled amongst the mossy rocks. Around him, the blanket seemed almost transparent, allowing Naruto to see out of it. On the outside, however, the silky blanket had leached the colors off the surroundings, camouflaging him from view. With the positioning of the team, they were well hidden from sight and ready to defend the group from any angle of attack should they be detected. Luckily, the enemy contact sped past out of Naruto's view, and after a few minutes Daichi stepped out from the shadows of a tree. Contact evaded, the Hyuga signed. Resume position, stay alert, Naruto signed. He rose up from the rocks, resealing the blanket back into the storage partition in his Anbu tattoo. The rest of his squad fell into formation and they continued their journey, albeit at a rather slower pace than before. They were more alert now that an active enemy presence had been confirmed. They continued on for some time, stopping twice more to avoid detection from nearby Kirinin. The patrol routes were erratic, following a schedule or pathways that only they knew. At one point, the squad was forced into the depths of a swamp, hidden within the mud and scum of the stagnant water, as a full squad of shinobi leisurely walked past. They were noisy, loud and brutish, swearing and spitting as they told crude jokes. Team Sigma could have put them down in an instant if so required, but a missing squad would raise more flags than they needed. Enemy activity in the region has dramatically increased, Rat signed as they continued on. Possibly as a consequence of the discovery of resistance activity. Mission difficulty has increased. Despite the increased patrols, the Kirinine lacked the skill to detect the elite team of Anbu from Konoha. Mission reports had suggested that the bulk of Kiri's forces were made up from fast-stream genin, making up for their lack of skill with brutality and fanatical loyalty to the Mizukage. It was sometime before noon when Team Sigma finally approached their destination. Taiji was a moderately sized town built across a vasty, polluted inlet. Large wooden piers crisscrossed over the water, and rows of small huts crammed up against each other. Thick hatch covered most of the buildings, and dozens of small boats bobbed further out on the inlet. The largest building rising up from the town as a warehouse built on the side of the cliff on the other side of Taiji. Made from metal and rising far beyond any other building, a lot of activity seemed to be centered on it, and many other smaller buildings had been put up around it. A large canal had been dug out of the ground on the other side of the warehouse, and a moderately sized cargo ship was slowly leaving the warehouse, carrying its goods to an unknown destination. Rat led the team closer to the city, stopping at what looked like an abandoned hut at the edge of the city. Hidden behind the foliage of some shrubs, it blended into the background was almost undetectable unless you were standing right on it. Rat stopped at the entrance of the safe house and turned to Naruto. "I will need to enter the city in order to meet my contact," he told them monotonously. "I suggest that you and your team take defensive positions around this location and await my return." "Understood," Naruto replied after a few moments. A slight frown crossed his face behind his mask. "But I'm going to come with you." Rat cocked his head. Nonetheless, he nodded his consent as Naruto turned to his team. "Kage, you're in operational command until I return," Naruto ordered. "Wait here. If we haven't sent word by midnight, assume the worst." "Yes, sir," Kage responded. He gave a few curt commands to the rest of the team and many of them disappeared into the foliage surrounding them. Rat motioned for Naruto to follow him and they entered the dark safe house. It was more of a safe cubby than a safe house, with barely enough room for the two of them. A large wooden crate with rusty hinges lay on one side of the room, while a small hammock had been put up on the other side. Rat opened the crate and began to pull out some rags. "Get changed," Rat commanded. Naruto pressed his finger on his tattoo and resealed his Anbu uniform. The moment his mask left his face, the unfiltered air hit his nose and he made a face. The smell was absolutely foul, reeking of thick, sickly sweet air and a pungent odor coming from all around them. It wasn't until he was changing into the provided rags that Naruto noticed that it was coming from his new clothes. He made no comment as Rat got changed next to him, although he idly noticed that the man's lean body was covered in scars and burns. As he was covering his hair with thick, smelly mud, Rat approached Naruto with a small box in his hand. "Your voice patterns would give away your cover," the Anbu tracker said. "I will craft scar tissue around your throat. For all intent and purposes, you are now mute." Naruto nodded and lifted up his head as Rat deftly dabbed at his neck with the makeup. It tingled on his skin and felt thick and heavy. Once Rat was done, Naruto gingerly touched it and felt a surprisingly rough piece of scar tissue around his throat. He finished wrapping around a grimy bandage around his upper arm, hiding the crimson tattoo behind it while Rat picked up a knobby walking stick. Their disguises complete, Naruto surveyed his form one last time. The rags wrapped around his body made him seem somewhat emancipated and the grime and mud in his hair hid a lot of his features. For all intent and purposes, he looked like a poor, crippled beggar boy. They followed Rat dutifully out of the safe house and began to approach the town. A small gate had been built on the main road leading out of Taiji, and 3 men wearing flak vests and kiri headbands loitered in the front of it. The lead shinobi them coming and straightened up, looking vaguely interested as the 2 disguised Anbu approached. "Papers," he grunted. Rat nodded quickly, his hands shaking as he reached into his robes. The tremors were quite noticeable, and the Kirinine frowned as he snatched the papers from Rat's trembling hands. He surveyed them with a frown, although understanding dawned on his face, and when he handed it back he looked a little sympathetic. "This seems to be in order," he said somewhat kindly. He was a tall man, grizzled and tough, but there was a glint of compassion as he regarded the 2 apparent travelers. "Move along, old-timer." "TT, thank you," Rat rasped out, his voice hoarse and trembling. "Gee, glory to the Mizukage!" "Glory to the Mizukage!" the shinobi responded echoed. Rat took the fraudulent papers back, placed them in his robes and limped on forward, leaning heavily on his stick. Naruto followed him, head ducked down in apparent shyness, and he kept his ears open as he continued. "What was that about?" one of the other shinobi muttered. "He's a survivor from the slaughter of Kabashi," the first jonin replied sympathetically. A former Chunin who took a lungful of melting this nasty stuff, that shit is. Fuck! The third shinobi swore in surprise. Isn't that the same shit the Kaguya used at the Black Cliffs? I knew a guy from 5th Battalion. The second shinobi told them, his voice dimming as Naruto and Rat limped away from them. He was never the same afterwards. What about the boy? The asked third shinobi, his voice faint. Just a war brat. The first shinobi said dismissively. Whatever else they said trailed off into the wind as Naruto and Rat entered the town, ready to begin their search. The smell inside Taiji only grew more repugnant as they traveled over the rickety, wet piers. Unlike most places Naruto had visited, this town lacked the proper sewerage facilities, and he saw an old, weathered woman tip a bucket of human waste into the water below them. The piers were old, many of the boards were rotten and falling to pieces, but the locals stepped over them with well-practiced ease. Naruto kept his head down, trailing after the hobbling Rat and hiding his features behind the dirty rags, but surveyed everything around him with a keen gaze. The poverty of this place was quite apparent. Many of the populace wore less than he did, with tattered rags wrapped around their waist and their thin, bony chests exposed to the elements. Mosquitoes buzzed around them, and many of the men and women smelt worse than the putrid water. Dirty, bright-eyed kids darted about the buildings, some running errands or doing small chores while others played with each other. The sound was something else. Naruto had never heard so much cursing and swearing in his life. The workers around them shuffled around in small groups, hollering loudly at each other as they passed the two undercover Anbu, spitting thick wads of black tar-like substances out of their mouths and into the water. A nearby woman wearing way too much makeup and showing an indecent amount of cleavage emptied a bag of rubbish into the water below. An old woman, sitting outside her battered tiny shack, hummed mindlessly to herself as she clicked her knitting needles together, while a tiny, pink-faced babe wailed loudly beside her. It was one of the most interesting places Naruto had. No, this was not a good place at all. Rat led them towards the warehouse, crossing over metal bridge onto the bank on the other side and approaching it. The architecture around them changed almost instantly as they moved away from the residential slums and towards the modern industrial sector. Great plumes of smoke rose from the chimneys around him, and the streets were paved with cobbled stone. The warehouse loomed up ahead, dominating the skyline and overshadowing all of the other small buildings around it. A constant flow of boats, some small and some large, flowed in and out of the large open warehouse, depositing their goods and leaving as quick as they had come. From what information had been able to gather, the warehouse served as a distribution center for over 50 small islands in the surrounding area. Some of them were single farmhouses, while others were towns the size of slum of Taiji. Each of them was required to pay a regular tithe to the shinobi forces of the Mizukage, and it would all be collected here before being loaded onto huge container ships and departing for Kirigakure. Fish, clams, dried seaweed, livestock and grains, pearls and colored coral, a lot of the expensive imports of the land of water were taken under threat of force for little to no cost. Rat and Naruto entered the warehouse, avoiding the busy workers. A dozen piers had been built into it, extending out to the water, and crates and parcels were unloaded from the docked boats and carried away. Hundreds of people were working around them, but Rat ignored them all, hobbling over to a man in a yellow hard hat. He was short and squat, with an ugly face that's nose had been broken one too many times. As they approached, he glanced up at them with a scowl. Greetings, kind sir," Rat stuttered meekly. His hands twisted nervously, and he licked his lips. For somebody who had come off as quite expressionless, his act seemed genuine. "I am but a humble worker, looking for you," the foreman snapped, his voice surprisingly deep. He brandished his clipboard angrily at Rat. "I told you to fuck off months ago. You have some fucking nerve coming back here, you cockhead." "I don't you understand," Rat began. "I've got no work for dirty cheats," the foreman bellowed. He gestured furiously at them. "You stole 1,800 grams of titanium dust from the crates. I fucking know you did. Get out. Get out now, and may the sea serpents strip you of your flesh and grind down your bones." Rat made a squeaking noise, turned around and hurriedly hobbled away. Naruto gave one last lingering look to the foreman and turned to follow the infiltrator. Outside, they leaned against one of the walls, far away from anybody else. "Message received," Rat signed beneath his cloak, visible to only Naruto. "Rendezvous with resistance contact at 1800 hours slaughterhouse." "Understood," Naruto signed. He slumped against the wall, hidden by the shadow of the warehouse and away from the view of the street. "Send a message to Team Sigma. We'll wait." The sun had begun to set and a brilliant pinkish, orange glow had filled the sky. It was quite the beautiful sight, highlighting a clump of storm clouds far in the distance. With the light bouncing off the water, It almost made the inlet look beautiful as the light sparkled the thousands of glass bottles bobbing up and down on the surface of the water. Naruto straightened up and exchanged a glance with Rat. Taking a deep breath, and ignoring the stench of the surroundings, the two Anbus slunk out of the shadows and approached the meeting point. During the time they had been waiting, they had investigated their rendezvous point. It was one of the smaller buildings tucked underneath the shadow of the warehouse. A small, separate path led from the back of the warehouse to the slaughterhouse, allowing workers to shepherd the newly arrived livestock to their deaths. It was a mostly automated system, run by a complex set of machines that spun blades and removed grinded-up gristle. The two entered the slaughterhouse, the stench of fresh, bloodied meat quite apparent. The machines still whirred and whined, but there wasn't a soul in sight. Rat and Naruto walked past the machines and the assembly track, keeping a careful eye on their surroundings. It was a tense situation, and Naruto didn't like it. It wasn't as if he thought Rat was untrustworthy, he certainly seemed to have the Hokage's confidence, but he didn't like going into things unprepared. Besides, it had been a long time since Rat had had contact with the resistance. Maybe things had changed. Maybe their contact had been turned, or was working with the loyalists. This would be an excellent site for an ambush, and there would be little Naruto could do to keep the secrecy of his mission intact if they were attacked. It would inevitably lead to pandemonium if they had to fight their way out, and while he was confident that Team Sigma could handle the caliber of the Kirin he had seen so far, he wasn't so keen on taking on reinforcements that would surge towards him at the first hint of trouble. Suddenly, a loud clanging noise echoed around the slaughterhouse. The whirring machines around them began to die down, and several of the lights went out. Naruto tensed, his fingers twitching, but he had no weapons to grip. He kept his eyes around them, becoming very still as silhouettes started to appear around them. First one, and then three, and then a dozen. They were surrounded. Hidden in the shadows, it was hard to see the newcomers. Beside him, Rat made no attempt to hide or take a defensive position, so Naruto exhaled softly and lowered his arms. His heart was racing, his mouth dry. Loud footsteps approached them, a single pair of legs. A figure emerged from the shadows, her arms folded over a rather bountiful chest and a rather amused-looking expression on her face. Beautiful, long, crimson hair swayed down to her waist, covering a lot of her dirty flak vest. A lock of hair covered up much of the right side of her face, while her left green eye glinted somewhat dangerously. Brown bandages were wrapped around her forearms, and she wore a set of dark pants and sandals. From what Naruto could tell, she was beautiful, buxom, and incredibly dangerous. He had read profile reports on notable shinobi in the Land of Water, and he had even seen a poorly captured grainy photograph of her before. Terumi Mei of the Resistance eyed the two undercover Anbu in front of her. Well, she practically purred. I thought I had something scurrying about. What can the Resistance do for its favorite little rat? Chapter 47, Operation Hurricane, Part 4. According to the classified and heavily censored information that Naruto had been allowed to access prior to the mission, Terumi Mei was one of the most powerful shinobi in the Land of Water. A dual bloodline wielder, she was capable of utilizing extremely powerful lava release and boil release techniques to great effects. How a bloodline such as lava release, which was native to the Land of Earth, had ended in the Land of Water was much cause of speculation. As far as Konoha sources knew, there was no record of a Terumi bloodline clan, and some analysts suggested that she was most likely the bastard offspring of an Iwa Nin and a Land of Water native. Nonetheless, her possible origins weren't quite as interesting as her present activities. Terumi Mei was one of the leading shinobi within the Resistance, and perhaps their strongest. Her techniques were devastatingly powerful, and quite likely some of the strongest in the world. She was courageous and calm in battle and an inspiring leader to her soldiers. It was suggested that she was one of the few shinobi within the Resistance that could possibly go toe-to-toe with the Fourth Mizukage, and although rumors persisted of such a battle, no credible information had been gathered. She was powerful. She was beautiful. She was extremely dangerous. And she was standing in front of two undercover Anbu operatives from Konoha, her arms folded, smiling slightly as she regarded them with gleaming eyes. Her long crimson hair covered part of her face, but the rest displayed an emotion that could have been mistaken for amusement, were it not for the dozen soldiers she had surrounded them with. Terumi-sama, Rat greeted coolly, seemingly unfazed by the sudden appearance of what could possibly be an S-rank shinobi. I was unaware that you yourself would be meeting with us. Mei smiled. It was a beautiful smile, but it sent an involuntary shiver down Naruto's back. How could I stay away when I heard my favorite pet was in town? She responded huskily. She leaned forward, giving Rat a smoldering look. You've been gone for so long, I was beginning to think you didn't care. Rat didn't respond, and he seemed unconcerned with the woman's suggestive smile and overt behavior. Naruto remained where he was, keeping his face as blank as possible. Mei's emerald green eyes flickered over to him, and despite her appearance and tones so far, when she raked her eyes up and down his body, Naruto was sure that the woman had just calmly and quickly analyzed every single facet of his appearance. The blonde shifted on his feet, slightly moving his head to exchange a look with Rat. Rat nodded imperceptibly and Naruto cleared his throat, taking a step forward. "Turumi Mei," he began, but then he had to stop as Mei gasped. "Oh my!" she murmured, holding her hands to her cheeks and looking positively scandalized. "You're so young!" Her crimson lips widened and she subtly angled her body towards him suggestively. "What's a cute little boy doing in a place like this?" Naruto felt a flicker of annoyance at being referred to as a little boy, but he brushed it aside. It was exactly what this woman wanted from him, and he made a mental note to amend her file when he returned to Konoha. Mei seemed to enjoy trying to get a rise out of others. "I am here representing a third party," Naruto began as tonelessly as possible. "We are searching for a man who was last seen working for the resistance. You may know him. His name is Yamashita Kanzuya." Mei nodded thoughtfully at the name. "It may ring a bell," she murmured. She gave them a slow, lazy smile. "But it's hard to tell. Just out of curiosity though, what would a pair of Black Ops boys like you want with such a man?" "We've been hired to retrieve him from the Land of Water and take him home," Naruto answered. "Purely for his own protection," he added sincerely. "We're here to help him." Mei considered that. "What if," she began, licking her lips. "What if such a man, if I knew him, didn't want to leave?" "Our client was very insistent," Naruto replied. He gave Mei a level stare. "He needs to come home." Mei made a TSK noise. "See, that won't do," she told them cheerfully. Her tone took on a slight edge, and her ever-present smile dimming somewhat. "You see, if I knew such a man, I'm sure he would be a great asset to the resistance," Mei continued. "He would be a good man trying to help the people who needed it the most. He would want to stay here, where he could do the most good, and he wouldn't care what his family wanted." She raised her hand and snapped her fingers, and suddenly the dozen shinobi that lay in the shadows stirred, each taking a single step forward. Naruto drew back, eyes flickering all around him, and the chakra welled up beneath his skin. His fists tightened as he mentally calculated their odds, revising exactly which techniques he would use if needed. Mei looked as carefree and relaxed as possible, but there was something dangerous in her smile. "Just as I don't care what your client wants," the redhead continued. She uncrossed her arms and jabbed a finger in Naruto's direction. "This is the Land of Water. The affairs of the outside don't mean anything here. Your client, no matter how powerful, means nothing. You mean nothing. Don't forget that." Naruto took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, trying to think of another way to approach this. During the short break, Rat intervened. "We have done much to help the resistance," the Black Ops operative said quietly. Mei shifted her burning emerald gaze to the oldest of the pair. "We have supplied you with weapons, gathered important intelligence for you, conducted surgical strikes against the Mizukage's forces." He made a motion with his hand. "These are no little things." Now Mei's smile disappeared completely, and her face was completely smooth and emotionless. "Are you suggesting that we're indebted to you?" Mei asked in barely more than a whisper. Rat cocked his head. "Precisely that," he replied stoically. "So far, we have asked for nothing." It seemed to be getting a bit warmer, a remarkable fact given the humidity, and the air around the redhead seemed to be shimmering. At the very edge of his senses, Naruto could feel a massive well of power building up. Truly, the woman in front of him was powerful. "Operations into the Land of Water are to resume shortly," Rat continued unhurriedly, unaware or unconcerned with Mei's rapidly darkening mood. Her face looked as if it were carved from marble. "We are prepared to once again assist the resistance with their fight. Yamashita Kanzuya may be an asset to your cause, but I'm sure that we would be an ever greater one." Mei considered that. By the look on her face and the narrowing of her eyes, the unvoiced threat had not gone unnoticed. As per the Hokage's instructions, if the resistance would not cooperate in the retrieval of the target, Team Sigma was fully authorized to officially pull any further support. It was a cruel, underhanded tactic. The resistance needed all of the help it could get, and couldn't afford to alienate any international aid that was being offered to them. "Of course we would welcome your support," Mei responded after a few moments. Her voice had brightened, but for a moment, Naruto thought there may have been something like a trace of bitterness in her reply. "However, I'm not quite sure we can rely on it." She folded her arms, giving Rat a pointed look. "Your team left right in the middle of a critical operation," she said quietly. Her eyes narrowed. "We had to pull back. We lost Delta Sight, and Yagura was able to retake the depot. It set us back 3 months. It cost us lives. Unavoidable, Rat declared flatly. We were recalled. Your orders do not take precedence over the orders of superiors. Mei smiled pleasantly. I'm sure it's a just coincidence that you left just as reports filtered into Kirigakure about an aerial bombardment over Konoha, she noted carelessly. Rat didn't say anything, and Naruto gave a half shrug. Konoha was weakened, he supplied. A faint smile crossed his face. There was an opportunity, however brief, to take action. Our village wanted all forces available just in case. I see. Judging by the knowing smile, it was obvious that Mei didn't believe them. Officially, the resistance were unaware of just who was supplying them with aid. If they were to win, naturally Konoha would reveal themselves to the new leadership and reap the diplomatic benefits. If the resistance were to lose, however, there could be no evidence that Konoha had been involved in any revolutionary action. Unofficially, Naruto was pretty sure that Mei had a fair idea on exactly which village both he and Rat came from. In any case, trust was broken, Mei said. She smiled at them and leaned forward, giving Naruto a little wink. I think you might need to do something to help rebuild that trust. Are you really in a position to negotiate? Naruto asked bluntly. Are you really in a position to refuse? Mei countered smoothly. You need me to help complete your mission. I know your target and his familial connections. The reward for the completion of this mission must be substantial for your village to risk such an operation. You won't get it without my help. We've assisted your forces before, and we're prepared to do it again, answered Naruto, a frown crossing his face. So if we help you now, you might help us in the future? Mei smiled coyly, and shook her head. Oh no, if you want our help now, then you'll have to do something for us now. What do you want? Naruto asked bluntly. The sun outside the deserted slaughterhouse was going down, and the only light inside came from the dim lighting from the various machines around them. The members of the resistance around them remained alert and tense, and Rat held back as Naruto and Mei regarded each other challengingly, the latter running a hand through her long, red hair. Mei pondered, raising a finger to her chin thoughtfully. You know, I don't really know, she answered cheerfully. I'm sure you two and the other 6 operatives you have outside the town would be able to assist us with something. Naruto stilled, something Mei noticed immediately, and her smile widened. Oh, I know, she exclaimed with a snap of her fingers. She gestured at Naruto. We're going to be running a little mission in the next couple of days. You can help us with that. What type of mission? Naruto asked cautiously. There's a factory on a nearby island, Mei answered. She licked her lips. Most of the supply lines have been broken, so Yagura's had to start making his own weapons. We haven't had a shipment from the manufactorium in years, yet somehow, Yagura's forces always have bulk quantities of explosive tags, and they're coming from that factory. Naruto's eyes widened. It's very annoying, Mei continued. She shook her head thoughtfully. I have no idea where he got the technology. Oh, I've seen it around, Naruto murmured. He ignored Mei's speculative gaze as a prickling sensation ran up his arms. He had seen the technology before in the form of a small, portable printing press. Although he wasn't quite sure how it worked, he knew that it was the first machine capable of printing explosive tags of bulk found outside the huge facilities of the manufactorium. It was a game-changer, and it had come from the enemy, the enigmatic orange-masked man who had been at the forefront of Konoha's problems for the last few months. Did he have something to do with the situation in the land of water? Naruto broke out of his thoughts and shook his head. We're not here to start a war, he replied firmly. We don't have any orders to run missions against the Mizukage. I can't authorize this. We'll disguise you as resistance members, Mei countered. She smiled beautifully down at him. We're simply pressed for manpower in this region. 8 more skilled shinobi would easily turn the tide in our favor. Naruto glanced at Rat, who stared back at him blankly. The captain's mind was churning furiously as he considered his prospects. Sasuke and Daichi were out if worst came to worst and there were casualties. Their bloodlines would automatically reveal Konoha's presence in the land of water. Tawa had been imprinted with the sealing technique of Konoha's design, so he couldn't participate either, and he would need to leave a senior jonin either Kage of Kamachi in command. I could supply you with a squad of 4, Naruto said carefully. Mei smiled. But I want to see our target first, Naruto finished. He gave Mei a steady look. That's non-negotiable. I won't authorize anything without seeing our mission priority. Mei nodded. Very well, she replied. She gestured to the doorway. We'll go and retrieve the rest of your team, and then you can follow us. I'll take you to him now. Naruto and Rat followed Mei and her forces out of the slaughterhouse. Their rendezvous hadn't drawn any attention, and they were quite easily able to slip out of the town without drawing any notice. They were in a fairly remote region, and while the Mizukage had increased security in the area since the discovery of resistance activity, it had mostly been a token force of undertrained shinobi led by a handful of experienced officers. The sky was a mixture of orange and purple, and it cast a beautiful glow down on the water surrounding the large island. Sticking to the shadows, the group of revolutionaries avoided guards and patrols and approached the safe house where the rest of Team Sigma waited. Mei and her shinobi paused at the perimeter, while Naruto and Rat went on ahead. Daichi had obviously alerted the rest of the team because they were waiting for them as Naruto entered the clearing around the tiny safe house. The blonde approached Kage, who nodded respectfully at Naruto's return. "Captain," the older man greeted coolly. As he spoke, his fingers flashed. "Unknown shinobi contact at perimeter." "We've brought company," Naruto responded, his fingers flashing in reply. "Established contact with local resistance cell. We will be lead to the mission priority." "Understood." Kage nodded. He gestured to the rest of the team. "We are ready to move out." "Follow me," Naruto commanded. "Assume double triad formation. Relations with resistance are strained. Prepare for possible ambush." He led the rest of Team Sigma back to the resistance. Naruto, Kage and Tao took the lead, while Sasuke, Yuka and Daichi took the rear, with Rat and Kamachi in the center, ready to redeploy and assist each fire team if necessary. They met with Mei in the tree line, the beautiful redhead waiting patiently. 4 grim-faced shinobi flanked her, and Naruto caught sight of several others in the trees around them. He had counted at least 11 resistance members, and with his team backing him up, the odds were much more even now should the worst occur. "After you," Naruto said dryly, gesturing at Mei. Mei placed a hand on her cheek. "What a polite young man!" She beamed. She gave Naruto a flirtatious wink. "Follow me, Captain Cutie." Naruto stared blankly after her as she turned and began to lead them out of forest. As Team Sigma followed the resistance members, the blonde captain kept surveying his surroundings, trying to place their location and movement to the map he had memorized. As he did so, he caught Yuka's hands flashing at Daichi. "Don't like her." Yuka's movements were sharp. "Stealing my nickname, that's just..." The Yamanaka must have felt Naruto's gaze because her head shot up. At the slight, puzzled tilt of his head, Yuka's hands dropped, and she shook her head. Naruto frowned behind his mask but turned around, continuing the silent journey through the island. The resistance either had extremely good sensors amongst them, or they knew the movements of the loyalist shinobi forces very well, because they didn't encounter a single one as they traveled south towards the coast. Instead of sinking below the waves, Mei led the group on top of the water and they sprinted along the swells. The resistance members did it much better than the undercover Anbu, using an interesting variation of water walking that almost looked like water skiing. It was a tiring journey for some, less so for Naruto who had chakra to burn, and he could practically feel the relief emanating from some of the Chunin in his squad when the dot of land they were approaching grew larger and larger. By the time they arrived at the beach, night had overtaken them. They were far away from the light pollution of the large villages and cities, and the thousands of stars above them shone down on them beautifully. The water around them gleamed with the reflected light, and the full moon cast a brilliant glow down on them. With the sound of the lapping waves around them and the drop in temperature, the island felt like a perfect holiday destination. The arrival of 20 shinobi somewhat spoiled the ambience. Naruto signaled his team to stop as they came to rest at the head of the beach. It rose up in a slope, and beyond that they could see a few twinkling lights in the distance. The wind brushed gently against his hair as he approached Mei. From his mental calculations, they had traveled a 240 kilometers southeast towards one of the countless smaller islands of the Land of Water archipelago. "We're here," Mei said cheerfully. She shook her long mane of hair, smoothing out some of the water, and pointed at the twinkling lights. "That's where we'll find our friend." She pointed at one of shinobi and her fingers twisted. It was gibberish to Naruto, but obviously meant something to the shinobi because he nodded and disappeared into the darkness. "Just letting them know that we're coming," Mei answered Naruto's unspoken question. "Your squad should probably hang back, no need to scare the poor man." Naruto nodded in acquiescence. "You might want to consider taking off your mask too," Mei added. "It's very scary." "I can't do that," Naruto responded shortly. Mei pouted. "How disappointing," she practically purred. She reached out and Naruto resisted the urge to flinch as she ran her fingertips down the smooth, white porcelain. "I bet you're a cutie underneath that thing." One part of Naruto knew exactly what the older woman was trying to do, and he even resented the attempt. He wasn't some green genin who was going to splutter out village secrets at the slightest hint of female attention, a flush of embarrassment. The other, smaller part idly noted that May was truly one of the most beautiful women he had ever seen, and he felt a flush of warmth spread through his body at her close proximity. He could practically feel her breath against her face despite his mask, and he cleared his throat and took a step backwards. "My appearance is irrelevant," Naruto countered as coolly as possible. May's smile was victorious as she leaned back, and she folded her arms. "No need to get testy," she remarked warmly. She gave him a wink. "I'm sure you're a very fine-looking boy." Naruto ignored her and turned back to his team. Despite their masks, he could practically feel the smirk on Tawa's face, and Yuka seemed strangely subdued. "Tawa, take watch," Naruto ordered with a hint of dark satisfaction. Tawa acknowledged his orders with a small, resigned sigh. "Stand down and rest. I'll approach the target alone. You'll know if I need backup." The rest of the squad acknowledged his orders as Naruto turned back to May. If this was some kind of ambush or trap, or if he and his squad were in danger, they would all know soon enough. He had no intention of going down quietly. If worst came to absolute worst, the chakra of the nine-tailed demon fox would hopefully be enough to break through any attack and allow Team Sigma to retreat. May's messenger returned, and the redhead turned to Naruto. "Shall we?" she asked. Naruto followed May, and the two of them left the little beach. After a few minutes, they approached a small little farmstead. A couple of fenced-off fields stretched out beyond it, and rows of crops grew up past Naruto's height. There was a small shed to the left, and he could hear the rustle of animals, a dozen or so sheep, by the look of it. The house was rather small, made of white painted wood, and a small vegetable garden grew at the front. All in all, it looked like a nice and quiet place to live, even if it was located in the middle of a war-torn country under the brutal rule of a genocidal Jinchuriki. May climbed up the stairs to the porch with Naruto by her side, and she knocked on the door. There was movement from the windows, the curtains rustling, and then footsteps approached the other side of the door. It opened, revealing a slender woman. Her skin was bronze from exposure to the sun, her teeth were brilliantly white, and her bleached blonde hair fell past her shoulders. Blue eyes stared at Naruto in mistrust, and she wordlessly stepped aside, allowing the two shinobi to enter. Naruto walked into the house, and the smell of flowers and incense bypassed his mask's filters. Candles burned in little alcoves in the walls, providing a soft glow around the house. They were led to the kitchen to a small dining table. Half-finished plates had been stacked on the bench, and a gas lamp burned on the center of the table. On the other side was a large, dark-skinned man. His shaggy white hair had been cropped, his muscular, tan arms were folded, and his dark eyes regarded them carefully. He wore a simple vest and pants, and his feet were bare. "It's nice to see you again, May," Yamashita Kanzuya said. He eyed Naruto with an indecipherable look. "I'm not so sure about the company you're keeping, mind you." May shrugged. "He was very insistent on meeting you," she explained with an easy smile. "Well, go on," Kanzuya prompted. He didn't look impressed. "You wanted my attention. Well, you've got it. My team and I have been hired to retrieve you from the land of water and escort you home," Naruto said politely. "We're glad to see that you're in good health, especially given the state of the land of water and the fall of the water court." "My health is fine," Kanzuya replied crisply. "And I have no intention of returning home. I'm sorry for wasting your time." Naruto paused. "My client was very insistent that you come home," he said carefully. There was a tense silence. Next to him, May was silent, and the kitchen suddenly felt very small. "I'm not going," Kanzuya repeated firmly. He stood up. "You need to leave now." Naruto didn't move. His mind was racing, and he was very well aware of May's presence next to him. "Is there any particular reason you don't want to come with us?" he asked, ignoring the order to leave. Kanzuya frowned. "Yes," he responded shortly, but he refused to elaborate. "I see," Naruto answered quietly. He bit his lip. "Our orders did state that if you didn't want to come willingly, we were able to forcefully retrieve you." Kanzuya straightened, his face darkening, and May mildly cleared her throat next to him. "That might be a mistake," she suggested neutrally. Naruto exhaled noisily. "I understand why you wanted to stay," he told Kanzuya. "I've been to the wall. I've seen the runners. I've even helped save a few. What's happening here is horrible. But really, what can you do here?" "I do whatever I can," Kanzuya retorted firmly. "I help the resistance with anything they need." "You could do more at home," Naruto suggested earnestly. Kanzuya opened his mouth, but Naruto continued unhurriedly. "Your uncle holds you in high regard. He misses you. He believes you are a good person. You have influence over him. If you go home, you can do more for the resistance and the people of the land of water there than you could ever possibly do here. A flicker of doubt crossed Kanzuya's face, but the stubbornness returned. I said no, he snapped, his voice rising. I'm not going. Naruto, who had been eyeing the surroundings, took a deep breath. And what about your children? He asked. Kanzuya jerked as if struck, and Naruto pointed to the half-finished plates on the bench. There are 4 plates, 1 for you, 1 for your wife, and 2 smaller portions for your children. Is this the kind of place you want to raise them? Kanzuya was silent. What do you think will happen to them if the Mizukage discovers your loyalties? Naruto pressed on. The resistance will protect us, Kanzuya shot back. Mei was strangely silent. What if the resistance lose? Naruto continued resolutely. What if they can't make it in time? He leaned forward intently. I've seen what the hunters do to traitors. There's no mercy, even for the children. I've seen babies impaled on swords, children cut down. Stop trying to scare me. Kanzuya's voice rose into an angry bellow, and he slammed his hands down on the table. I know what they do. I was there for the fall of the water court, the massacre of Hook Bay, and the sacking of Shimakapo. I've seen things. You need to consider. I'm not going, Kanzuya continued, interrupting Naruto. He glared at the masked boy. And even if you manage to force me to come, the moment I get back, I'll be sending a message to the 4th Mizukage. I'll let everybody know what happened. I'll make it a public event. What do you think your village would think about that? Naruto took a deep breath. Then consider this, he responded coldly. My village has been supplying the resistance with aid for years. We've sent teams in to help fight against the Mizukage. Apparently we've been very useful. Kanzuya glanced at Mei, who nodded shortly. If you don't come with us, our village isn't sending any more teams in. Naruto continued. He jabbed a finger in Kanzuya's direction. No more aid. No more supplies. No more shinobi. That will all be on your head. Kanzuya looked stricken. He turned to Mei, a pleading expression on his face. Mei, he began. Mei shook her head, her voice sympathetic. I can't control the decisions of his village, she answered quietly. We don't need them, but their assistance is very much welcome. That said, the decision is up to you. She placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. You've helped us in the past, and we owe you a lot. If you decide to stay and they pull out, we would still be in your debt. Kanzuya glared at Naruto. You bastard! He hissed furiously. Naruto knew he was right. He felt a flash of guilt, but ruthlessly suppressed it. We can exfiltrate you and your family, he said soothingly. Once you're back home, you can start rallying support for the resistance. You might even be able to push for a village-sanctioned operation. Nobody is very happy with what's going on here. You might be able to help create a unified task force. If I agreed, Kanzuya stressed, then we would all have to go with you. We can take your family, Naruto assured. Kanzuya smiled tightly. No, I mean all of us. He gestured out of the window. I help run a series of hidden shelters on the surrounding islands. Political opponents of the Mizukage, bloodline children too young to fight, men and women opposed to the ideals of Kirigakure, I help shelter them all. Naruto frowned. How many? 38, Kanzuya answered. He folded his arms. If I'm going, we're all going. Those are my terms. No negotiation. Naruto was shaking his head. That's impossible, he said. 4 would work. 38 would be impossible. We can't possibly smuggle that many people out. Figure something out, Kanzuya said dismissively. And if you can't, then I won't be going anywhere. You can leave now. Naruto hesitated, but he nodded grudgingly. I'll be in touch, he murmured as he turned around. Mei stayed behind for a few moments while Naruto walked back towards the beach, and then she caught up to him. She regarded him with a casual smile, looking seemingly at ease. You seem to be in a predicament, she noted cheerfully. Naruto ignored her. He approached the beach and signaled to his team. Form a defensive perimeter, he called. We'll be here for the night. Rat, come with me. We need to discuss our exit strategy. Are you really going to do it? Mei asked curiously. Do I have a choice? Naruto shot back in annoyance. Mei chuckled. Well, we'll stay here for the night as well. It's been a long day for us. She turned, relaying a series of orders to her forces, only stopping to look over her shoulder. Don't do anything foolish. It would be a terrible shame if any incidents were to occur. It would be. Naruto agreed softly. Your loss would be a devastating blow to the resistance. Mei actually laughed at that. Bold and funny. I like you? Naruto ignored her as he walked away. It was past midnight, and despite several hours of strategizing, Naruto still hadn't formed a plan he was happy with. Trying to leave the Land of Water with a small group was definitely possible. They could leave the same way they came, each operative carrying an extra person. There was enough surplus equipment to outfit Kanzuya and his family with everything necessary to survive the long underwater journey from the Land of Water back to the Land of Waves, although the civilians would have found it much less comfortable than the shinobi. 38 people, however, were beyond them, and Naruto couldn't devise any other strategy that he was confident in. It would have been easy to commandeer a ship, but then the Kirinin would have been on them as soon as the alert was raised, and it would have been a fighting retreat back into friendly territory. The only shipping lane to the mainland led directly to Bloody Cove, and that was a fortress of Kirinin, and it would be virtually impossible to slip past them. In the end, Naruto was forced to concede that he was going to need some help. Mei, Naruto called as he approached the resistance camp. The two forces had camped on either side of the small beach they had landed on. Team Sigma kept a very careful watch on the ocean and the other resistance shinobi, and Naruto was sure that they were doing the same thing. The atmosphere was quite tense, and given how Mei had placed her forces, it was obvious that she suspected that Naruto might simply snatch Kanzuya from his bed. He had considered it. But Mei was meant to be an extremely powerful shinobi. Intel on her was sparse, but anybody capable of fighting against a Kage-level opponent was somebody to be wary of. Even if Naruto could match her, the fight would undoubtedly be destructive and would surely attract the attention of loyalist forces. Besides, Naruto personally approved of what Mei was doing. The fourth Mizukage was a terrible person, and anybody fighting him was somebody to be respected. The last thing he wanted to do was weaken the resistance and strengthen Higura's regime. Mei looked up, a slow, knowing smile spreading over her face. "Hello, my mysterious Black Ops friend," she greeted. She patted the rock next to the one she was sitting on. "Sit. I'm sure we have lots to talk about." Naruto sat down next to her, and together they looked out at the dark ocean water. Some clouds had blotted out a lot of the moonlight, but there was still enough light available to see Mei's features. She looked quite amused, and Naruto steeled himself. "If we're going to do this, then we're going to need the help of the resistance," he admitted. "You know the land, the environment, and the enemy better than we do." Mei giggled and patted him on the back. "That must have hurt," she said sympathetically. She sighed. "I've been thinking about it, actually. It's possible, but we're going to need a distraction." "What do you think?" Naruto asked. "That weapons factory we're going to attack will be a good start," Mei elaborated. Her voice took on a slightly brisker tone. "We attack the factory together. Nearby forces will be on alert, and reinforcements will be diverted north. We split up. One group will perform a fighting retreat, distracting the enemy as long as possible. One group will head south, attacking a supply depot to draw even more attention, while one will head east. The group heading east will destroy a Kiri naval patrol, and then make for the mainland." Naruto's eyes widened as he listened to Mei lay out her incredibly complex plan. "At the same time, we'll commandeer the next freighter taking goods to the Bloody Cove. We have the latest flag signals, and we have men in the port. We'll load up the refugees and hide them in the carts. I'll arrange for my men to do the inspections, and then when we leave for the hub, we'll dispose of our guard. It won't take them long to figure out what's going on, but by then the first group would have hit the mainland and we'll take out the communications post at Cape Wazaki. At the same time, a resistance cell will infiltrate and destroy a weapons cache south of the cove, and hopefully we'll draw out most of the experienced shinobi to our locations. We'll defeat them, retreat back to the border and rendezvous at the hub." There was a long silence. "That's very elaborate," Naruto said after a few moments. He gave her a considering look. "You're quite good at this." Mei smiled. "I'm not just a pretty face," she said. "Although, my face is very pretty." She winked at him, and Naruto was surprised with himself when he chuckled. "It sounds good." He nodded thoughtfully. "I'll have to run it by my team and think about it, but it's better than anything we've come up with." He paused. "Why help us though?" Mei shrugged. "A number of reasons," she answered. She held up a hand, taking the points off her fingers. "It pisses Yugura off. It strengthens our cause. It'll be great for morale. We'll get an ally in the Lightning Court. Plus, it's always good when Konoha owes us one." "Konoha?" Naruto asked as innocently as possible. "Unless you've defected, I'm quite sure that you're from Konoha, Uzumaki Naruto," Mei said knowingly. She smiled at his stony silence. "Even Yugura's heard of you, and what he knows, we tend to find out pretty soon." You can disguise yourself as much as you want, but there's only so many short, young, powerful Anbu running around the world. Naruto frowned. Besides, Mei added, what other village would have the sheer nerve to strut into the land of water and act like they own the place? It wasn't said with any hostility. Naruto didn't deny or confirm her suspicions. Anyway, let's sleep on it. Mei changed the subject rather cheerfully. We'll have a strategy meeting tomorrow and work out the finer details. Naruto nodded and stood up. You're welcome to stay here, Mei called out invitingly as he departed. He shook his head and rolled his eyes, hearing her chuckles and feeling her eyes on him as he left. Chapter 48, Operation Hurricane, Part 5. The night passed quickly. Team Sigma had set up a small encampment away from the beach, and many of them slumbered, wrapped up with camouflaged blankets. Daichi especially slept deeply, having exhausted himself with his constant use of the Byakugan. Naruto took the chance to rest, but spent most of the night in conference with his team. A weapons factory and a communications post, Tawa deadpanned. Wow. She doesn't want much, does she? Was there anything else she wanted us to do, or was this going to be enough? She did ask me to sleep with her, Naruto remarked offhandedly. Next to him, Yuka froze. Her mask was off, and she had paused mid-chew, a ration bar dangling from her fingers. Tawa looked impressed, and gave Naruto a sleazy smirk. Nice! He whistled, then grimaced as Kamachi elbowed him in the stomach. It was obviously a ploy, she snapped. Regardless, Naruto interjected with some amusement. We need to work out how we're going to do this. Kanzuya won't go without the rest of them, and we can't smuggle out 38 people without the Resistance's help. Could we snatch and grab? Tao asked. Naruto shook his head. The Resistance won't let us, and they outnumber us, he answered. Besides, I wouldn't want to take on Mei unless I really had to. Wouldn't want to hurt your new girlfriend? Yuka asked dryly. Might not be able to, Naruto replied seriously. He folded his arms over his chest. She's one of the most powerful women I've ever met. From what we know of her, her ninjutsu is extremely powerful, probably better than my own. Rat nodded. She is very skilled, he told them quietly. I would suggest you do not make an enemy of her unless you have to. So we'll work within her plan, Naruto concluded. This means we'll be working with her people, so you're going to need some temporary codenames. I don't want the Resistance knowing any more about us than they have to. Can we pick our names? Tawa asked eagerly. Naruto gave him a deadpan expression. Shut up, number 4. Tawa considered it. Could be worse, he muttered after a moment. Naruto's lips twitched. We'll do by seniority. I'm number 1, Kage is number 2, and Kamachi is number 3. Tawa, you know, then Daichi is number 5 and Yuka is number 6. Sasuke can be number 7 and Rat, since you're an attached advisor, you're number 8. He leaned in, rubbing his hands together. Now let's work out the details. By the time morning approached, Team Sigma had worked out most of the specifics for Mei's plan. Good morning, my favorite little shinobi, Mei greeted as the sun began to rise. She winked at him as she approached the small camp, flanked by 2 members of the Resistance. One was a relatively large man with 3 broad, blue-striped markings on his face. He wore a standard bodysuit, covered with a dark blue robe with light blue trimming. His eyes were covered with tinted red goggles, he wore a blue bandana over his head, and a strange purple necklace was draped around his neck. The other was a slender boy, only a few years older than Naruto. He had shorty, spiky black hair and black eyes, and was clad in black turtleneck and a dark gray flak jacket. His face seemed to be twisted in a permanent scowl, but it seemed to deepen as he eyed the undercover agents. Their leader, Mei, looked as stunning as ever. Her red hair spilled over her back and hid one of her green eyes from view, contrasting beautifully with her pale skin, and her flak jacket couldn't hide the woman's curves. She joined Naruto and gestured him to walk with her, while her 2 guards fell back to a respectful distance. I trust that you had a pleasant night? Mei asked. Pleasant enough, Naruto answered. The pair of them walked towards the beach, where the rising sun had made the ocean before them sparkle like diamonds. A soft, warm breeze blew around them, and the sound of waves lapping at the beach was quite relaxing. Despite the history and bloodshed of the land of water, Naruto could truly see the appeal in living here. Have you considered my proposal? Mei asked as she stared out into the water. Naruto gave a short nod. We agree to your plan, he replied. Mei looked pleased. Then, let's go over the plan. It was a curious group of shinobi that met at Kanzuya's cottage. His wife had taken the family away, and Kanzuya himself sat at the head of the living table, his arms folded. Both Mei and Naruto sat on the other side of the table, and surrounding them were over a dozen shinobi. They crowded around them, squashed in the small room, a mixture of resistance and Anbu operatives. The air, while not decidedly hostile, wasn't necessarily warm and friendly. A map lay on the table before them, covered in tiny marks. "Welcome to the joint briefing," Mei began, her lips twisting into a beautiful smile. "We're here to go over the particular details. Number 1 foot." And here she looked extremely amused. "Meet one of my senior commanders, Chukichi." One of her guards from before, the large man with the blue-striped cheeks and tinted glasses, gave a shallow nod of greeting. "Chukichi will be leading Bravo Squad," Mei continued. "I will be leading Alpha Squad for the first half of the mission, and then my forces will relocate to our secondary objective while Number 1 continues on with the mission." This had been a minor point of contention with Naruto, and he didn't like how Team Sigma was essentially subordinate to the resistance commanders. Nonetheless, Mei had been adamant, and it did make sense. The resistance knew the terrain better than they did, and they had a far greater understanding of the enemy, their tactics and composition, than Team Sigma did. "Number 3, Number 6, Number 8, and I will be attached with Alpha Squad," Naruto spoke up. He gestured to the map. "We'll accompany Mei to the weapons factory here. Number 2, 4, 5, and 7 will go with Bravo Squad. You'll commandeer the freighter Atapian departing from Taiji. Delta Squad will rendezvous with you here." He jabbed at the map. "And the packages will be loaded on. After the factory is destroyed, I'll take my forces and we'll split up," Mei continued. "I'll engage the enemy forces, hindering them as long as possible. One of my lieutenants will move south, attacking another loyalist installation. Number 1 will take his squad east, destroying a small naval patrol and commandeering a boat to make for the mainland. If we time it right, he should hit the mainland about 15 minutes before the Atapian, about 1420 hours. My squad will take out this communications post north of the Bloody Cove, up at Cape Wazaki." Naruto pointed at the map. His brow was furrowed behind his mask as he kept running through the numbers even as he spoke. "Ao, another of my shinobi, will attack south of the Bloody Cove at 1425 hours, destroying a small weapons cache. With the simultaneous attack from the north and south, Kirigakure's Anbu, Tide, will be forced to split up." Mei leaned back in her chair, smiling in satisfaction. Naruto nodded. "The Atapian should land at about 1435 hours, a few moments before the distress calls arrive at the port." He continued. "The resistance has men on the inside that should be able to pass you through customs quickly. We'll distribute the packages around 6 merchant wagons, and by 1500 hours, you should be out of the city and on the way to the hub. Once you've passed the border, my team will move north towards the Land of Waves, and go the long way into the Land of Fire. From there, we'll avoid local forces and escort our package into the Land of Lightning." That last part was a lie. Mei may have known that they were from Konoha, but she didn't know, and Naruto wasn't going to do or say anything that will legitimize her suspicions. "The resistance will leave you there," Mei concluded. She moved forward, bringing up an arm to ruffle Naruto's hair, despite his annoyance. "And that could be the end of our relationship, my little cutie." "What a shame," Naruto responded dryly. Mei chuckled as Naruto turned to his team. It was impossible to determine their expressions, but none of the members of Team Sigma showed any visible signs of discontent. He eyed each of them and gave them a brief nod. "We're on a timetable," he said quietly. "So make sure you synchronize your times. Otherwise, let's move out." Mei chuckled as she stood. My, she murmured. "This is going to be fun." It was a busy morning. Naruto had spent most of it going over the finer details of the mission with Kage, the leader of Team Sigma's detachment to Bravo Squad. Kanzuya's little island cottage was becoming crowded as more resistance members began to show up. Messages had been sent late last night to nearby cells, and they arrived not long after the mission briefing. It was as if Mei had already known that Naruto was going to agree to her proposition. It was either that, or she had been preparing just in case he had said no. Shinobi were divvied out. Mission groups were created. Supplies were given out. A small squad of resistance shinobi left before the rest, traveling to the nearby islands where Kanzuya had sheltered enemies of state so that they would be ready when the time comes. Finally, at noon, Alpha and Bravo squads were ready. They gathered on the beach. Naruto stood next to Mei at the head of Alpha Squadron. Behind him, Kamachi, Yuka and Rat stood amongst 6 other resistance shinobi. The spiky-haired teen from before was among them, as well as 5 others experienced-looking men and women. Next to them was Bravo Squad. Kage stood with Chukichi, and behind him was Sasuke, Daichi and Tawa, as well as another 5 resistance members. With a small team of 5 gathering up the refugees, and a team of 8 preparing to strike on the mainland. There were almost 40 shinobi involved in the mission. Naruto had never been involved in an operation that utilized such numbers. Usually it was him, with a small group such as Team Sigma backing him up. He found it hard to keep up with the numbers and strategies, and he was almost thankful that he wasn't in charge of the mission. "Bravo Squad, are you ready?" Mei asked loudly. Chukichi nodded, while many of the resistance shinobi nodded and murmured in assent. The Leaf Nin amongst them were silent and motionless. Mei smiled at their response, and then the expression on her face turned somewhat nasty. "Give them hell," she practically snarled, her emerald eyes gleaming. Chukichi motioned, and the group of shinobi darted after him as they began to run across the water. Mei took a deep breath and turned back to Alpha Squad. Nonetheless, they made the 130-kilometer journey in good time, and soon they had arrived near the tip of the largest island in the land of water. They could tell they were arriving at the factory before it became visible. The water around them was soon littered with debris and rubbish, twisted plastic and half-melted barrels, and a terrible smell filled the air. Soon, on the coast ahead, a building began to loom. It honestly seemed half as large as the manufactorium, with dozens of tall, gray chimney stacks rising into the air. Large, concrete walls had been built around it, and a huge pier and port jutted out from the coast towards the sea. Huge plumes of black smoke rose into the air, and a dim layer of smog began to cloud everything they could see. Small towns had been built around the walls, possibly containing the homes of the workers. A large freighter seemed to be slowly pulling into port, and dozens of tiny figures ran to and fro along the piers. It was going to be a tough target to attack. "Number 1, break the enemy's defense," Mei ordered them coolly. Her voice was brisk and toneless, and her usual smile was gone. "Kiri, prepare to move on to the primary targets. Give the timers a count of 30, and then detonate. I'll assist number 1's team." Mei's route amongst the waves had kept them clear of loyalist shinobi, but their current course was going to lead them right into the factory. Clearly, this was going to be a full-on assault rather than any kind of stealth attack. Naruto could feel his heart surging, his blood racing in his veins. His chakra hummed underneath his skin as he reflexively folded the chakra in on itself again and again, making it dense and more potent. The secret chakra exercise of the third Hokage would give his ninjutsu more power, and allow him to utilize combination techniques that would normally require a full squad. In the distance, an alarm began to buzz, and the figures on the pier began to move away. They had been spotted. "Allow me," Mei told Naruto as he began to make hand seals. He stopped as Mei's hands blurred and Naruto felt the shudder run down his back as an incredible amount of chakra built up within her. She reared her head back and spat out an enormous cloud of mist. It surged forward, much faster than the running shinobi, and shot over the docks. Whatever the mist touched, it corroded and ate away, and Naruto watched with some amazement as wood, metal and plastic simply melted and dissolved away. The mist continued to travel in towards the factory, and by the time Alpha Squad had arrived the melted, twisted remains of the dock, the next 100 meters in front of them was in ruins. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet technique. Naruto folded his chakra in on itself thrice, and condensed the resulting fire elemental chakra into a thin stream. It exploded from his mouth with enough force that made him take a step back, the sheer pressure of the supercharged, condensed flame creating a haze in the air all around him. The flame was a brilliant white, and it hurt to look at as Naruto directed it at the enormous cargo ship that had docked on his right. His fire tore through the metal hull and moved downwards, splitting open the water with a hiss. With a trembling groan, the back quarter of the container ship began to fall away from the rest of the vessel. Metal snapped and twisted as the remaining bolts and rivets were unable to hold the huge weight up, and it was with a terrible crash and a huge splash that the back of the ship fell into the water. The rest of Alpha Squad stayed behind Naruto and Mei as the two chakra powerhouses continued to advance towards the facility. The alarms continued to blare, and in front of them the loyalist shinobi desperately tried to organize a defense behind their walls. A pair of solid metal gates began to close with a loud clank, but Mei merely tooted. Again, an enormous amount of chakra built up into his companion, and Naruto watched as red-hot molten rock dribbled from her mouth, her pale skin seemingly unaffected by the searing heat that Naruto could feel. It solidified into multiple boulders of molten rock, and they were fired forward with tremendous force, as if shot by a catapult or trebuchet. The fiery boulders struck the walls and exploded in huge plumes of smoke and fire. Concrete cracked, and several parts of the wall fell away. One boulder struck the closing gates, and a huge pillar of fire exploded from where it had fallen. When the fire died down, all that was left of the gate was a twisted, blackened heap of debris. Naruto threw out his hands and bolts of purple and blue crackling electricity blasted forward. A second later, the air was filled with the sound of rumbling thunder. The searing bolts of lightning went left and right, rising up and striking the cratered holes that Mei's technique had left in the walls. Concrete rumbled, and huge pieces the size of carts fell to the ground, making it shudder. Lightning release, electromagnetic murder. Naruto jumped forward and slammed his hands in the ground. Chakra surged through him, and his tenketsu burned. Underneath the section of the wall in front of him, the ground cracked and shuddered. A furious discharge of surging bolts of lightning tore apart the earth and soil right underneath the concrete base of the wall, and the entire thing simply collapsed in front of them. It did so to reveal an enormous wave of water rising up towards them. Naruto caught a glimpse of several shinobi at the top of the factory with their hands twisted in various seals, before the tsunami rose up and blocked them from view. Both Mei and Naruto moved at the same time, falling into sync with each other. Earth release, Earth-style wall. The ground underneath them shuddered as Naruto manipulated the technique, and as Alpha Squad ran through the remains of the gates, a ramp made of rock and stone rose up from the ground. At the same time, Mei produced an enormous globe of water and surrounded them with a dense, curved torrent. The tsunami crashed upon them, but Mei's defensive technique shielded them from the worst of it as sprays of water splashed against them. Then they rose above it, beyond the crashing waves of water that ran out to sea, taking with it the shattered remains of the docks with it. As soon as Naruto had a clear view of the enemy again, he palmed two kunai and hurled up as far as he could. Kunai Shadow Clone Technique. At the top of their arc, as gravity once again began to pull them down, the two kunai became 200. They fell in a great wave of metal, slamming into the top of the factory, shattering skylights and lodging themselves in sheets of tin and plastic. Naruto made a single hand seal as they fell, his teeth bared behind his mask as the rush of combat fueled his body. "Detonate!" he roared. The explosive tag wrapped around the handle of every kunai, cloned or not, glowed white for a brief moment. Then, the air shook and the glass of the windows in front of them shattered as a series of explosions blended together to become a huge concussive wave of force. The upper level and roof of the factory simply caved in, disappearing under the balls of fire and force. At the same time, Naruto's earth technique, the rocky pillar that they were running onto them, slammed into the factory wall in front of them. Metal groaned and shrieked as it was torn apart, the earth technique lodging itself securely in the frame of the factory. Mei reared her head back and a stream red-hot magma shot forward. It splattered against the wall in front of them, which simply melted underneath the heat and pressure of her technique, leaving a hole big enough for the squad to run through. Naruto caught a brief glimpse of assembly lines before loyalist shinobi began their counterattack, but he managed to briefly check his watch. 1319. The Eastern Sea. The freighter, having left Taiji in the morning, continued its slow and steady journey towards the Bloody Cove, the land of water's only outpost on the main continent of the elemental countries. Each freighter was guarded by over 20 of Yagura's shinobi at all times, securing the cargo and preventing any attacks. Unfortunately for the loyalists, one of those shinobi was a resistance sleeper, and her guard post covered the eastern approach to the vessel. Sasuke ran at the back of Bravo Squadron, feeling the burn of running on water for over an hour. It was an exhaustively intense exercise, and if it hadn't been for the monstrous training regimen that he had been a part of since joining Team Sigma, he wouldn't have been able to make the journey. Nonetheless, he was able to follow Bravo Squadron as they closed in on the freighter with at least 60% of his chakra reserves ready for combat. His heart was beating, his Sharingan swirling behind his mask, and he knew that a smile had twisted across his face. With the adrenaline surging in his veins, and his chakra primed within his tenketsu, he was ready for anything. This was what he wanted, this was what he had always wanted. Missions that would test him, force him into situations that would develop and hone his skills. In the last 6 months under Naruto's command, he had grown so far that sometimes he could scarcely believe it. Soon it would be enough. At the front of the squad, Kage's hands moved. 21 chakra signatures ahead. Prepare for disabling technique. All enemies are to be neutralized, however enemy with red headband is friendly do not engage. Their leader, the stoic, quiet Chukichi, was running through a series of hand seals. When he finished, a surge of chakra blasted through the air around them. It sent a shudder down Sasuke's back and his Sharingan spun, trying to determine the effect of the unseen technique. It didn't take long. A chill began to fill the air, and it grew colder and colder. The water underneath his feet began to harden and ice over, and a frosty haze took to the air. The effects were more pronounced near the Atakian. The water around it had become a sludge, ice and frost forming up to stop the ship, and Sasuke could hear the propellers underneath the water stop moving. The frost and ice crept over the ship, effectively halting it in its place, while the mist rose up towards the top of the vessel, blocking their entry of attack from view. It was an effective technique, but there was a tang to the air that had Sasuke surprised. He glanced sharply at Chukichi as the man began to bark out orders. Was it possible that that man was related to the missing Nin Haku? It had been over a year, but Sasuke's battle with the gentle boy remained fresh on his mind. It had been the day he had unlocked the potential of his eyes and the day he had been soundly defeated by those strange ice techniques. As Kage relayed the orders, Sasuke pushed the issue to the back of his mind. It really didn't matter at the moment. They were going to get that ship. Bravo's squad scaled the side of the ship and emerged on the deck. The enemy was waiting for them, and Sasuke was barely over the rungs and onto solid ground when he was attacked. "Water style! Water bullet technique!" somebody shouted. A lanky shinobi, with dark eyes and a face twisted up in anger, reared his head back. It had been proven time and time again that verbalizing your techniques improved the efficiency and power of them, something to do with concentration and added mental focus. Nonetheless, Sasuke still didn't quite understand why some people did it. Yes, your techniques were more powerful and easier to produce, but for a competent enemy, all you were doing was telegraphing exactly what it is that you planned. A pair of kunai flashed as Sasuke slammed them down in metal beneath his feet. The razor-sharp edges lodged themselves in the deck, and Sasuke, crouched and waiting, placed a palm up towards the enemy. Black lines grew on his palm as he implemented the barrier technique. Barrier technique, polished mirror. As the Kirinin shot out a series of bullets of water from his mouth, Sasuke concentrated and formed a gleaming, transparent silver disc in front of his body. The water bullets struck them and the seal tags on the kunai flashed. An odd noise filled the air, like a rubber spring being wound back and released, and the water bullets bounced off the technique and back at the Kirinin. Two struck him in the chest and he gasped, but then one rocketed towards his head and snapped his neck back, and he fell back in a spray of limbs. Sasuke stood, palming his kunai, his Sharingan swirling. Combat had erupted all over the top deck of the ship, mostly obscured by the icy mist that had overtaken them. Nearby, Kage dueled furiously with a burly Kirinin wielding a giant sword, his dull black machete clashing with the enemy's blade in a shower of sparks. Tawa held back, a gleaming red crossbow in his hand, and he sprayed a series of crimson bolts towards the other end of the vessel, shooting at something unseen. There was a blur of movement within the mist, and somebody came charging at Sasuke. The young Uchiha's eyes spun, spotting every single detail of the approaching attack. A woman, with short cropped hair and a determined expression. Her muscles were poised and tense, her arm rising up, and the little quivers and the distribution of her body weight indicated she was going in for an overhead blow. Sweat beaded from her brow, her eyes were narrowed, one of her front teeth was fake, the other needed work, there was a loose thread on her flak jacket, one of her pockets had only been partially closed. He perceived it all in a fraction of a second. Sasuke inclined his head just a fraction, and the blow going exactly where he had predicted it would miss his head, ruffling his hair. He countered with his own punch, but the woman's muscles tensed, and she blocked it with her upper leg. Sasuke flipped back, avoiding the kick that came with the other leg, and she darted forward, engaging him in hand-to-hand combat. She was clearly a close-range fighter, and not a bad one at that. She was no Hyuga, but her movements were crisp and efficient. She used her long legs to her advantage, attacking him at a range that he couldn't easily counter. But her expertise and skill was useless under the power of his eyes. Sasuke saw every move as if it were his own. Every tense of the muscle, every unconscious placing of the foot, every attack she began to move in for, he could see it all happening, and it was easy to dodge and avoid. They fought for a minute, Sasuke avoiding every single attack. It was somewhat annoying, as the woman's superior range made it much harder for the Uchiha to successfully counter. His mind whirled as he avoided a kick to the chin and spin around an elbow jab. Then, he darted forward and went in for a punch. The woman's face twitched as blocked his arm only centimeters from her face with a single hand on the wrist. Sasuke's eyes saw her other hand go for the kunai strapped to her back. He saw the momentum building up in the hand that gripped his arm, preparing to twist it sideways and break it. He could almost envision the move she would twist his arm, breaking it, forcing him to the left, while her other hand would grip the kunai and bring it down on his neck. A perfect counter. Except Sasuke had planned for it, known that she would block his strike right at that every place, and he pulled his index finger down. The wire on it snapped, and the mechanism strapped to his arm clicked. A kunai shot smoothly down his sleeve, towards the hand that was only centimeters away from the woman's face just as she had begun to twist his arm. Her eyes widened, and she tried to lean away, but Sasuke grabbed the hilt of the kunai as it fell into his palm and drove it forward. It cut through skin and flesh, ripping into her right eye, and she let out a shriek as she stumbled backwards, clutching at it. Sasuke snapped a kick upwards, striking her in the throat, and her kunai fell to the deck as her other hand came to grasp at her neck. The Uchiha flipped through a series of hand seals and reared his head back. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The resulting wave of flames enveloped the woman in flames, and she shrieked and writhed as the force of the technique pushed her off the side of the ship. With a torn eye, a crushed throat and severe burns, Sasuke was certain that she would not be a problem ever again. He forced down the thrill and excitement of a successful victory as the mist began to lift over the ship. The enemy had been defeated. The Atapian was theirs. The battle of the weapon factory was underway. The enemy garrison, several dozen shinobi, had fallen back under the devastatingly powerful barrage of ninjutsu from Naruto and Mei. An alpha squad had breached the facility and split up. The sound of fighting rose all around Naruto as he stood at the hole in the wall he had created, keeping a careful eye on everything around him as he defended their retreat. Alpha squad had pressed in on all sides, the other members of the squad pushing forward to plant the explosives. Mei had disappeared on the other side of the factory, and brilliant flashes of red lit up the entire facility as she engaged an unknown enemy. There was a rustle of cloth and Naruto's head shot up. His eyes widened as he picked up a rapidly falling blur heading straight for him, and he quickly jumped backwards. An instant later, the blur slammed into the rocky path he had created and a large, concussive boom filled the air. The stone shattered into a million pieces, completely pulverized by the power of the blow. As Naruto landed several meters away, the attacker blurred towards him, and the young Jinchuriki could briefly make out his features. It was a man. Tall, burly, and a face full of rage, he was swinging a giant axe towards him. A leather cord wrapped around the end of the handle, winding past the man's robed body, while his headband gleamed under the light of the sun. Naruto palmed two kunai and moved to block the second, powerful strike. As he did so, the man spun, revealing his other hand behind his back and the hammer that it gripped, and Naruto's eyes widened. Axe. Hammer. Cord. Helmet splitter. He had been given a general brief on all of the weapons of the seven swordsmen of the mist, even though Konoha wasn't exactly sure who the members were these days. He knew exactly how each one of them functioned and how they were used. He knew exactly how he was about to die. The helmet splitter swung at his defense, and the two kunai managed to halt the axe in its tracks. Naruto's arms locked together. The hammer blow that came next would have killed him had he not realized the identity of the weapon a second before, and just as it came to slam at the end of the axe and drive it past Naruto's defense, he jumped up off of the rocky ground. The hammer blow slammed the axe into him with deadly force, but with his feet in the air, the blow only went so far. One of his kunai shattered under the force, while the other twisted. His arm bent backwards and something snapped. Nonetheless, Naruto survived, although the force of the blow sent him rocketing away, and he fell towards the factory floor. He managed to make a single hand seal, but then the swordsman was upon him, diving down to meet him. The axe lodged itself in his chest and Naruto made a gurgling noise. An instant later, he slammed into the ground, and the hammer came down to crush his head. The resulting blow cratered the concrete floor, sending shudders running through it. When the swordsman lifted his weapons, however, all that remained of the undercover shinobi was a series of wooden splinters, the result of a successful replacement technique. Naruto, holding one arm awkwardly and shoving the pain away, reared his head back. Fire release, soaring flame bullets. Fire release, great fireball technique. His chakra surged. Flame elemental chakra folded in on itself as Naruto molded it into the tenketsu in his throat, merging the two techniques into a single, deadly variant. He spat out a giant globe of fire 3 times the size of him, and then another, and then another. 3 giant fireballs raced towards the ground, sizzling and crackling. An instant later, dozens, hundreds, even of smaller streaks of flame fell from the falling orbs of flame. They bombarded the ground in a never-ending series of waves, and the swordsman disappeared under the barrage of fire. A few seconds later, the 3 giant fireballs struck the ground in 3 different places and a furious storm of fire rose up, engulfing the entire area of the vast factory. Machinery sparked and exploded. Wooden crates burst into flame. Concrete grew red-hot. The air around him howled as the huge fire sucked it all in towards itself. From it came a streak of movement as the swordsman, moving at speeds that rivaled Naruto, darted out of it. He had not escaped unscathed, however, and his robes were blackened and burnt, his exposed skin red and blistering. He spat out a water technique, and the fire hissed as an enormous wave of water came crashing down upon it, extinguishing most of it. Mist rose up into the air, thick plumes of hot steam rising, blocking Naruto's view. Wind release, great wind breakthrough. Naruto was not going to let one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist use a silent killing technique. He threw out his hands, ignoring the flaring pain in his forearm, and banished the mist away with a huge billowing gust of air. He did it just in time, as the swordsman had advanced rapidly towards him and jumped up onto the metal walkway he stood on. The hammer swung, but Naruto ducked and pivoted around it, producing a kunai in his right, uninjured arm and using the swordsman's momentum against him as he parried it aside. He let go of the kunai as he darted past the man, one hand rising up into a seal. Kunai Shadow Clone. Wind release, wind breakthrough. The one kunai became 100, and the smaller wind release technique propelled them at the man's suddenly exposed back. The swordsman was quick, however, using his giant axe as a shield to block most of the kunai, and as Naruto spun around, he leaned back and threw his giant hammer. The leather cord extended as the huge hammer flew towards Naruto, who had to jump away as the hammer slammed down onto where he was standing. The metal walkway shattered underneath the power of the blow, bits of debris and twisted metal scrap falling on the blackened, smoldering factory floor. The hammer must have weighed a lot, Naruto deducted grimly as he landed on a lower metal walkway. They crisscrossed the roof of the assembly line, although many of them had been damaged or destroyed in the attack. The swordsman jumped down and Naruto darted away, avoiding a swing that would have taken his head. The blow was close enough that he could feel the wind whipping past him, and several strands of hair fell on his shoulders as he jumped up to a higher walkway. The blonde Anbu heard the rustle of robe and groan of metal as he was pursued, and he threw a kunai at the railway he was just about to land on. Then, he jumped away again, spinning in the air and making a hand seal. Detonate! The explosive tag detonated and the metal railing collapsed with the screech of twisting metal. The swordsman batted it aside with his hammer, but it had given Naruto enough time to find the high ground, and he bombarded the man with more fire. Streaks shot down by the dozens, whizzing through the air, striking the nearby railed paths and slamming into the blackened concrete below. The man blocked them with his hammer and axe, but temporarily halted his advance. Then, before Naruto could form a more powerful technique, the swordsman unclipped the cord from his hammer and hurled it upwards. Naruto jerked his head back as the hammer flew by inches from his face, disappearing into the ceiling. Something smashed above as the hammer burst through the roof and disappeared from view. The man used Naruto's distraction to advance, and a second later he was in front of Naruto, axe swinging. Naruto blocked with a kunai and for a few moments they dueled. The man was strong, much physically stronger than Naruto. He was also fast on his feet. Naruto, however, was smaller and much more agile, and without the hammer to support the axe, he was able to parry and avoid most of the wide blows. Sparks flew as metal grinded on metal. Naruto ducked as the axe swung at his head. The swordsman jumped back as Naruto lunged for his knee. Naruto sidestepped a kick to the face and parried another blow from the axe. His kunai was chipping and dulling, and Naruto threw it at the swordsman's face. The man blocked it, but it gave Naruto enough time to produce another. Suddenly, another crashing noise filled the air above them as the roof was smashed. Naruto's eyes widened as the hammer returned back to the earth, gravity taking hold, and the swordsman grinned. He held out his hand and the hammer zoomed towards it. It took a second and a half. In that time, Naruto, realizing the danger he was in, jumped up off the railing and sped through some hand seals. Water release, exploding water colliding wave. His mouth bulged with water and he spat it out in huge waves, the torrents pouring forward down on the metal walkway he had just been fighting on. The swordsman retrieved his hammer, but as he spun around the water was on him and he was washed away, over the railing and towards the ground. The head splitter fell from his hands as the swordsman twisted in the air, hands flashing, and suddenly a rippling wave of water rose up. It formed a long, serpent-like dragon and lunged at Naruto. The blonde Anbu threw himself away and the water dragon smashed into something behind him. He fell as well, looping wire around his good arm and throwing a kunai as he did, and his fall descended into a swing. He landed on a nearby walkway and released the wire, turning to face the enemy once more. His heart was racing, his blood pumping furiously through his veins. Despite his broken arm, Naruto could continue to fight. The swordsman, however, was panting. His burned, blistered skin was oozing blood, and his limbs were shaking as he supported his weight on one leg. His next charge was much slower than the rest, and Naruto saw an opportunity to end it. As the man came in for a blow with his axe, Naruto flipped through some hand seals. Wind release, wind cutter technique. He threw out his hands and a scythe of sharpened wind grew in his hands. A second later, the axe slammed into it, and the wind hissed and sparked as the metal grinded upon it. Naruto held it, gritting his teeth, and the man, despite his pain, seemed confident as his hammer rose. In that split second, as the hammer came down, Naruto ducked and the propelled axe swept over his head. He lunged forward and thrust the wind scythe right into the swordsman's belly. He roared in pain, his axe flying back. Naruto slapped an explosive tag onto his leg and then kicked him in the groin, pushing off and avoiding the axe while simultaneously sending the man flying off the railing. Naruto landed on his feet, hands flashing, and finished the fight with one more technique. Earth release, rising stone spears. The ground beneath the falling swordsman erupted with gleaming, stone spears. At the same time, the primed explosive tag on the man's leg detonated with a small blast, disrupting the man's attempt at an escape technique. It was with a sickening squelch that he landed on the rising stone spears. The swordsman twitched once and then went still. A moment later, the head splitter fell on the ground with a thundering boom. Naruto took deep breaths as he surveyed his enemy. Satisfied that he was dead, he turned around, gingerly touching his arm. The fighting was still going on around them, but it seemed to be dying down. Lava spilled from the other side of the factory, melting everything it touched, and smoke rose into the air. Some minutes later, the members of Alpha Squad began to trickle back. The resistance shinobi were first. The spiky-haired, scowling teen was one of the first to arrive, and he glanced at Naruto's wound sharply. His palms glowed green and he began using his medical ninjutsu to heal the fractured arm. Mei appeared next, looking untouched. She glanced down at the swordsman's body and a dark, satisfied smile glimmered on her face. Well done, she congratulated Naruto. He was a dangerous man. He had killed several of my operatives before today. You did well. Naruto acknowledged her praise with a curt nod. His eyes were on Rat, Yuka and Kamachi, who were approaching. Yuka held the back of her head as Kamachi tended to it on the move, blood seeping between her fingers. Rat's robes were torn but he looked otherwise fine. As the last of the resistance members joined them, one being carried by his partner, Mei gestured to the entry. It's time to leave! As Alpha Squad departed the factory several minutes after their initial attack, a series of explosions tore through the air. The ground beneath their feet and the trees around them rustled, swaying to and fro as the force of the detonation shook them. The factory disappeared underneath a fog of dust, several sections of its walls collapsing in on itself. Huge plumes of smoke rose into the air, and the alarms continued to blare even as Alpha Squad slunk into the shadows of the forests surrounding the island. The first stage of the mission was complete. Chapter 49, Operation Hurricane, Part 6. Small, secondary explosions continued to rumble throughout the air as the attack squad fled the scene. The explosive tags detonated at the base of the support structure had been effective, and a large weapons factory had been successfully brought down. It was quite the blow to the loyalist forces of the 4th Mizukage, and another tally added to the Resistance's ever-growing list of victories. Yet, despite the stunning victory they had just wrought, Naruto couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. The small group of Allied Resistance members and Black Ops Leaf Nine regrouped a couple of kilometers away from the factory, circling around the inlet and moving towards the center of the island. The jungle trees grew half as tall as the giant forests of the Land of Fire, their thick, green canopies shielding them from view. The air was warm and humid, almost unpleasantly, and insects buzzed noisily around them. Kamachi was running her hands over the back of Yuka's blood-splattered head, a gentle green light glowing from between her fingers. She was earning her position as Team Sigma's medical officer, having already finished Naruto's fractured arm. The Resistance's medic Nin, ironically called Kiri, was crouched down over one of his team, running his own hands over the large gash in his leg. Mei looked quite pleased with herself. Unlike the rest of her squad, it didn't look like a speck of dirt had stained her gray flak jacket, and her long red hair swayed in the breeze. Naruto watched her very carefully. That was an excellent operation, she told Naruto with real warmth in her voice. She regarded him with sparkling green eyes. You and your team are quite skilled. That fire technique you used was very impressive. Says the woman who can spit lava. Naruto responded dryly. Mei laughed, throwing her head back. Quite ironic, she agreed. Naruto smiled thinly behind his mask. It did go well, he agreed. I'd say it went too well. Mei cocked her head in puzzlement as Naruto turned to fully face her. You didn't need us for that attack, the blonde Anbu captain continued, his voice hardening. You and your forces could have quite easily taken out that factory without us, so why did you want us to come along? Mei looked taken aback, but then a soft smile crossed her face. It was guarded by 2 of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, she answered. I took out one, and you took out the other. I wouldn't have wanted to face them alone. The swordsman I took out wasn't that good. Naruto shot back, shaking his head. I'm sure you have shinobi capable of that level of skill. He was good enough. Mei looked at him strangely. He was a brute, yes, but he was fast and vicious and very good with that sword. The new incarnation of the swordsman may lack the sheer quality and skill of the previous generation, but they're not weaklings. Naruto wasn't convinced. You're either overestimating the number of shinobi the resistance has that are at your caliber, Mei said, or you're underestimating your own prowess. Yes, the resistance probably could have taken that factory without your help, but it would have cost us lives. With you, we didn't even lose a single fighter. Mei's face softened, and for a brief moment she looked quite sad as her voice turned wistful. It's not often that happens. It was a plausible explanation, and the display of emotion from Mei was almost touching. It was almost believable. Maybe Naruto was being a bit too hard on himself. Without that combination fire technique at the beginning of the fight, things could have gotten tough. If the swordsman hadn't been wounded, Naruto could see how dangerous and deadly he would have been with that weapon. Still, something didn't sit right with him. Kamachi finished patching up Yuka, adjusting a gauze pad to her head and wrapping a bandage around the front of her mask where the Yamanaka's forehead would be. Kiri looked like he was done with his patient, the dour-looking teen rising and nodding shortly to Mei. And now we part, Mei said. She gestured around them. Loyalist reinforcements will arrive shortly, drawn out from nearby bases and outposts. She turned to Naruto, her face becoming serious. Remember the plan. We'll retreat south, making as much noise as we can. Use the maps, follow the plans, and work with the times. Naruto nodded shortly. He raised a hand, gesturing to the 3 other members of his squad. Red emerged from the trees, pulling back from his sentry duty, while Yuka and Kamachi joined him. Mei eyed Naruto one last time, and she smiled mischievously. Good luck, my favorite little blonde. She cooed, and bending down, she planted a soft kiss to Naruto's exposed blonde locks. Naruto resisted the instinct to bury his knee in her stomach and just rolled his eyes behind his mask. Still, the beautiful woman's hair tickled the nape of his neck and her scent filled his nostrils. Truth be told, it wasn't entirely an unpleasant experience. Mei retreated and Naruto gave her a wordless nod. Then, he raised his hand and turned to his team. Scouting formation, avoid enemy contact, move due southeast, the second phase is now in effect. Without another word, Team Sigma disappeared in brief flickers of movement. As they ran through the large trees and towards the oceans, using the Resistance's knowledge of the Loyalist patrols to avoid any unnecessary conflict, Kamachi cleared her throat. Got a new girlfriend? She noted blandly. Yuka made a noise in the back of her throat as Naruto shook his head. We're being used, he told them darkly. I don't know how, I don't know why, and I don't know what for, but something's going on and I don't like it. He eyed each member of his squad as they raced through the trees. Be on your guard, he warned them. And be prepared for anything. Uchiha Sasuke stood at the head of the captured freighter, the Itakebion, and watched as the mist around the vessel rolled around him. From behind his mask, his Sharingan spun lazily, idly noting the chakra entwined with it, fueling its appearance. 2 of the Resistance members had left a short time ago, and now the first of the refugees had begun to flock to the ship. They came in whatever they could, fishing boats, rafts, even a canoe. A rope ladder had been tossed over the side, and one by one the refugees climbed up. Those too old, infirm, or unable to make it were gently carried up by a shinobi. Seeing no other activity around them, Sasuke turned his head and watched as Chukichi conversed quietly with one of the other shinobi. The other woman seemed agitated, but the larger, burly man said something and she quietened, although she still looked mulish. Nearby, Kage and another Resistance member carried up a stack of wooden crates. We're ready! Kanzuya called out from the other side of the ship. The dark-skinned, silver-haired noble was busy coordinating the stream of refugees coming in from the smaller boats that had flocked around the ship. Chukichi nodded stonily. He gave a couple of curt orders to one of his subordinates as they began the process of camouflaging the refugees. On the other side of the deck, a group of Resistance members began to haul up the freighter's cargo, hundreds of barrels of whale blubber, meat, and oil. One of the shinobi tipped the first barrel over, and Sasuke wrinkled his nose as a rather foul smell came from the pile of sloppy whale blubber. The Loyalists at the Bloody Cove weren't going to let dozens of civilians just walk out of the port. Instead, they would have to be hidden. By removing the goods and installing fake bottoms, the refugees could hide within the barrels. The smaller compartment at the top would be filled with fresh whale products, fresh enough that the residual natural chakra should mask the hidden civilians from the Loyalist sensors. It was a rather quick process. They were on a schedule, after all. The 38 refugees, 39 if you included Kanzuya, were loaded on board. Approximately 36 barrels were also brought up from the smaller boats surrounding the freighter. Each one had a false bottom on it, allowing a single refugee to crouch down in a barrel. Kiri waved glowing green hands over each refugee and passed them a small tonic to drink, and it only took a minute before each man, woman, and child was sedated and in place. There was some difficulty with one of the refugees, however. A young, haggard-looking woman had brought a baby with her. She couldn't have been much older than Sasuke, and the young Uchiha had initially thought that perhaps the baby had been a sibling or a relative, but their facial structures were similar, and the way she held the child protectively to her chest was just like his aunt had held his cousin when Sasuke had been a child. She was rather pretty with her pale skin and her waif-like eyes, and suddenly Sasuke didn't really want to consider just who might be the father. Nothing would surprise him in these blood-soaked lands. The mother had been adamant about not giving the baby anything, and Kiri was growing increasingly frustrated. In the end, she wasn't given a choice as Kiri swiped a hand over her eyes before she could react. The young medic looked a tad regretful as he did so, and was extra careful as he helped place her in her barrel, making sure that the child was safely secured. Sasuke noted this from his position at the head of the ship, his Sharingan spinning as he stood guard. The rest of the transfer would only take another 10 minutes or so. The false bottoms had been placed on the barrels and the resistance shinobi were currently placing fresh whale produce on top blubber and oil and meat. The barrels would join the rest of the stock, another couple of hundred, and then they would head for the Bloody Cove. Phase 1 of Bravo Squad's mission was complete. For the most part, the journey from the weapons factory towards their next target was uneventful. It was almost relaxing for Naruto, that is. With his insanely huge chakra reserves and almost limitless stamina, he could have continued to run over the ocean waves all day. Unfortunately for the rest of the team, they didn't have the same advantages as the Jinchuriki, and as such they needed to rest. There was still Phase 2 of the operation to finish, and Naruto didn't want to lead an exhausted, chakra-depleted squad into battle. As such, the small group of boats ahead of them were going to suit their purposes just fine. The flags they flew on their masts indicated that they were part of Kiri's scouting and patrol forces. There were 4 boats bobbing on the calm, blue surface. Without Daichi, it was impossible to be certain, but Yuka was a half-decent sensor on her own, and she had only counted a dozen shinobi manning the patrol. Yuka, provide long-range support with Kamachi, flank from the right. Rat, go underneath, attack from below. I will engage the front. Middle boat is priority target. Do not damage. Naruto signed a few kilometers away from the patrol. S. Understood. The rest of the team signaled back. Naruto didn't bother with the pretense of stealth as he sprinted forward. He was a blur on the surface of the ocean as he rapidly approached the patrol. He took a deep breath, steadying himself and readying his chakra, while the rest of his squad trailed off behind him. Then, they split up, and Kamachi and Yuka darted off to the right and Rat expertly slipped beneath the surface of the water. The Kirinin had spotted them and bells were ringing on the boats. People were shouting and a small line of shinobi stood on the deck of the first ship. They were still a couple of kilometers out, but Naruto picked out specks of movement coming towards him and easily avoided them. Dozens of bullets of tightly compressed water shot at him, missing him and exploded on the surface of the water. Loud booms and large splashes of water tore through the air around him, and Naruto was drenched from all sides. He was temporarily obscured from the view of the enemy, and used it to make a set of hand seals. Chakra surged through him, and he folded it upon itself twice. Shadow Clone Technique. Half a dozen shadow clones burst into existence around him, and they immediately jumped away, their hands flashing through hand seals. As they landed on the surface of the water, each clone reared his head back and spat out a series of fiery streaks back at the boats. The real Naruto continued his advance as he completed his second technique. Fire Release, Great Wave of Flame. He reared his head back and spat out an enormous wave of blazing flame. The water around him hissed and spluttered as the writhing wave of flame rapidly advanced on the patrol. Water around the boats and Kirinin rose up in a gigantic wall, easily able to hold off a fire technique, and that was when Naruto's third technique came into effect. His hands were coated with wind elemental chakra, and he brandished them in front of him. He sliced the air, and unseen sides of wind lashed out to where the wave of fire and the wall of water had met. They fueled the flames, giving the wave of flame a boost for a split second. Normally, the wind chakra would normally have been swallowed up within the flames, devoured to make the fire even stronger, but Naruto held the ram's seal and concentrated. He was already quite used to separating differing elemental chakra within his own body, and it wasn't that hard to extend it to his techniques. The sides of wind burst through the fire unhindered and tore through the wall of water with contemptuous ease. Naruto caught a flash of a single Kirinin, one who was too close and too slow to dodge, lose an arm in a spray of blood, and then the boat was struck. It was a small boat, barely bigger than a fishing vessel, and the high-powered elemental technique ripped the wood apart with ease. Water spouted up from the bottom of the boat as the hull was pulverized in a showering spray of wooden splinters. 2 of the Kirinin on board had managed to escape, darting around the wreckage and onto the water, but the wounded one was too distracted to move, and he went down, torn apart by debris. Another boat on the other side of the patrol rocked from side to side as they were peppered with small explosions. Yuka and Kamachi kept their distance as they pelted the small vessel with exploding tags. Fire raged from the engine and oil began to splutter on the surface of the water. As the Kirinin began to regroup on the water, there was a flash of movement, and then wires shot up from beneath the surface. It wrapped itself around the man, twisting and contorting him into positions that the human body was not meant to handle, and then Rat surfaced, and killed him in a single, efficient stab to the throat. Blood spilled on the water as Rat dropped the corpse and moved to engage the third of the survivors, leaving Naruto to begin his assault on the other vessels. 2 of the 4 boats were driftwood and 5 of the Kirin were dead in the first 10 seconds of combat, but the rest of them were beginning to regroup and counterattack. Naruto slapped his hands together and focused on a nearby piece of wood as a spiraling drill of water rose up from the surface, using the replacement technique to avoid a blow that would have taken out his torso. He reappeared on the remains of the first boat as woman with a buzz cut, and wearing a jonin vest moved to engage him. She carried a single-edged sword and swiped at his head with surprising speed. Naruto blocked the blow with his forearm guards, and metal scraped against metal as he parried the blow to the side. At the same time, he launched a kick at the woman's knee, but she blocked it with her shin and used the leverage to push him back. Her hand came up to lash out at his face, and as Naruto dodged to the side, he had to pull of an uncomfortable acrobatic maneuver to avoid the tip of her blade that lashed out at his throat. They fought in furious close combat as the battle continued on around them. The woman was taller than him, and about just as fast. She was clearly skilled with the blade and used an unusual taijutsu style in conjunction with it to launch attacks from unexpected angles. She was fast enough to avoid his counterattacks and stop him from making hand seals, and she seemed to have picked up on the fact that Naruto was the ninjutsu specialist on the squad because she continued to press her advantage. In the few seconds of combat they had had with one another, Naruto had already determined that the sword was the most pressing issue to deal with. Fists clenched, Naruto jumped back, retreating to get some room. Then, as the enemy jonin chased, he spun around to kick at the surface of the water. The chakra left his foot in an intense pulse, and a small wave shot up at the woman. At the same time, Naruto halted his advanced and unexpectedly attack with a single punch. The jonin broke through the water with ease, slicing down through it to meet Naruto's hands, and then the metal of the blade struck against the glowing, spiraling ball in his hand. The Rasengan ground against the sword for a single instant. Then, it shattered, and Naruto's attack continued. The woman's eyes widened as she leant backwards to avoid the thrust to her chest, while simultaneously kicking up at him. Naruto let out a grunt as her foot knocked his hand aside, the Rasengan dispersing as it tore through the first few layers of her flak vest. The woman darted backwards, forming hand seals, as Naruto did the same. Water release, black rain technique. A black mist rose up from the ocean, pungent and slick. At the same time, a column of spirally water shot out of the ocean with a deafening roar. The fully formed water dragon was 10 times the size of Naruto, and shot out towards him with terrifying speeds. At the same time, the black mist had spread over a sizable portion of the ocean. Naruto tossed a single kunai towards the dragon, and then, taking a deep breath, let the chakra underneath his feet fade. He dropped instantly into the ocean, twisting to face the surface with a single hand seal formed. Detonate! The exploding tag was a mere classy, more of a pop than a bang, but it was the spark the flammable black mist needed. It caught alight, and a huge billowing cloud of flame lit up the surface of the ocean in front of him. A deep roar boomed around him, muffled by the water, as the surface caught alight and began to rage. The water dragon exploded underneath the sudden intense heat, unable to keep its structure as its user dropped into the ocean to join Naruto. The young blonde could see her sporting a few burns, but she was otherwise unharmed. He felt a pang of annoyance shoot through him. This was taking too long. Then, suddenly, the woman was expertly gliding through the water towards him, her hands flashing in seals, and Naruto belatedly realized that forcing a Kirin underwater might not have been the best idea. Shimmering contortions formed around her fingertips as 5 large, fierce-looking sharks made up of writhing water formed in front of her. Naruto focused on the chakra surging in his body and layered it upon his tenketsu. What he did next was more of a chakra training exercise than an actual technique as he flooded the water all around him with his water elemental chakra. It surged and spluttered underneath the force of his chakra even as the sharks glided towards him, razor-sharp teeth somehow gleaming beneath the fiery surface of the ocean. Fire release, soaring flame bullets. Naruto reared his head back and expertly shot out 6 streaks of fire. Normally, such a technique underwater would have been useless, but Naruto had made the water around him his, and he simply separated the 2 different types of elemental chakra and allowed the fire to pass. 5 of the bullets struck the water sharks and they exploded in billowing clouds of superheated steam. The 6th bullet shot out at the jonin and exploded a meter in front of her as it came into contact with water outside of Naruto's influence. While the flame had disappeared, the momentum that had propelled it had not, and a scalding streak of boiling water was pushed right into the face of the enemy. Naruto saw her mouth open in a soundless scream as her skin reddened and blistered underneath the force of his extinguished fire technique. Her eyes blackened and bubbles exploded from her mouth as she clutched at her throat. She began to sink as she thrashed around helplessly in the water. Naruto watched her disappear into the darkened depths. His cheeks bulged with the single breath of air he had taken before. Satisfied that the Jonin would not be recovering, and particularly a way that was one of the nastier ways he had ever killed somebody, Naruto broke up to the surface and finished the fight. There wasn't much to finish. The Jonin had been the only troubling opponent, and the rest of his team had mopped up the patrol quite easily. A few minutes later, the four Anbu put the engine of the sole remaining boat on full power and settled down for a break. They had one last thing to do. At approximately 2:30 in the afternoon, the Atapian arrived at the Bloody Cove. It was one of 3 moderately sized freighters that were at port at the fortress-like town. Sasuke stood, disguised as a Kirinin with bandages wrapped around his face, and he watched the freighter tie itself down to the large dock. Despite being the trading hub between the Land of Fire and the Land of Water, there wasn't much activity going on. That wasn't necessarily a good thing, since that meant that anything they did was going to stand out even more. The Bloody Cove had been built around the cove where it had received its name. 5 large piers stretched out towards the water, each one able to take 5 vessels of the Atapian size. Stacks of shipping containers rose up on one side, rusty metal gleaming in the sunlight. Beyond the docks was a large road that led out to a set of at least 3 different walls and gates. Houses of dull, gray stone had been built around each of the roads, looking more like barracks and guard houses than people's homes. The air smelt of salt and fish, and despite the fact that the place resembled more of a military outpost and less of a village, Sasuke could see signs of civilian habitation, clothes pegged out on lines, fishing boats dotting the beach, a gaggle of people doing the sorts of odds and ends that shinobi wouldn't. It was a pretty miserable place, and one that looked like it was completely under the thumb of Kiri's military forces. Sasuke felt a twinge of anxiety that he ruthlessly squashed a second later. He kept close to Kage, who had disguised himself as a Kiri Jonin leader. Daichi, Tawa and Sasuke were the Chunin underneath Kage who had been assigned to guard the freighter on its journey to the Bloody Cove. 4 other members of the resistance had taken the role of a second squad, while their leader, Tsukichi, had taken a handful of his squad and slipped away before the ship had come into port. As a leading member of the resistance, Tsukichi was the 3rd most wanted shinobi in the Land of Water at the moment, and the risk that he might be recognized despite any disguise was simply too great. Tsukichi was going to rendezvous with Terumi Mei's squad and assist in the second wave of attacks. Hopefully, with Naruto attacking in the north and the resistance attacking in the south, they would be able to draw away a lot of Kirigakure's Anbu and Hunter Nin from the town. Kage led his squad to the small group off the boat and towards the small group of waiting Kirinin at the entrance of the docks. The head of the group was a tired-looking man wearing a pair of half-moon glasses. Despite his lackluster appearance, his headband had been recently polished, and it gleamed brightly in the sun. He was flanked by 2 imposing blank-masked shinobi. "Sir?" Kage bowed his head, his tone perfectly flat. "Jonin Samachi reporting in. I have with me Chunin Idate, Zumuro, and Woda. We're under a B-ranked mission to escort the Atapian to the Bloody Cove." The man consulted his clipboard, rifling through the papers. He nodded, making a humming noise in the back of his throat. "Yes, we've received your paperwork, Jonin," he said. "Where are the rest of your team?" Kage gestured back at the ship, where barrels were being rolled off of the deck by the other undercover shinobi. "Preparing the goods for inspection, sir," he answered obediently. Good, good." The inspector exhaled nosily and raked a hand through his hair. "Let's go have a look, shall we?" Kage fell into step with the man and the 2 tied operatives, and Sasuke drifted behind them. The sensation of nervousness threatened to upset his equilibrium, and he had to make sure that he wasn't giving anything away. It was a tense situation for him, knowing that he was in the heart of the enemy's stronghold. Plus, he was certain that he was being watched, that they all were by hidden observers. The hair on the back of his neck prickled as the unseen observers stared at them. "What goods are you declaring here?" the inspector asked Kage in a well-rehearsed tone. Sasuke was sure that the man had the information already, but Kage answered with well-practiced ease. "Whale products," he replied easily. "Oil, blubber and meat. 200 barrels." The inspector frowned. "A small cargo," he noted. "I'm no fisherman, but apparently the migration cycle of the whales have started later than usual this year," Kage answered with a small shrug. The inspector hummed as they came up next to the Atapian. Dozens of barrels had already been wheeled out, and the resistance team was waiting by them. The inspector gestured to one of the tied operatives by his side, and the Anbu walked over and pried off the lid of the nearest barrel. A foul stench rose up into the air as the operative peered into it. Sasuke kept the emotion off of his face, but he could have sworn his heart stopped for a moment. The other tied operative had brought his hands together in a seal, and he had sunken onto the spot, concentrating. As one of the operatives opened each barrel and inspected its contents, the other, a censor, Sasuke, hazarded a guess, scanned its contents. 2 members of the resistance team kept rolling the barrels down while the other 2 began to roll the inspected barrels aside to make room. Given that you only have a small cargo, we should be able to get this done in a few hours, the inspector noted thoughtfully. He was ticking things off of his clipboard as the 2 tied operatives continued their inspections. We'll weigh them next, and then get the dogs to have a search, empty a couple. He shrugged. You know the drill. If it came to that, then there was no way their deception was going to work, Sasuke thought grimly. Any truly significant inspection of the barrels was going to reveal the hidden occupants one way or another, and there was no way that they could fight their way out of the city, at least, not without Naruto here with them. The diversions that Alpha Squad and the Resistance were causing were meant to have started 10 or 15 minutes ago. News would be trickling back to the Bloody Cove, and soon. A pair of chiming bells began to ring. The inspector's head shot up, his posture suddenly alert, while the 2 tied operatives straightened. A second set of bells rang, and then a third, and there was a sudden hub of activity around them as the Kirin were roused. The inspector frowned as the tied operatives paused in their search. It looks like you're going to be delayed, he said grimly. It looks like something's come up, so you'll have to stay put until further notice. Without warning, the 2 tied operatives suddenly disappeared in single flicker of movement. Sasuke turned to watch a squad of black-robed, blank-masked shinobi form up further on the dock for a brief moment before they all departed to the south. As soon as they were gone, the inspector turned back to them. Honey sings in the summer rain, he whispered urgently. A sweet song of sorrow, Hokage responded quietly. The inspector let out a breath. Right, he said quickly. The 2 Anbu here were on the assault team. They'll be leaving shortly. When they do, we'll bring the carts up. You'll load the barrels onto 6 carts and move out to the city walls. Take this. He ripped a piece of paper off of his clipboard and handed it to Kage. That'll get you through the first 2 checkpoints, said the inspector, obviously a resistance supporter. On the 3rd one, a man with a green earring will approach you. Say that Megumi has given the all-clear, and you'll be let through. Sasuke exhaled softly, and Tawa clapped him briefly on the back. So far, it looked like everything was going according to plan. On the main continent of the elemental countries, in the north of the territory that Kirigakure had wrested from Konoha during the previous Great Wars, was a small observation and communications outpost. Apparently built to monitor the coastline between it and the Land of Waves, the outpost consisted of a tall lighthouse built on the top of a cliff, surrounded by a series of buildings and a wall. Inside were at least 24 shinobi, a mixture of a scouting force to monitor the border, a response force to counter any incursions, and according to resistance intel, at least 2 tied operatives at any particular time. They were well trained and well equipped to deal with an assault on from either the Land of Waves or the Land of Fire. However, the shinobi on duty there were not expecting an attack from their own borders. A small patrol boat, engine revved on max speed, surged through the water towards the cliff face. Whatever shinobi that should have been on watch duty was not there to raise the alarm, and the boat struck the pier with incredible force. A second later, the 24 explosive tags detonated, ripping the pier and a large portion of the coastal defenses to shreds in a single instant. A huge fireball blossomed up into the air as a thunderous boom echoed in the air. Wooden debris and twisted metal rained from the skies all over the outpost. 4 blurs darted forward in the wake of the explosions. The figure in lead formed a series of hand seals, and a suffocating presence fell down on the area around him. Fire formed in his mouth, and he shot out a searing, white-hot column of tightly compressed flame. It shot out with incredible force, lancing upwards towards the lighthouse, and the top of the spiraling building disappeared underneath the force of the incredible attack. More explosions and fire rained down upon the buildings of the outpost as it was peppered with explosions as the squad moved in towards their objective. It was a furious onslaught that would have given even the most experienced shinobi pause, but not this much pause. It was 30 seconds into their attack that Naruto realized that something was wrong. He held up a hand and the squad paused at the beach. Fire raged all around them, huge plumes of black smoke rising all around them as wood crackled in the background. Twisted and charred debris bobbed up and down on the surface of the water as Naruto surveyed the area around them carefully. Location of enemy personnel? He signaled. Yuka made a series of hand seals. No shinobi detected. Naruto frowned behind his mask. There should have been at least 20 enemy shinobi waiting for them, and any good shinobi would have left the buildings in an instant and taken to the water where things were much harder to burn. But even as the fires continued to rage around them, building up into a huge blaze that would be difficult to put out without a water technique, nobody came out to oppose them. The outpost was deserted. That was troubling for 2 reasons. Firstly, without an enemy presence here, nobody would report to the Bloody Cove that they were under attack, and Naruto and his squad would be unable to draw forces away from the Kage and the packages. Secondly, a lack of enemy presence implied one of two things. Either the intel on the outpost was incorrect and it had been deserted, or contact. Northeast, southwest, west-east, we're surrounded. Yuka signed furiously. Naruto gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Or the enemy had known they were coming, and this was a trap. The blonde Anbu captain made a series of hand seals and the squad formed up in a defensive formation. Black-clad, blank-mask-tied operatives had surrounded them from all sides. The outpost was suddenly full of a dozen members of Kiri's Anbu forces. Behind them, standing motionless on the surface of the ocean, stood another handful of shinobi. They held back, waiting, as Naruto assessed his options. The fires around them were already raging quite well. With a few well-placed techniques, Naruto could attempt to open a path for his squad to retreat to the north towards the border of the Land of Waves. He would provide long-range ninjutsu support to hamper the enemy's pursuit, hopefully buying time for his team to escape. It wasn't looking good, Naruto decided grimly. He swallowed, chakra surging in his body, his fingers clenched tightly in the palms of his gloves, every muscle in his body poised for sudden movement. Depending on the caliber of the opponent, it was possible that they wouldn't be able to escape. Rat. Kamachi. Yuka. Naruto felt a swell of determination well up within him, as well as a dark surge of power as the sound of rusting chains clanked in his ears. If it came down to it, he would use the power of the nine-tailed demon fox if he had to. Contact. Approaching figure, 7 o'clock. Kamachi signed, her entire body tense and alert. Somebody was approaching them from the fiery remains of the outpost, seemingly unbothered from the heat surrounding them. An unsettling cloud of chakra surrounded them, shielding them, and for a moment Naruto could have sworn that the third Hokage was there, for whom else could have a chakra presence that dense and powerful. Then, the figure walked out of the fire and Naruto jerked back as if struck. The man, although he almost looked as if he were still a child, came to a halt. He wore a gray piece of armor over a green robe, the latter which was wrapped around his neck, his headband had been wrapped around his waist, and gray trousers were tucked into shin-high brown boots. A long staff rested on his back, a curved, sharp hook on either end, and a curious flower had been stuck on the top. He had a stitched scar running from the bottom of his left eye to his jawline, and pale, almost pink, eyes stared dully at them from underneath a mop of short, brown hair. The look on his face was one of dull apathy, as if the presence of an enemy wasn't even enough to get worked up about. The trembling chakra presence that surrounded him, shielding him from the flames, was enough to send ripping waves through the puddles of water around them, and Naruto could feel the heavy weight of the power rest on his shoulders. There was something underneath it, too, something dark and ferocious that Naruto had known all his life. He knew what it was. It was the same type of burden that he had lived with all his life. He was an S-rank shinobi, a legitimate Kage of one of the 5 great powers, a Jinchuriki. And he had 20 of his loyal, elite Anbu with him. Yugura, the 4th Mizukage of the village hidden in mist, stared at the 4 members of Alpha Squad, surveying each one very carefully. When he spoke, his voice was toneless. "Why are you in my lands attacking my soldiers, Leafnin?" Chapter 50, Operation Hurricane Part 7. The fires around them continued to rage, sending out plumes of greasy smoke into the air. Wood crackled and a loud pop echoed throughout the devastated outpost as the supporting wall of a small building collapsed, caving in the roof. Above them, high on the cliff, the lighthouse also burned, sending down glowing red-hot bits of debris. Naruto stood on the shore of the base with Yuka, Kamachi, and Rat behind him, observing the surroundings grimly. The 4th Mizukage, Yugura, stood before him. His childlike face was expressionless, and he regarded the destruction of one of his military outposts apathetically. All around him, and the burning buildings, stood his elite guard, the imposing blank-masked Anbu. Naruto and his small team were surrounded on all sides by a more powerful, larger force. Team Sigma had been through a lot over the past year, but things had never quite been this bad. "I asked you a question?" Yugura said tonelessly. His voice and demeanor were quite frankly dull. There was no expression in either his tone or face, and he merely stood there with his arms folded. It was almost like he was speaking to a child. "Why are you here?" The more time Yugura spent talking to them, the more time Naruto had to think about his options. He licked his lips behind his mask and took a step forward. The intense pressure of the other man's chakra continued to fall upon him, but Naruto had served the 3rd Hokage for years, and the sensation was not unfamiliar. He considered his responses as Yugura's attention was drawn to him. "Orders," he answered quietly. Yugura's brow furrowed and a slightly pensive look came over his face. Has your village declared war on mine? He questioned them. If so, I have not been informed. No war, Naruto replied as shortly and succinctly as he could. His eyes flickered over the burning buildings, counting the number of Tide operatives he could see and searching for the ones he couldn't. Just a mission. Unacceptable, Yugura stated firmly. You will surrender into my custody immediately. Failure to comply will result in your deaths. Naruto didn't doubt that. Why are you here? Naruto asked instead, intent on buying as much time as he could. His fists clenched and he exhaled noisily. You shouldn't be anywhere near the mainland. The resistance, despite their annoyance, can be a useful source of information, Yugura informed them emotionlessly. Something glittered behind his eyes. Your presence in my lands has not gone unnoticed, Leaf Nin. Naruto held himself rigidly, feeling a familiar well of frustration and dread rise upon from within. They'd been sold out. Yugura took a step forward and the pressure that had settled around them intensified. This will be your last chance. Surrender peacefully. Your lives still may be spared. Spared so that they might be bartering chips used against Konoha. Spared for interrogation and torture. Spared so they might find themselves in the brutal grip of the bloody mist. Naruto folded the chakra in on himself 4 times and expelled it from his tenketsu in a single, continuous wave. The air around them crackled and popped as Naruto's potent chakra forced Yugura's away, and the ground and water around them shuddered and rippled under the strain of hosting such powerful energies. Yugura blinked, and for a moment Naruto thought he looked slightly surprised. He took another step forward. You know we won't surrender, he retorted firmly. He gestured at the 4th Mizukage with one hand, while he brought his other hand behind his back. Why don't you let me make that offer to you? Walk away, Yugura, and you might just live. Yugura stared back, seemingly unimpressed. At the same time, Naruto wiggled his fingers behind him, using a short-handed variant of the Anbu hand code. Retreat southwest towards wall. I will hold them off. Wait for signal. But before Naruto could do anything more, movement flickered into existence in front of him, and a single Tide operative was kneeling before the 4th Mizukage. Yugura cocked his head and regarded his loyal soldier. Report. My lord, a small merchant caravan has left the Bloody Cove and is making its way to the wall, the woman said. It took a moment for Naruto to recognize her as the woman who his squad had encountered on their first trip to the wall, the one who had cut down the refugees fleeing towards them. Yugura took the news with a slight nod. Take squads 1, 2, and 5 with you, he ordered. And find them. At the very least, they have disobeyed emergency protocol. He turned to assess Naruto carefully. Then, he said, once you have found them, kill them all. The woman nodded and made a series of unfamiliar gestures. Almost immediately, about 10 of the black-robed operatives surrounding them disappeared from sight. Naruto could only hope that the rest of Team Sigma was able to reach the wall in time. Now then, Yugura began, but Naruto wasn't paying any attention. The sudden departure of Shinobi had opened a path, if only briefly, and given Naruto a chance to act. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, great wave of flame. Fire release, blazing river. Fire release, soaring flame bullets. Fire release, fire dragon bullet technique. Naruto had never stacked so many techniques simultaneously, and he had never done so with just himself and without any clones to assist. Nonetheless, he had several things going for him. Firstly, his chakra was all around him, spread through the ground and the rubble and the fires that raged around the outpost. That put less of a strain on his body. Secondly, all of the techniques were of the same elemental type, which made the formation of the chakra within his body much easier. Thirdly, his teammates were in danger. It had to work. Yugura reared back as the fires around him suddenly raged with a sudden increasing potency. Plumes of flame rose up into the air and a gigantic wave 5 times the height of the Mizukage swept towards him. Air popped and a terrible boom roared over the village as dozens of streaks of searing balls of flame shot out in all directions. The ground glowed and turned red-hot, glowing rocks, mud and dirt setting everything they touch alight. One of the remaining buildings of the outpost simply disappeared as a ball of flame enveloped it, sending a rain of wooden and metal shards down on everything around it. And then a thin, tightly condensed stream of fire so hot and bright that it hurt to look at rose into the air. It lanced forward and tore through the concrete spire of the lighthouse with contemptuous ease. Bits of rubble and debris fell to the ground as the technique sheared the lighthouse in two, and suddenly there was tons of rock falling down upon the outpost as the top half of the lighthouse was separated from its base. Go! Naruto roared, not even looking back. His tenketsu burned from the strain of releasing so many techniques, and he grimaced as he molded the chakra for another technique. The fires raged unabated, a conflagration of immense proportions as the rubble from the lighthouse struck the water behind them. The ground shuddered and a huge wave of water exploded outwards from the collapse. Within that, a squad of 3 shinobi darted forward and moved to engage the Anbu operatives standing on the surface of the ocean. Another squad moved to the north, peppering the operatives with kunai, while a third and fourth squad moved west and south. Amidst all of these shadow clones, the real Alpha team darted between the rising smoke and rubble and sprinted at top speed towards the southwest, toward the wall and an army of friendly shinobi to save them. Naruto didn't. Their enemy was a Hokage, and they would never be able to escape an S-rank shinobi so easily. Instead, he clasped his hands together and concentrated. He has been ordered by the Hokage to survive, even if it meant blowing his cover. Besides, Yagura seemed to know exactly where they had come from anyway. A wave of chakra washed over the outpost, and water rose from the oceans to sweep the fire away. Huge clouds of hissing steam and plumes of smoke obscured the area, but Yagura's unconcerned form was still plainly visible. Naruto reached down within him and drew on the power of the nine-tailed demon fox. He ignored the sudden fatigue and darkness that tried to overtake his mind as the feelings of anger and rage and sorrow, and so much crushing guilt that he had repressed came rising up with the power. The sound of rattling chains filled his ears as the mental representation of his emotional issues drank greedily from the foul power of the demon within him. Something chuckled darkly in his ear. It wasn't the nine-tailed fox but something else. As all of that was happening, a crimson miasma of power exploded around his form. The potent, dark chakra formed a visage of a large, sneering fox, and a terrible ear-splitting howl rose up into the air. Naruto panted and gasped as he rested the power where he wanted it with practiced ease. His teeth were sharpening, his fingers popping out of their sockets as they extended and formed claws. He could feel his lips stretching and his vision grew darker, but at the same time everything was more pronounced. 2 tails made up on crimson chakra swished behind him as Naruto pressed down on the ground and launched himself at the 4th Mizukage with everything he had. Emerging through the smoke and steam, Naruto caught a single glimpse of the first true emotion the Mizukage had displayed: shock. Then his fist, wreathed in crimson fire, lashed up to take the man's head from his shoulders. The Mizukage, despite his surprise, reacted smoothly as he reached for the long, hooked staff from his back and swung it at Naruto's face. It was a counterattack done in less than a second, and the cool metal of the back of the staff struck him in the cheek with incredible force. The miasma of chakra around him dampened the blow, but the force behind it was enough to send Naruto skidding sideways and he batted aside. He skidded along the ground and slammed into the fiery remains of a building by the pier. The building collapsed as Naruto tore through the walls and disappeared into the fire. A roar filled the air as Naruto emerged from the building a second later. His cheek had been split open and blood dribbled down onto the ground, curdling, blackening and disappearing as the potent chakra around him boiled it. His jawbone was visible, but even as he stood there, the skin began to kit itself back together. Naruto was panting as he glared at the Mizukage. Directing and controlling the chakra of the nine-tailed demon fox were 2 different things. You couldn't really control it as such. It reacted on instinct and impulse. Naruto would have a problem and the chakra would seek to resolve that problem in a variety of different ways. These flashes of insight were incredibly difficult to predict or plan, and instead came to Naruto as he needed to do it. As such, all he had to do was direct the chakra to a specific goal and unleash the power on it. The goal here: kill the 4th Mizukage, Yagura. The chakra bubbled and boiled around him as Naruto launched himself at Yagura again. Yagura slid into a 2-handed stance, and the staff flashed as it lashed out at Naruto. The young Jinchuriki dodged and lashed out with a strike of his clawed hand, which was blocked by the back end of the staff. The claws ran down the metal staff and sparks flew through the air as he gouged a single scratch into it. Amidst the ruins of the outpost, and the battle between shadow clones and Tide operatives, Uzumaki Naruto engaged in combat with one of the 5 Kage of the hidden villages. Bravo team had left the Bloody Cove right on time, ushered through the gates with expediency as whatever people Terumi may had put into place played their roles perfectly. They were given another cursory inspection, but then quietly let through. Squads of loyal Kirin sped towards the south, and Sasuke could see smoke rising up into the air as the resistance Nin began their attack. Naruto was somewhere in the north, raising another. Between the dual attacks, plus trouble on the archipelago, the Kirin would hopefully be too occupied to notice that a caravan had left and never returned. There were 6 wagons, each pulled by a horse, and they lumbered on the rocky, flat road. The trees and foliage around them was all dead, the ground salted and the plants destroyed so that nobody would be able to sneak up on them. It was an effective measure considering they were bordering the land of fire, where Leaf Nin were quite adept at using the vast forests there to camouflage their movements. It also meant that Bravo team had an unhindered view of the surroundings. Sasuke stood to the left of one of the wagons, his Sharingan spinning on at random intervals as he kept his eyes peeled for pursuers. Kage took the lead with the Resistance Nin team leader, a woman with large black bangs covering her eyes. Daichi stood on top of the middle wagon, doing the same thing as Sasuke with his Byakugan. Even though he appreciated his eyes, Sasuke couldn't help but feel that the Byakugan was infinitely more useful on missions such as these. He suddenly shivered. There was a chill in the air, and it was making the hair on the back of his neck stand up on end. Despite the warm sun beaming down on them, Sasuke could feel his limbs shaking. He eyed his arm, blinking in languid fascination as it shivered uncontrollably, and he was barely aware that he had stopped moving. The whole caravan had. The shinobi there stared to the northeast, and Sasuke raised his eyes to gaze at the far horizon as well. In the distance, plumes of smoke were rising up into the sky. The wind howled around them, but the breeze was soft on his skin. Then, Sasuke activated the Sharingan. It was as if a blanket of cold terror had been swept off of him. There was a horrible, foul power radiating throughout the air. "Shit," Kage muttered. He turned to his resistance counterpart. "That's a problem," he told her grimly. "Is that?" she began. "Contact!" Daichi interrupted loudly. "Northeast approaching rapidly and fanning out to surround us. Kiri Anbu!" Sasuke stiffened in alarm and he whirled around. There was nothing he could see at the moment, but he trusted his teammates' eyes. There was a fluster of movement at the front as the resistance team leader jumped up to where Daichi was standing. "How many?" she demanded hoarsely. "I count 11, Daichi replied evenly. 4 squads of 2 and a squad of 3. The resistance Nin whirled around. "Kiri, Junko, Shiro! Form up!" She turned to Kage, who had joined her. "We'll go out and meet them," she told him quickly. "You get the refugees to the wall." "Understood." Kage gave her a brief nod. He turned to the wagons as the resistance team sped off to intercept their pursuers. They had been loaded so that only the second one carried all of the barrels that the refugees had hidden in. Several of the refugees played the parts of merchants, and many of them had paled, looking fearful and frightened. "We're going to split the wagons up," Kage ordered. "Secure the reins and then whip the horses into running at top speed. You'll join our wagon and hopefully the ruse will buy us some time. Go!" The civilians burst into movement as they jostled around the wagons, setting things up. A few moments later, 5 of the 6 wagons shot out away from them as the horses galloped forward at top speeds. One went down the road they were on as Kage led the wagon over the rocky ground, but still in the direction of the wall. "Fall in, move out!" Kage ordered, and the wagon began to move quickly. They ran for at least 5 minutes. Behind them, a series of small pops burst into existence, explosions and the sounds of fighting beginning to rise in the air. A heavy mist was settling down on the area as the resistance team fought against superior numbers to hold them back. "The enemy has been stalled, but several have moved around the resistance Nin and are still pursuing us," Daichi called out as he monitored the situation with his Byakugan. "They're splitting up to check the other wagons, but it won't take long to catch up, and 2 of them are heading our way. Tawa, come with me. Daichi, you're in charge. Keep moving towards the wall," Kage ordered briskly. The older Anbu left with Tawa following behind him as Daichi and Sasuke urged the wagon onwards as fast as they could. In the first 15 seconds of combat, Naruto and Yagura had exchanged over 50 blows. Naruto had manifested the power of the 9-tailed demon fox, but he was being slowly overwhelmed by the Mizuki's offense. The other man was barely as tall as Naruto was, but he wielded his staff expertly, possibly even better than anything Naruto had ever seen Sarutobi do. His crimson miasma clashed on the metal again and again as Naruto whirled around the enemy, hands, feet, and tails lashing out at every angle. Yagura blocked, ducked, and sidestepped, countered and moved in, only for Naruto to retreat, pause, and advance once more in a never-ending cycle of attack and counterattack. Stray memories began to filter in as the Tide operatives quickly overwhelmed his shadow clones, and Naruto pressed the attack furiously. Yagura blocked with his staff, a dull metal clang echoing amidst all of the crackling fires and continuing secondary explosions, and then he brought the staff down to bash Naruto in the head. Naruto avoided the blow, but the staff turned and the hook at the front end caught him by the edge of his body armor. He was yanked forward, and it was only his reflexes that saved his skull from being caved in as Yagura unleashed a devastating blow with the other end of his staff. Naruto felt a growl in the back of his throat, but his mind bombarded with negative emotions and the constant, maddening sound of rattling chains was relatively clear. He had practiced and trained this form with Jiraiya, and he knew the limits of his control and direction. His 2 tails extended and his lashed out at Yagura, who jumped back. A second later, the tails extended around 2 burning stumps of wood far larger and heavier than anything he could have carried by himself, and they hurled the rubble at Yagura with ease. Yagura blocked one with his staff, but the impact sent him skidding back on the sand. The other one soared over his head and crashed into a building behind him, shattering brick, wood and glass. He gave Naruto a measuring look as the Jinchuriki began to hurl more and more stuff at him. How unnecessary! The Mizukage scoffed. He brandished his staff and water formed in front of him, a large, flat circular pool coming at the end of his staff. It formed a reflective mirror of water which hooked on to the end of his staff. Naruto hurled another piece of debris at him, a chunk of blackened concrete, and then another, a piece of burning wood. Yagura stood where he was and something flashed from his mirror, shooting forward and destroying both pieces of debris. Water splashed to the ground where the objects had collided. The same thing happened for the next half a dozen pieces of rubble that Naruto hurled at him. The Anbu captain felt the chakra rumbling in the back of his throat, expressing his dissatisfaction even as Naruto did his best to analyze the scene. His Jinchuriki form didn't have many long-ranged options, but he had already experienced how the other Jinchuriki was stronger and faster than he was. He wasn't going to be able to beat Yagura in close combat, especially while he had a much longer range than him courtesy of his staff. He also didn't want to get into a ninjutsu match with the Kage of the village hidden in mist, while he was standing right next to a body of water. Naruto felt heat burning at the back of his throat, and he focused the chakra of the nine-tailed demon fox. Fire spilled from his lips and mouth as Naruto reared his head back and spat out a single streak of condensed demonic chakra. It surged forward, but was countered by the mirror as something shot out to intercept it. Naruto grinned, a somewhat manic look, focused the chakra in his throat, and then spouted more and more streaks of fire. One became a dozen, became 100, became 1,000, a constant, unceasing barrage of fire that peppered Yagura without pause. The mirror shimmered as it countered each streak with a watery reflection, and fire and water met in a spectacular hiss of boiling water and scalding air. A steamy haze began to rise and the humidity went up, obscuring the distance between the two Jinchuriki even as Naruto continued to spray fiery streaks of dense chakra at Yagura. Then, as the steam rose and hid all from view, it abruptly stopped. Yagura paused for a moment, waiting, and then walked calmly out of the steam. His elite Anbu joined him, kneeling down in a semicircle around him. "Go and get him," he ordered. "Yes, Mizukage-sama," they intoned and disappeared in a flicker of movement. Naruto was panting as he fed the chakra of the nine-tailed demon fox into his limbs, pushing them past their limits as he sprinted past the burning wreckage of the outpost and out towards the desolate forests with their twisted, dead trees. He was heading in the opposite direction of the wall, further away from his team to give them as much time to escape as possible. His mind raced as he bounded past rocks and fallen logs. He would keep them occupied for 5 more minutes, and then he was going to turn and flee right into the land of fire. His identity would have undoubtedly been compromised and Yagura would connect the dots. What happened afterwards would be something to worry about after his escape. He turned to gaze behind him, crimson eyes narrowed as he spotted the pursuit of the Tide operatives. He spat out more fire and it licked against the dead bark and branches of the forest around him, and within seconds a wildfire burned uncontrollably all around him. 2 black figures darted past the flames to approach him, but Naruto turned and used his 2 tails to push him forwards, avoiding their tightly compressed water bullets. They smacked on the ground, leaving visible dents. A second later, a dome of water rose above and around Naruto, trying to entrap him, but he broke free with little effort. He gathered his chakra and roared, a loud, bestial sound, and the very force of his voice pushed everything within a 5-meter radius away from him. Smoke tickled his sensitive nose, but the rest of Naruto's body was burning and it mattered little to him. He approached the nearest Tide operative and swiped his hand, ready to take off his head. The man was faster, or he had great reflexes, because he dodged the swipe and delivered a devastating kick to Naruto's stomach. Naruto gasped, eyes bulging, but recovered almost instantly and roared at the man. The force of his voice pushed him back and he went tumbling and skidding over the ground, disappearing into the wildfires that surrounded him. The chains rattled noisily in his ears, and Naruto growled in annoyance. Then, a second later, the second Tide operative darted towards him. Glowing yellow chakra lit up her fingertips, and something had been written on his hand. Naruto jumped up and avoided the palm thrust, using his tail on a nearby tree to swing away. He saw the woman miss, her palm striking a rock, and glowing yellow fuinjutsu wrapped around the rock like chains. Suddenly, darkness blotted out the forest. Naruto looked up and saw a huge wave of water rising up to block out the sun. It was an immense tidal wave as tall as the Hokage's tower, and it came crashing down with the force of 1,000 explosive tags. The sound of roaring water blocked out anything else as it swept aside burning trees, rocks, logs, and anything unfortunate to be in its path. Naruto barely had a chance to cross his arms over his chest before the water was upon him, striking him harder than any punch, pushing him off his feet and pulling him along the current. The crimson miasma surrounding him hissed and spluttered as the water boiled as it came into contact with it, but there was more to come. The young Jinchuriki was pushed along the tidal wave, his back crashing into whatever was in his path. His lungs burned with the need for air as he struggled against the power of the water technique for a good minute, before he managed to attach the rebreather to his face and took in a grateful gasp of air. The water was freezing and it surrounded him, but it was slowly receding as the chakra that fueled it began to dissipate. The water level fell until it was all gone, leaving Naruto to stand on top of a soggy, muddy wasteland with nothing except the piles of mangled remains of trees. Yagura approached him, looking faintly annoyed. He opened his mouth to speak, but Naruto wasn't giving him a chance. The chakra around him bubbled and hissed, and with a flash of movement, Naruto was lunging at the man again. He bowled over the three Tide operatives close to him, and let out a giant billowing cloud of demonic chakra-empowered fire. Yagura swiped at it with his staff, the hook at the end glowing as it ripped the fire apart like it was a piece of paper. "My turn now," Yagura intoned. A hazy, azure chakra bubbled up around him, and a horrible, sickly sensation settled down upon the area. Many of the Tide operatives stepped back or retreated to a safe distance as their leader brought forward a cloak of chakra similar to Naruto's. Yagura's was of a different hue, but a single bubbling tail swished behind him. Naruto darted back, but then Yagura was dashing forward and he struck Naruto once in the stomach. Something let out a cracking noise and suddenly there was a dull gray substance crawling all over him. The smell of salt and seawater filled his nostrils as the growth clutched to him, writhing and rolling down to his legs and up to his arms until his movements were impaired. Naruto tried to retreat but found it difficult, even with the chakra miasma around him. He was breathing harshly as he tried to break free from the bizarre technique. "Konoha's Jinchuriki, you are now my prisoner, Yagura." The chakra surrounding him bubbled away ominously, and he didn't even look winded despite a series of burns on the edge of his green cloak. Naruto let go of the chakra of the nine-tailed demon fox and immediately sagged against his restraints as a sudden wave of exhaustion and fatigue shook him. He had pushed his body past their natural limits, and now the aftereffects were coming through. Still, despite his bindings, Yagura had done exactly what he wanted him to. Naruto closed his eyes and went limp, giving off an impression of misery and defeat to the enemy. At the same time, he reached deep within himself, close to the seal of the demon fox, but past it. Instead, he reached into the deep, dark pit that existed within his mind. The gluttonous chain, having snacked on the chakra of the demon fox, leapt eagerly to his command. With a sudden inhale of breath, Naruto opened his eyes and chains shot out from his body, bursting from his tenketsu. They were a physical manifestation of the darkest parts of his psyche, and their emergence mangled his flesh and sent blood dripping to the ground. The chains were rusty and corroded, several of the links looking seemingly fragile and broken. They let out a terrible clanking noise that resounded in the skulls of everybody around them, almost like they were letting out a roar of their own, and then they leapt eagerly towards Yagura. The fourth Mizukage was struck before he could react, the chains binding around him eagerly. They coiled and writhed against him like snakes as he stood a staggered step back. Less than a second later, 5 Tide operatives lunged at Naruto with the intent to kill. But Yagura had either lost his grasp on the binding technique, or it had been weakened with the emergence of the chains, because Naruto broke free from his bindings and managed to avoid a fatal blow. One sword scraped against his arm while another clipped the side of his armor, scraping against the ceramic plates inside. As he rolled away, his hands formed in a single hand seal. Detonate! A series of explosive tags, dropped as Naruto had charged at Yagura, exploded in a wave of concussive force. The ground rocked as the Grade 1 tags tore through the dirt. One of the Tide operatives was enveloped and disappeared, standing directly over a tag. Another 2 members went down as they were bombarded by a rain of debris sharper than and as deadly as a hail of kunai. Yagura was thrown off his feet, still struggling against the chains, while Naruto used the momentum of the explosion to roll away. Triumph flared in his mind at his successful ploy as he brought his hands together for another technique. Arise, Titan! The ground shuddered and rumbled again as a mountain of rock and fire tore its way free from the earth. 2 large hands emerged first, covered in thick, oozing tar with veins of fire. Then came the upper chest, reinforced with slabs of thick granite that dripped with molten rock. Finally, a head emerged, a human skull made of stone with a leering, frozen smile of razor-sharp teeth and 2 eye sockets filled with flame. Its legs were submerged in the earth and it remained immobile, but it loomed up into the sky as large as a Class 4 summon, higher than most buildings. It blotted out the sun similar to how Yagura's water technique had done so. Naruto stood on the head of it, and with a furious roar, the construct raised a hand and brought it down. The earth shuddered once more from the impact of the blow, and a giant plume of dust and dirt shot up into the air as the blow left a crater bigger than most houses in the scorched dirt. The remains of one of the Tide operatives would be somewhere down there, mangled and splattered beyond recognition. Yagura had recovered, avoiding the blow by jumping back, and he was wrenching the chains away from his body. Many remnants clung to his body like slugs to a wall, but he ignored them as he glared up at Naruto. Whatever demonic chakra he had been using was gone, and Naruto was sure that it wouldn't be returning, especially with those chain fragments on him. Yagura looked furious now, and there was no more talk as he brought his hands together. Naruto brought the Titan's arm back up to deliver another devastating blow at the Mizukage. As the house-sized fist came down, Yagura brandished his hands together, and a column of spiraling water exploded forward to meet it. The sheer power of the technique sent the Titan staggering back, and water turned to steam as it met the fiery hand. But the water technique was strong, and the granite fingers began to crack as the fires were quenched. Naruto kept the fist up, blocking the technique as he made a series of hand seals. He layered his chakra 3 times and winced as an aching burn flashed over his tired body. Earth release, rising stone spears. Earth release, rising stone spears. Earth release, seismic upheaval. Spears of rock burst out of the ground around Yagura, intent on spearing him, and the Mizukage aborted his technique. He batted 4 of them away with his staff and retreated as the spikes continued to emerge from the ground, shooting out as fast as a thrust of the spear. There were dozens of them, hundreds even. At the same time, several parts of the desolate, battered ground burst apart like more explosive tags were going off, shooting debris and tiny bits of dirt and stone all around them. Yagura shielded his face with his cloak as he leapt back, gaining some distance on Naruto and his Titan summon, and when he landed his hands were twisted in the ox seal. Giant geysers of water exploded all around Naruto, giant twisting columns of water on all sides. Naruto gritted his teeth as the water began to crash down upon him, 4 giant waves from every direction coming together to meet him in the center. Earth release, underground excavation. His feet sank into the Earth Titan, and he dove down up to his knee, anchoring himself in the construct even as he adjusted his rebreather. The water crashed down on the Titan with tremendous force, and the mighty summon staggered on spot. Naruto made several hand seals again and layered his chakra twice, ignoring the agony that spread through his taxed body. Wind release, great wind breakthrough. Wind release, great wind breakthrough. He brandished each of his palms out in different directions just as the churning, raging water came down crashing on the Titan's head. Huge gusts of wind blew out, meeting the water and holding it back for an instant, a barrier of wind against the force of a tsunami. Then the wind technique began to fail as water seeped through, dripping down on Naruto and the Titan's skull. But it had done its job, countering much of the force of the water technique, and when the water came crashing down on Naruto it was with the force of similar to pouring a bucket on his head and not a force that would crush him flat against the rock. The water had enveloped the entire Titan, and Naruto could barely see through it. He was surrounded by it, the freezing liquid pressing against him warmed only by the steam that boiled as it struck the fiery lava of the Titan. He could see, however, that it was not receding, and it spiraled around in a never-ending sphere of motion. He looked down, breathing deeply through the rebreather. Yagura stood at the edge of the giant dome of water, one hand placed within it. The Mizukage stared up at him and a pulse of his chakra shot through the water. Suddenly, the pressure surrounding him increased and Naruto grimaced. He tried to move his arms, but they were slow and sluggish as the pressure continued to increase and increase. His armor creaked and he could feel the strain in his bones. Finally, he brought his hands together in the ram's seal and countered the pressure with his own chakra. Almost immediately, the pressure around him subdued as Naruto lashed out with his own raw power, forming a sphere around him to keep the crushing weight off of him. He gritted his teeth as he felt the pressure beginning to return, Yagura intensifying his efforts. Below him, the Titan creaked and groaned. Large cracks and splits appeared in its carapace, the pressure tearing through the granite armor. The cracks were relatively shallow, but they were widening and beginning to get worse. Naruto tried to extend his chakra down on his construct, but the pressure surrounding him became intense, and he relented, focusing on protecting only himself. The blonde Jinchuriki glanced down at Yagura, hoping to see some kind of strain. Instead, Yagura had placed his other hand in the water and was focusing on something. To Naruto's disbelief, water rippled around each of his fingertips and 5 sharks of water formed. They swished their tails as they began to swim towards Naruto, intent on devouring him and tearing him to shreds. Naruto, his hand clasped in a ram seal, desperately tried to think of a solution to Yagura's latest attack. His mind racing, he began lowering himself deeper and deeper into the head of the Titan. It was hard keeping the pressure from instantly killing him while trying to deepen the underground excavation technique. The shark swam closer and closer, darting through the water at incredible speeds as Naruto sank deeper and deeper into the Titan's head. Just as his head was submerging, one of the sharks was close enough to lunge at him. The last thing he saw before his head dipped beneath the surface of the rock was the shark's mouth mere centimeters away from his head. Then everything was dark and something thudded heavily above him. The crushing pressure around him was gone, shielded by the thick granite of the Titan, but it was continuing to weaken and groan as the pressure began to tear it apart. Naruto kept his hands in the ram seal, but refocused his chakra throughout the Titan. He used the underground excavation technique to keep moving through it even as he began to direct the Titan to move. The stone and rock around him was shattering and shuddering as he climbed upwards, traveling through the arm that was slowly but surely fighting against the pressure and rising up through the moving arm. Finally, he felt the Titan push through the thick, unyielding water and he burst out from the rock on the hand of the Titan, held above its head and over the dome of spiraling water. Water dripped from his head as he looked down on the massive spiraling dome of water below him, his eyes wide. It was a devastatingly powerful technique, one that could end entire platoons of shinobi. The water below him rippled, and then suddenly something was lunging at him. Naruto stepped back reflexively as a water shark burst out of the water, its jaws snapping towards him, and it was only the fact that he slipped on the rock that saved his life. Naruto fell from the fingers and back towards the dome of water as the shark soared over him, but he flipped in midair and desperately channeled chakra to his feet. When he landed on the dome of water, he managed to keep himself on top even as he began sliding down the edge and towards the ground. Sharks leapt out of the water, snapping jaws and gnashing teeth trying to end his life, but Naruto avoided them with a mixture of water walking and just falling, his chakra struggling to stick to Yagura's water. He fell towards the ground, righted himself and managed to stick to the edge of the gigantic dome of water before slipping once more. The water beneath his feet, however, was beginning to recede. No, it was moving inwards, forced in by Yagura's technique, and Naruto abruptly lost his footing and fell helplessly to the ground. He spun in the air, whipping around just as the water shattered his Titan's armor. A tremendous boom roared through the air so loud that Naruto's hearing temporarily left him. A high-pitched whine filled his head as the Titan exploded in a shower of water and rock, the water dome destabilizing and exploding outwards with tremendous force. The force of the pressure and the explosion sent the rocky debris and water flying for kilometers. Something flashed at him and Naruto grunted as a piece of rock struck him in the chest. He was sent flipping wildly through the air as the force of the explosion pushed him backwards to a 30-story fall with nowhere but the cratered, muddied and scorched ground to land. He still couldn't hear anything as he hurtled toward the ground. His body hurt all over. His chakra was exhausted. Blood dripped from his ears and nose. Naruto desperately reached within him, seeking the power of the nine-tailed demon fox, seeking something that could save him. Rattling chains filled his mind, the only thing he could hear as they eagerly latched onto him, and he struggled against their grip as he sought out the demon fox. A single tendril of crimson power lanced through him, and Naruto took it eagerly, using it to envelope himself in a crimson miasma of power just as he struck the ground with enough force to shatter boulders. The chakra shroud bore the brunt of the impact, and it was the only thing that saved his life. He went sliding and rolling along the ground. His armor cracked, one of his arms snapped the wrong way and his mask shattered, falling off his face as he rolled along the ground, hitting debris, rocks and anything else in his way. A particularly strong blow to the head left him dizzy, but his hearing returned, continuing to skid and tumble along until he finally came to a stop. He lay on his back, staring up at the sky, his entire body aching and his mind just stunned. Water fell down on his face, dripping softly as the last of the water dome technique fell from the sky. It was almost like rain, and the sun beamed down on him from, thawing a bit of the freezing sensation that had surrounded him. Naruto let out a pained, gurgling rattle and rolled over. He was panting, each breath coming out in a labored wheeze, his eyes struggling to focus, and it hurt to move. Nonetheless, he stood up, exhausted, wet and wounded, and gingerly cradled his arm as he turned, looking for Yagura. The fourth Mizukage was coming, walking with a limp as blood trickled down his temple. Clearly, he hadn't been expecting the explosive reaction from the Titan either, but he seemed to be in better shape than Naruto. He held the remnants of his staff, a single piece of broken steel, and one of his eyes was closed over, bruised and bloody. His face was set in stone, and there was a pressure in the air that Naruto just couldn't match. But then he didn't need to. Yagura paused in his advance, his eyes widening with shock as a shadow loomed behind Naruto. The Anbu turned his head to see Terumi standing behind him. Her wavy crimson hair swayed behind her as she placed a warm hand on Naruto's shoulder, smiling gently at him. "Thank you, Naruto," she told him quietly. "You did well." A man with an eye patch stood behind her. He gave Naruto a considering look but kept his attention on Yagura, who had swiveled around to check around him. He was surrounded. A woman wielding two swords crackling with lightning stood with a large, bare-chested man holding a gigantic sword over his shoulder. A boy no older than 18 dressed in loose flowing robes puffed on a pipe that was letting out bubbles, standing next to somebody wearing the mask of a hunter nin. Chukichi, one of the resistance members Naruto had met earlier, stood beyond them with several others, each man and women looking grim. Finally, Mei stood in front of Naruto, radiating a deadly calm. There was no teasing smile on her face, no jokes, and after reassuring Naruto she had stepped forward. Yagura! Her voice boomed out over the cratered, devastated battlefield. You're tired, injured, and outnumbered. Surrender, or we will put you down. Yagura looked annoyed. Terumi Mei, he acknowledged stiffly. What are you doing here? Mei smiled chillingly. I'm here to end your reign as Mizukage, she replied. This is the day of revolution, Yagura. Our forces are on the homelands overthrowing your forces as we speak. Loyal shinobi are subduing your forces and retaking control of our country. Today, Yagura, we announce that we are free. Yagura stared at her. Bait, he said quietly. He smiled a tad ruefully. Konoha was bait. I knew you wouldn't let it go unanswered, Mei answered. She folded her arms over her flak vest. You're far away from your forces, Yagura, and your empire is crumbling. Will you submit? Don't you dare trample on my dream! Yagura snarled. He threw away the broken end of his staff, his eyes wild. I will end you today, woman, and crush your pathetic rebellion. Mei didn't look back at Naruto, but her next words were directed towards him. It's time to leave, Uzumaki Naruto, she told him gently. This is Kiri business, and you've done enough to help. She slapped her hands together as Yagura did the same, and the resistance forces around him tensed and readied themselves for battle. Leave the rest to us. Naruto, breathing deeply and with a wheeze, took a single last look at the scene. Despite his strength, Yagura was clearly not at his best, and Mei herself had been able to match him before. With the others, there was little chance that the tyrannical man was going to get away. He was standing on the graveyard of the fourth Mizukage. He turned and didn't look back as he fled from the scene, even when the sound of battle began to rage behind him. Chapter 51, Operation Hurricane, Finale. Sasuke was panting, exhausted yet still moving as he darted forward. His kunai flashed as he batted away a volley of shuriken that would have pelted a hobbling refugee in the back. Then, his feet set firmly in the ground, he threw his kunai forward. An explosive tag sizzled at the end, and when the blade struck the ground, it exploded in a giant plume of smoke and dirt. The explosion, while relatively weak, obscured the view of the advancing Tide agents. There weren't many of Bravo Team left now. Not that there had been fatalities at least, Sasuke hadn't seen any, but as the cart had approached the Land of Fire, Daichi had detected numerous enemy nin approaching their position at top speed. The resistance nin had stayed back, buying as much time as they could for the Anbu to speed the cart off to safety. It was a suicide mission in the best case. No amount of mist and smoke and evasion techniques would be able to fend off so many competent opponents. For the most part, the resistance nin had been ignored. A small detachment from the Tide operatives had engaged them, but the rest had simply sped past, doggedly pursuing the rest of the team. Kage and Tawa had moved to flank them, but a Tide operative had managed to release a powerful water technique that had smashed the carts into little pieces and sent them tumbling away. Most of the refugees hidden in the barrels had awoken, disorientated, smelly and scared. Some would never wake, their bodies bent and broken. Then it had become a running game. Sasuke and Daichi had been left to furiously defend over 60 unarmed civilians against a squad of at least 5 Tide operatives. They ran down the rocky path towards the Land of Fire as best they could as Sasuke and Daichi stayed back, distracting the Kirinin as best they could. They weren't always successful. A series of bullets of water spat forward through the smoke, most of them flying aimlessly through the air. One smacked on the trunk of a white, dead tree and splintered it. Another smashed the ground beside Sasuke. A third whizzed past and struck a long-haired woman in the back. She arched, the force propelling her forward, and she went twisting and tumbling along the ground in a heap of limbs. She did not get up again. Sasuke drew out a pair of kunai and threw them to either side of the road. His Sharingan spun as he wove through some hand seals as quick as he could. Barrier technique, two-prong seal. A glowing wall of blue light sprung forward from the 2 kunai, rising up and forming a barrier that covered the road. More water bullets shot forward, and several of them struck the barrier. It wobbled, hissing and spluttering, but held. A flash of black and white leapt from the smoke and jumped over the barrier, moving almost too fast to be seen. Almost. Sasuke saw it all through his Sharingan as the Tide operative cleared the barrier wall. The man's center of gravity was shifted in his left leg, which he would land on. Muscles were coiling, ready to dart forward as soon as he hit the ground, Chakra poured from the hidden tenketsu from his wrist, a sword was in his hand, glistening water chakra flowing around it, a swing that would be extended by the water and slice into him. Sasuke saw it all and more, and his hands were blurring before the enemy had even touched the ground. Fire release, Phoenix Sage fire technique. A volley of small fireballs shot out, arcing in randomly different directions but all converging on the same point. As the Tide operative landed, they looked as if to hit him, but his sword flashed, and water hissed and spluttered as the fire was dispersed. The Tide operative suddenly jumped backwards, moving closer towards the barrier, as the hidden shuriken within the flames were not dispersed. They pelted the ground where he had been standing. Now! Sasuke felt a surge of triumph overcome his exhaustion as he raised his left hand and pulled. The wire attached to the two kunai supporting the barrier technique tugged on the kunai, and suddenly the barrier exploded in a flash of light and the sound of breaking glass. The operative grunted as the explosion forced him forwards, sending him tumbling. Large arcs of broken blue light gouged into his back, cutting through the armor and sending blood dripping to the ground. At the same time, Sasuke rushed forward with all of his speed, his right hand raised. Lightning crackled around it, a high-pitched chirping noise filling the air as he took advantage of the enemy's sudden vulnerability. The Tide operative heard the noise and desperately tried to regain his footing even as he swung his blade, but Sasuke avoided it with ease, crimson flashing behind his mask, and thrust forward with his hand. The lighting technique pierced through armor like a hot knife through butter, and Sasuke pushed against the older, larger man as his arm went elbow deep into the chest cavity, sparks of lightning crackling around him. There was a sudden hitch of breath, and then the Tide operative slumped forward, his heart pierced. Sasuke pushed back against the sudden weight and jumped away, leaving the Tide operative to fall limply to the ground. Sasuke was panting. His chakra was low, and he had already popped 2 soldier pills, a decision he would happily regret tomorrow, if he lived that long. Still, nothing could stop the feeling of triumph that surged through him as he defeated a stronger, older shinobi in combat. Now only 4 left. That was the last victory Sasuke had for a while. They continued to flee towards the Land of Fire, and were only a kilometer or so out from the border, but the Tide operatives were horribly persistent. It was only the combined power of both the Byakugan and Sharingan of Daichi and Sasuke that kept them from being overrun immediately. Sasuke was able to fend off any direct attack with a combination of explosive tags, barriers and precision-based attacks that disrupted any attempt to overwhelm the 2 Leaf Nin with pure numbers. Daichi had contributed also, and one of the Kirinin's arms flopped uselessly at her side whilst another man limped behind the rest, the chakra circulatory in his leg damaged. Daichi used his bloodline to keep track of the enemy's movements. After a forward assault had left 2 of their number injured, 1 Tide operative had tried to flank them. A series of explosive tags had been waiting for him, and the last of Sasuke's explosive tags had detonated, leaving smoke rising into the air and a heavily wounded Tide agent out of the fight. Still, Sasuke and Daichi were tiring and more attacks were slipping through. A barrage of kunai struck a fleeing man in the back. A dragon of water exploded against one of Sasuke's hastily crafted barriers, protecting most of the refugees but washing away a woman holding a child. Sasuke didn't know if they were okay as he was pushed back by another frontal assault. Slowly, but surely, they were being whittled away. Then a bell rang, loud clanging noises resonating in the air. A whistle blew, then another and another. A siren blared through the air. In front of them, no more than 200 meters away, was the border. They hadn't quite reached the wall yet, but it was a small outpost of Leaf Nin guarding the one road that led inwards. Leaf Nin were yelling, several of them darting around the barricades. The gates swung open as the first of the haggard, exhausted and wounded refugees began to flood in. They had made it. Sasuke felt a renewed sense of vigor and determination, and he threw his all into protecting the rest of the civilians as they slowly but surely made their way to safety. For the first time, Sasuke advanced on the enemy, throwing out the last of his shuriken in an attempt to buy time. Every second counted here. "Incoming!" Daichi screamed from the other side of the road. Sasuke felt a flash of panic, and then his world disappeared in a searing blaze of heat and fire. An explosion rocked the road around him, sending him hurtling off of his feet and thumping on the ground. He bounced once, and then again, before he managed to regain his footing. Numerous refugees burned around him, and the dead trees and grass around him was on fire. He couldn't see Daichi in all of the smoke, his head was spinning and he felt a sharp pain in his ribs. Everything hurt. He swallowed, trying to see the threat, and instinctively his eyes shot up as another hurtling ball of fire arced down towards them. Barrier technique, 5-folded 2-pronged seal. Every barrier kunai that Sasuke possessed hurtled forward as he desperately tried to cover the rest of the road. He clasped his hands in the ram's seal and channeled his chakra. The seal tags at the end of the kunai glue, and a glowing blue dome began to rise around them. Then the fiery ball, the size of a boulder, fell to the earth and the world turned to fire. Sasuke let out a choke scream as his barrier was overloaded, and his tenketsu burned in agony from the feedback of the hastily erected barrier. Glowing shards of blue light fell to the ground like a broken mirror, only partially successful in blocking the powerful technique, and fire rained down upon them. The Uchiha was thrown to the ground and backwards, hitting the body of an already dead refugee, and without shame the boy pulled the body on top of him. Fire raced around him, suffocating and burning and smelling of smoke and charred flesh. It was a firestorm that lasted for seconds at most, but it was the longest period of Sasuke's life. He gagged behind his mask as the body on top of him sizzled and cooked. The smell made him vomit, and he turned his head, coughing and spluttering as the vomit dripped from the bottom of his mask. His Sharingan spun, committing the awful scene into an eternal memory. The fire receded and Sasuke desperately threw the man on top of him off and rolled away. It saved his life as a second later, a sword flashed down to where he had been lying and stabbed into the ground. Choking on spit and vomit, part of his Anbu robe on fire and his entire body wrecked with pain and exhaustion, Sasuke nonetheless reacted admirably. He bottled it all away in an instant, and rolled again as the tied operative, the woman with the crippled arm, lunged at him again. He darted up, kicking up a kunai from the ground, and spun around to deflect the next blow. The force of it made his knees weak and his arms rattle. Even one-handed, the woman still had strength in her swing. Around him, he could see more tied operatives arriving, but so were more of Team Sigma. Kage and Tawa had returned, and Sasuke was certain he had seen Kamachi in between the flames. But the smoke rolled in, covering everything around him from view, and his enemy moved in for the kill. Sword and kunai met with the clang of metal on metal in a furious dance. Sasuke survived the first 3 seconds against an obviously superior sword user for 2 reasons. Firstly, she was wounded, her limp, useless arm holding her back those precious few seconds. Secondly, Sasuke's Sharingan worked overtime as he frantically read every swing and slash of her sword, allowing him to move before she did. He knew where she was coming, and wounded or not, he was able to move faster to beat her there, his kunai parrying and deflecting the sword every time. Still, the ferocity of her attacks forced him backwards, closer towards the flames until he could feel them on his back. Then, in a move of desperation, he threw the kunai right at the tied agent, and when she halted to bat it away, he dove backwards into the flames. It took her a few seconds to follow. The moment she burst through the flames, she had to halt and raise her sword as a giant Fumashuriken lanced out at her. It came in low towards her legs, and she jumped over it, clearing it and the smoldering corpse below her. The Uchiha stood there, arms still outstretched in a throwing motion, and in the smoke and the fire he was cut down where he stood and promptly disappeared in a shimmer and a puff of smoke. A basic clone technique. Sasuke, hidden as the corpse that the tied agent had just jumped over, caught the Fuma Shuriken he had thrown and brought back with the wires on his fingers. He threw it again at his enemy's unsuspecting back. The woman moved quickly, her body twisting and contorting in some fairly impressive gymnastics as she rolled in the air with a leg raised to avoid the weapon. It left her fully open for Sasuke's trap. The wire on his finger tugged, and the Fuma Shuriken exploded in a rain of scrap and debris. Large pieces of twisted, cracked metal slammed into his opponent. One jagged piece of metal, a remnant of one of the blades, scored a lucky slash against the tied agent's heel, and when she landed on her feet her leg instantly buckled and collapsed. Sasuke was already moving. He barely had enough chakra to form it, but a Chidori blazed in his hands as he darted forward. The woman swung, and Sasuke met her swing with the lightning technique. Metal groaned and screeched as it was pierced, and it cracked and shattered. The Chidori was unrelenting as he broke through the sword, the woman's mask, and through one side of the skull and out the other. She collapsed, as did Sasuke a second later. The fight was almost gone from him. All he could do was watch as the smoke began to clear. Team Sigma battled the last of the tied agents all around him. At some point, Kamachi, Yuka and Rat had appeared, reinforcing the line against the rest of the tied operatives, although Naruto didn't appear to have arrived. Metal clashed on metal and figures blurred and darted, meeting each other in a flurry of punches, kicks and stabs. A fiery streak lashed out against a wall of earth, scorching mud and rock, while a wave of water smashed against the ground, forcing 2 members of Team Sigma to jump. Sasuke attempted to stagger to his feet. His lungs were burning and there was seriously something wrong with his ribs as he heard them shift and crack with every little movement. He must have caught somebody's attention because suddenly a tied operative was standing before him. The man was at least 6'5", with a burly from hidden underneath his armor. His mask was bloodied and cracked, his cloak covered in dirt and soot. Nonetheless, he raised a spiked hammer the size of Sasuke with a single hand and prepared to bring it down on him. Sasuke couldn't have managed to raise an arm to block it, let alone something as taxing as the replacement technique. All he could do was stare at the hammer as it began to arc down at him. In that moment, Sasuke felt a sudden flash of terror. Who was going to kill Itachi if he died? Crimson eyes spun in his memory. His clan, slaughtered and dead. Itachi, standing next to the bloodied corpses of their mother and father. All those years of training, of pursuing justice and vengeance, was it all for nothing? In his final moments, Sasuke considered that carefully. The mission. The team. The high-level shinobi who had stared at him with unflinching blue eyes and told him that yes, Konoha hadn't forgotten about the Uchiha clan and Sasuke wasn't the only one left who sought vengeance. Maybe he could leave it to Naruto, then. In the split second that this had crossed his mind, the Tide operative had swung his hammer down, but then there was a flash of crimson light, and the huge man suddenly disappeared from view. Sasuke blinked, and then shuddered as a terrible miasma of power and malice settled down on the battlefield. Something roared, a terrible, beastly roar that sent terror into Sasuke's very soul, but as he looked up all he could see was Naruto crouched over the broken body of the Tide operative who had just been about to kill him. Clad in crimson chakra, with two tails swishing behind him, the Jinchuriki stood up and let his fearsome chakra wash all around him. Despite the horrible feeling of it, Sasuke embraced the feeling with a weary smile. They were safe. With the appearance of a Jinchuriki, the rest of the Tide operatives didn't hang around for much longer. Whoever was in command must have decided that Naruto's presence there didn't bode well for the 4th Mizukage, because a few moments later the remaining agents withdrew from the battlefield. Naruto saw them racing back towards where the 4th Mizukage had last been seen, and grimly thought that they wouldn't like what they would find. Yugura hadn't been in great condition when Naruto had left, and he had been surrounded by several powerful, elite shinobi. Mei had played him beautifully, and Naruto didn't think she would have stepped in at that particular point if she thought she was going to have much trouble putting down the 4th Mizukage for good. It wasn't one of Naruto's problems, anyway. He had more pressing concerns to worry about. Sasuke and Daichi had taken a beating in their defense, with the former unconscious with severe internal injuries and the latter having almost had a leg chopped off. It was only the timely intervention of the medic Nin posted at the wall that stopped Naruto from losing 2 members of his team. Even thinking about it sent a cold, shuddering sensation down his spine. Over half of the refugees had survived the extraction, including the primary target. The rest hadn't been so lucky. Masaso, the nephew of the Lord of the Land of Lightning, tended to his friends in between sending out missives to his uncle and fellow nobles. Naruto hadn't really had a chance to talk to the man since the start of the mission, but when the two had come face to face, Masaso had bowed deeply, far more deeply than any noble should ever bow to a shinobi, before hurrying off to the deathbed of one of his friends. Kage accompanied him while the rest of his squad recuperated at the wall as Naruto was escorted back to Konoha as quickly as possible. The 3rd Hokage had heard about a very public battle between Leaf Nin and Kiri Nin and had summoned him immediately. Naruto was sore and tired himself, but between the force regeneration the 9-tailed demon fox offered and the immense vitality of the Uzumaki clan, he had come out of the battle with the 4th Mizukage in relatively good shape. Naruto was ushered into Konoha during the middle of the day and promptly escorted to one of the secured debriefing rooms deep within the Department of Intelligence. Nara Shikaka stood to one side, leaning against the wall and folding his arm. His posture was lazy and he looked like he was about to fall asleep at any moment, but there was something on his face that showed that he was taking this far more seriously than it appeared. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat on one side of the table, smoking his pipe and listening to Naruto attentively as the young, blonde Anbu dutifully recalled the events of the mission. Every so often, Shikaka would stop him and ask a series of questions. Some of them were quite relevant: the layout of the weapons factory, the disposition that the villagers had held towards the regime, the exact details of each resistance member down to each individual mole. Others didn't seem quite as relevant. Naruto Shikaka had nodded wisely as everything had suddenly made sense after Naruto had described the color and texture of Masaso's house and chosen the nearest example from a palette of paint. He didn't quite get it, but he knew men like Naruto Shikaka looked at information and patterns differently than he did. Every small fact, from the smell and color of the house, built a picture for the man. The exact shade of cream with the silky finish that was coarse to the touch came from a specific company owned by a minor noble family within the Land of Lightning, and was discontinued over 5 years ago. For Shikaku, the paint appearing in the Land of Water didn't make sense unless there was a connection between Masaso and the aforementioned company. Shikaku also knew of 2 smuggling operations being conducted within the Land of Water, and the paint had to have come from one of them. Given that one of the smuggling rings was also connected to a series of minor crime families within the Land of Fire, The small detail of the color of Maseiso's walls had suddenly revealed a deeper connection to a variety of different issues. Naruto still didn't get most of it, but he didn't have to. All he had to do was continue his debrief, and so he did. The battle between the Naruto and Yagura caused the third Hokage to shift in his seat, and Mei's sudden appearance had Shikaku stroking his chin in thought. After arriving at the edge of the outpost, I saw that the rest of my team were engaged in battle. One of my teammates, Uchiha Sasuke, was in imminent danger. I utilized the chakra of the nine-tailed demon fox to close the distance and save him. Moments later, the rest of the Tide operatives retreated. Most of them fell back in the direction where Yagura and I had been fighting. Naruto concluded, feeling drained. He took a drink of water from the glass in front of him and settled in his seat as Sarutobi and Shikaku conversed quietly with each other. It went on for a couple of minutes, and then Shikaku left the room, leaving Naruto and Sarutobi alone. Although I suspected that this mission would not remain as clandestine as we had hoped, never did I suspect that you would end up fighting the fourth Mizukage, Sarutobi said. He tapped his pipe against the desk, shaking his head. What a startling turn of events. Naruto nodded, feeling uneasy, and although nothing showed on his face, Sarutobi's eyes were suddenly pinned on him. Naruto swallowed and voiced his unease. Hokage-sama, we got completely played, he let out in a rush. He rubbed the back of his head, a burning feeling of shame welling up within him. Mei used us and threw us out when she didn't need us anymore. Sarutobi nodded sagely. Yes, that can happen. The Hokage didn't sound upset, and Naruto frowned. Aren't you? He trailed off. Sarutobi reached into his robe and pulled out a scroll. It had already been opened, but the broken crest of the land of water was clear to see. Mei used us to her own end, Sarutobi said firmly. Nonetheless, she has recognized our contribution to her cause. This is a missive that I received just before you arrived. He paused. It's official. The fourth Mizukage is dead. Naruto exhaled noisily. He had assumed that, but hearing it was something else. Yagura had been a monster of an opponent, tougher than anybody Naruto had ever fought before. His water techniques had been monstrous, and his staff techniques polished. Even though the odds had been stacked against him, Naruto had half expected Yagura to come out on top. Naruto had escaped by the skin of his teeth, and even then it had been a close thing. Kiri is rebuilding. A large-scale revolt occurred at the same time as your assault on the fourth Mizukage. There was a lot of damage. The Hokage paused to puff on his pipe. Nonetheless, the new administration of the Land of Water is extremely grateful for all of our assistance. They were especially impressed with your performance. They are committed to creating stronger ties between the two nations and our villages. It sounded like standard diplomatic talk to Naruto. Sarutobi cleared his throat. As a sign of our deep gratitude to the Land of Fire and the village hidden in leaves, the ruling body of the Land of Water, in conjunction with the interim Mizukage Terumi Mei, bequeathed the land known as the Bloody Cove to Konoha. Our jurisdiction and ownership of the land is immediately released, and all former claims by the Land of Water on the mainland voided. Naruto spluttered. Did they just give us back the Bloody Cove? He asked in astonishment. Sarutobi smiled. They did, he replied. How much? Naruto asked. All of it, Sarutobi responded calmly. He folded the scroll and placed it back in his robes. In a single day, you have fought against the Kage, finished a revolution, and done what two armies could not, reclaimed land held by a foreign power for the last 50 years. Congratulations, Naruto. Naruto sat back in his chair stunned. Of course, they have undoubtedly given us the land to both keep us busy and placated, Sarutobi continued. He smiled thinly. Their betrayal of the terms and conditions of the mission, while not a military action taken against us, was a sign of bad faith. They needed to give us something, or we might very well have taken it, and they are in no position to stop us. That made sense, Naruto thought. He was still pretty pissed off at Mei, and if the Hokage had ordered him to take back the Bloody Cove from the new regime, he would have done it without reservation. Furthermore, apart from some infrastructure which they are undoubtedly stripping down, the land itself is quite useless, barren and dead for now, at least, Sarutobi said. He shook his head a tad ruefully. They have given us a token victory, land we cannot use any time soon. Whatever morale we could have raised is only dampened by the fact that by giving it to us, they have essentially made the transaction more about Kiri's generosity than Konoha's victory. Naruto said flatly. He couldn't shake the distinct feeling that the woman was still playing him. Sarutobi could read Naruto's mood. It's always better to think objectively when situations like this occur, he said. We could go charging off in a storm of fury and self-righteousness, demanding compensation and reparations from the land of water for their trickery and deceit. Of course, our own losses over the past year have also left us in a weakened state to do little more than bluster and threaten, as there are 3 other great villages of much greater concern. He puffed on his pipe one last time and placed it away. Or we can accept the olive branch that Kiri is holding out to us. Sacrifice pride for profit. Contribute to a result where both nations come out ahead. Nonetheless, Sarutobi trailed off. He closed his eyes and breathed deeply, and when he opened them they looked softer. I was there when we lost the Bloody Cove. I lost friends trying to keep it, and take it back. If nothing else, you have relieved an old burden off of my shoulders. He reached over and grabbed one of Naruto's hands. Thank you, Naruto, Sarutobi told him sincerely. Naruto felt something stuck in his throat. An immense feeling of pride and happiness welled up within him, and he struggled to form words. Instead, he just nodded and kept his eyes focused on the table. Those words of praise were the best thing that he had ever heard. You are growing in leaps and bounds, Sarutobi said as he took his hand back. In a span of 2 years, you have risen from a B-rank shinobi to the captain of your own elite team. You have saved the village and twice protected the family and interests of the feudal lord. Your name can be heard from one side of the land of fire to the other. You fought against opponents well beyond you and persevered. You single-handedly fought against a Hokage-level opponent no less than 24 hours ago. You are growing up exceptionally well. Okay, perhaps that was the best thing he had ever heard. I have a long way to go, Naruto said honestly, thinking back to his battles. You do, Sarutobi agreed. Nonetheless, be proud of your achievements, Naruto. The moment between the two was broken when the door was opened and Shikaku appeared. Sarutobi sighed. It's back to work for me, he grumbled. As he stood, he gave Naruto a look. Take it easy for the next couple of days. I'm going to keep Team Sigma around the village for a little bit. I believe you have all earned a break. Thank you, Hokage-sama, Naruto said. The sun was setting and the stars were beginning to twinkle in the twilight. At the scene of the battle between the 4th Mizukage, the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tailed Demon Fox, and several high-level members of the resistance, something stirred. The air began to twist and writhe, distorting as it spiraled around a single point of darkness. From that point came a man, his whole body spinning and twisting until he emerged from the darkness and settled into reality. He stepped on cracked and broken earth, his black cloak flapping around him in the cool, sea breeze. An orange mask covered his face, and red clouds adorned his cloak. Toby surveyed the ruins of the battlefield around him, noting the residual chakra still lingering in the air. Crimson flashed beneath his orange mask as he turned his head, looking out at sea. Finally, he spoke. What the fuck? He said aloud. He leaned forward, looking at something that only he could see. Is that, what the hell were you doing here, Uzumaki Naruto? And... He paused. No. He shook his head, his voice becoming more of a groan. No, 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 no. What is that? Yagura? He paused. Oh shit, how the hell did this happen? From behind him, a form was appearing from the ground. He was wearing the same cloak as the man, half black and half white. 2 Venus flytrap extensions covered both sides of his body. No shit! Toby snapped. He gestured all around him. I got that, thanks. Uzumaki Naruto got into a fight with Yagura. The red-haired bitch showed up. Yagura didn't survive. The fool. He should have ran. The 3 tails? Toby asked plaintively. Gone. It will take some time to reappear. I go away for a week and this is what happens. Toby gestured around him. He shook his head, sighing despondently. Maybe I shouldn't have pushed Yagura so hard. He mused. You have to admit, watching the land of water crumble was immensely satisfying. Oh, Toby said, and something dark and terrible filled his voice, a deep, vicious satisfaction. It most certainly was. His fists clenched tightly and then abruptly relaxed as the tenseness that surrounded him disappeared. This is going to be so much more work for me, you know what? Fuck it. He turned around as the air began spiraling around him. A single infinite point of darkness appeared in the air, and Toby began to sink into it, each limb at a time. Report back to headquarters. This is Pain's problem now. Chapter 52, A Challenger Appears. Naruto woke up 5 seconds before his alarm clock went off, and with well-practiced ease he turned the device off. Stretching with a big yawn, Naruto felt a tinge of satisfaction as all of his bones popped back into place, and he cracked his neck. It only took him a few moments to quickly make his bed and dress himself in a pair of loose pants, a plain shirt with a green flak vest over it, and a pair of sandals. He closed the door to his room quietly and began to make his way downstairs. For years, Naruto had been waking an hour earlier than the third Hokage and Konohamaru. He would get the two Sarutobi out of bed, something that used to prove exceedingly dangerous at times, and usher them downstairs in an attempt to get the two to eat their breakfasts. However, over the past few months, Naruto's household duties had slowly become less relevant. He would often wake up to find that the third Hokage was awake, reading from a scroll as he ate his breakfast. Even when he wasn't, waking the old man up was a simple matter of knocking on the door rather than wading through elaborate traps and dodging potentially fatal attacks. With each trial that Naruto underwent, the third Hokage slowly but surely released the pressure back at home. It was surprisingly refreshing and relaxing, Naruto mused to himself as he exchanged a nod with the Hokage and began to prepare his own breakfast. His instincts suddenly screamed danger at him, and he took a sudden step back, his arms rising as the pot of oatmeal bubbling on the stove abruptly exploded, spraying the gooey mixture all around the kitchen with a loud pop. Naruto scraped a bit off the mixture of his face and turned his head, his eyes narrowed dangerously as Konohamaru burst into laughter. If only the brat wasn't such a pain in the arse. The rest of breakfast went easy. Konohamaru had been quick to escape, knowing that Naruto would be wanting to deliver an arse-kicking, but the young Anbu captain didn't care. There would be time for revenge later. Naruto quickly cleaned up the mess and departed from the Hokage's residence, skipping his own meal for later. He took to the road, casually strolling along towards his destination and politely waving to the shinobi and citizens that called out to him. It had been 4 days since the coup in the Land of Water, and so far things had been going well. Relationships between the two nations had tentatively moved forward as Kiri had begun to pull back much of their armed forces from the mainland. There were still some fighting as commanders loyal to Yagura attempted to regroup, but if the new Mizukage had learned anything from her predecessor, it had been ruthlessness. Most of the attempts had already failed and the loyalist forces were on the run. Naruto still wasn't quite sure how to feel about Mei. On the one hand, a part of him absolutely despised her for putting his team in danger. On the other hand, that was the name of the game. In the shinobi world, backstabbing and deceit was the norm. The peace treaties and alliances that bound the 5 great villages in a state of uneasy peace were rarely worth more than the paper they were written on. Besides, Konoha had done considerably well out of it. The loss of the Bloody Cove had been one of the Land of Fire's few devastating defeats, and the fact that they had claimed it back as useless and decrepit as it was a significant victory, if only in terms of morale. Naruto waves politely to a pair of jonin, both who bowed their heads in deference to him, and turned the corner. He was still a bit bemused by it all. Last year, Naruto had been a nobody, just a B-rank chunin. He had known a few people through his admin work, but that was about it. Now though, he was Konoha's new poster boy, an A-rank jonin who had saved the village, protected the capital and fought off one of the 5 Kage. He was popular. Naruto still wasn't quite sure how to deal with it. He faintly recalled being disliked in his childhood, but Sarutobi had snatched him up early on and from then on he hadn't had much to do with the populace. Still, those early memories remained, and it was difficult to know what to think when everybody kept being nice to him. The biggest silver lining of the whole debacle had been the international reaction to the events. Although Naruto didn't know much of what was going on behind the scenes, he had been pleased to know that Iwa had sent out a revision for their bingo book, adding an amendment to his profile. A small note had been made at the bottom of his stats, ranking and threat level. Warning: target is to be considered extremely dangerous. Engage only if necessary. B-rank shinobi and below are advised to avoid conflict. A-rank jonin are to proceed with caution and preferably with superior numbers. Naruto was still smiling when he walked through the door. It had been a nice little ego boost to him. Iwa, the big bad enemy from the last Great War, considered him extremely dangerous. He scratched the back of his head, smiling wider. Well, he probably was for most people. That much, even Naruto could recognize. Something swatted him on the head and he yelped. If only other people could too. What was that for? Naruto cried out indignantly. Tsunade stood above him, arms folded, her golden eyes twitching and a vein throbbing in her forehead. She reached down and before he could react she had flicked him on the nose. It sent a stinging pain through Naruto, who backed away covering it defensively. Cut it out! He snapped, although the effect was lessened with his muffled voice. You boy are an idiot! She scolded him. The Sannin reached out, grabbed his arm and began dragging him through the hallway of the hospital. Fighting one of the 5 Kage. What are you, insane? Or are you just very stupid? Wah dash! Naruto was cut off as Tsunade yanked him around the corner. Hey, he started it! He said a tad defensively a moment later. You sound like a 13-year-old. Tsunade scoffed as she pulled him up to her office. She opened it with a single kick and miraculously the door remained on its hinges, although it slammed back quite loudly. I am a 13-year-old, Naruto shot back, then yelped as she lifted him with one hand and threw him towards the exam table. He twisted in the air and managed to land on his heels, feeling an honest-to-God pout come across his face. Right, Tsunade barked. You've avoided your physical for 3 days. You're not getting out of it now. She began to gather some equipment, rustling through a stack of papers. I would have come earlier if you weren't here, Naruto muttered under his breath, sitting on the edge of an examination table and folding his arms petulantly. What was that? Tsunade asked sharply, looking up from her papers and pinning him with a glare. Naruto wilted. Nothing, he grumbled. After a few moments, the Sannin approached him. Her hands glowed with a soft green light as she began to run them over him. Naruto felt the unique feel of her chakra washing over his skin, sending goosebumps up his arms. It was hard to describe a dense, fluid power that hinted at something deeper and far more deadly underneath. It was almost as deep as Yagura's had been, although it had a completely different feel to it. Well, the field medics patched you up quite nicely, Tsunade declared, moving her hands away and dispersing the green light around them with a shake of her hands. She grabbed his head and Naruto squirmed as she looked into his eyes, occasionally humming as she moved his head to and fro. Congratulations. You'll live. I'm so relieved, Naruto muttered, then yelped as she flicked him again. You're still an idiot, she snapped angrily, looming over him. The 5 Hokage earned their position by standing on a mountain of corpses. You had no business trying to take one of them on. Hey, it wasn't exactly my choice, Naruto protested, scowling. Trust me, I didn't want to. I was forced to. He hesitated at the end. The thought of Mei still sent conflicting emotions through him. Tsunade let out a strangely tired sigh. She rubbed his blonde locks with an almost fond look on her face. You're going to die just like the others, she said, and she sounded wistful. Although her words were dark, she didn't sound like she meant it as a bad thing. Naruto felt uneasy at the Sannin's expression. He coughed and rolled his eyes. Yeah, whatever, he said with forced arrogance. Haven't you heard? I'm the new tough guy on the block. If I can kick the crap out of a Hokage, then I'll probably be fine. My brother was the new tough guy on the block, Tsunade retorted sharply, and anger had come back into her voice. Her golden eyes narrowed. He was the fastest genin in Konoha's history. She leaned down to stare ominously at him. The fastest genin wasn't fast enough to stop the slowest jonin. Don't bite off more than you can chew, Naruto. You're strong, but there are stronger people out there. I know, Naruto retorted. He folded his arms just a tad petulantly and looked away. For some reason, I keep running into them. With that, Tsunade snorted and stood back up. Yeah, she said just a tad hollowly. For some reason. She didn't look happy at all, but Naruto didn't have time to ponder her because suddenly she was shooing him out of the room. Go away, she snapped. I have 1,000 things to do and you're just holding me up. Naruto's mouth dropped. Hey, you're the one, he began to exclaim just as the door slammed in his face. Who grabbed me? He finished lamely. Well, it's good that he was done. He had come to the hospital for a reason, after all. Uchiha Sasuke lay back in his hospital bed and stared out the window. The nurse had left the curtains open and he had been able to watch the sun rise this morning. With the warm breeze coming through and the curtains billowing softly in the wind, it had been an extremely relaxing morning and the Uchiha had appreciated it. He was appreciating little things like that more. Sasuke stared down at his open palm, looking past calluses as he carefully wiggled his fingers back and forth. Just days ago, he had been in the bloody cove, bleeding, wounded, and prepared to die. Now he wasn't, and things were different. Little things that had once irritated him didn't stir an emotion from him once more, and he had suddenly taken notice how small, insignificant things affected him. He reached down and stroked the sheets covering his legs almost tenderly. They were soft, and they felt nice against his legs. For his entire life, he had never really stopped and noticed that. Crisp, clean sheets were soft, and they felt nice. The gentle hum of people talking in the hallways was relaxing. Before, he would have ignored them, focused on his own thoughts and aspirations. Now, they had lulled him to sleep the night before. Waking up completely relaxed, despite his bandaged chest and one of his arms in a splint, was also nice. Things were nice. They were nice for him and nice for other people. Other people would also be enjoying these things. Even Itachi. The thought of Itachi used to bring on an anger so chilling that it would numb him. It kept him focused, his gaze firmly pointed out in front of him to the future. Now, it was different. The anger and rage was still there, but it was different. The weight on his shoulders was less, even though nothing had really changed. Sasuke contemplated this as he sat back in his bed, moving his gaze out towards the bright blue morning sky. Itachi was going to die. Sasuke had always thought he needed to be the one to do it, but as he was sure he was about to die, he had realized that it might not be him. Maybe it would be somebody else. It might be Naruto. It might be some other leaf nin. It might even be a foreign shinobi. One way or another, though, by his hand or somebody else, Itachi would die. And that was good. That realization took away so much pain. Somebody would kill Itachi one day. The Uchiha clan would be avenged. Even if Sasuke had died that day, Itachi's fate wouldn't have changed. Naruto had promised him, had told him that there were others who wanted Itachi dead. It wasn't just him. Konoha hadn't forgotten, even if it felt like every day the Uchiha clan became that little bit more forgotten. The sudden, almost fatal epiphany that he wasn't alone had changed everything for Sasuke. The Uchiha bit his lip, and then smiled softly. Heh! He snorted, shaking his head. Teamwork, huh, Kakashi? He clenched his fist. I see why you like it so much. There was silence in the almost empty room. Then a curtain was drawn aside as the person in the bed next to him managed to drag it back. Who are you talking to? Daichi asked with furrowed brows. The Hyuga was covered in more bandages than Sasuke was, and one of his legs was in a splint. Carefully applied patches had been placed on his leg, glowing green Fuinjutsu script directing specialized medical chakra to very specific locations on the leg. Daichi had almost lost his leg during the fight, and it was only through the efforts of the field medics that let him keep it, and then only Tsunade's emergency surgery was able to salvage it. The Hyuga would be walking in a week, and have most of his mobility back in 2. Just myself, Sasuke answered with a shrug. I've had an epiphany. Oh? Daichi uttered. So, or was it a good one then? Sasuke smiled. I think so, he replied thoughtfully. We'll see, I suppose. Okay then, Daichi answered. I mean, you're freaking me out a little, but okay. Maybe stop with the morphine drip? He added as an afterthought. Fuck you, Sasuke sniped. Hey, I'm grade A premium Hyuga breeding stock, Daichi boasted with a snort. You wish you could get into my pants. Last Uchiha, Sasuke countered coolly. I outclan marriage act you every time. The what marriage who? Daichi asked with raised eyebrows. The law that lets me have sex with as many females as I want, all for the sake of little Uchiha babies, Sasuke responded arrogantly. He plastered a smirk on his face. Foolish Hyuga, my options are clearly more superior than yours. Yeah, I don't think what you said is a real thing, Daichi countered. Sasuke pondered that. Let's make Naruto become Hokage, he said thoughtfully. He could totally make it a thing. I could make what a thing? Came an unexpected voice from the other side of the room. Sasuke flinched, his muscles tensing in surprise, and then yelped with pain as his arms flared in pain at the involuntary movement. Naruto stood at the doorway looking faintly puzzled as Daichi let out a laugh. You sound like the Fire Lady's cat just got kicked in the balls, the Hyuga snorted. Fuck you, Sasuke shot back, gingerly rubbing his bandaged arm with his good hand. You wish, Daichi shot back. Clan marriage act, Sasuke countered. Still not a real thing, Daichi said as he made a TSK. He looked up at Naruto, smiling brightly. Hi, Captain. Daichi, Naruto greeted with a nod. Sasuke. Looks like you're getting on fine. He keeps trying to proposition me, Daichi reported, gesturing with his thumb to Sasuke. Please tell him to stop. It will make our next life and death secret mission really awkward. Stop trying to have sex with the Hyuga, Sasuke, Naruto intoned. He walked up to the bedridden Uchiha and smacked him on the back of the head. You're 13. Have some decency. With all due respect, sir, fuck you too, Sasuke responded cheerfully. Naruto blinked at that. You sound like you're in a good mood, he noted carefully. His eyes narrowed as they raked over Sasuke. Everything okay? Sasuke carefully considered that question. Then, he let out a contented smile and nodded. Yeah, he responded quietly. Everything is fine. Naruto shot a quick glance at Daichi, who shrugged. Something about babies? The Hyuga offered. Okay then, Naruto said after a short, awkward pause. He scratched the back of his head. So, I don't know what's going on, but Sasuke maybe stop pressing the morphine release button? Did you mean it? Sasuke asked Naruto abruptly. The blonde Anbu cocked his head. About Itachi, Sasuke clarified at Naruto's confused look. He stared keenly at the Jinchuriki. When you said that Konoha hadn't forgotten, when you said that even you would kill him if you saw him, did you mean it? Naruto's face smoothed over and he stared very intently at Sasuke, who met his gaze squarely. Then, Naruto nodded slowly. Yes, he said. Itachi is a criminal of Konoha who murdered defenseless citizens under our protection. He massacred one of our most important clans, and killed Good Leaf Ning. He deserves to die, and if I ever saw him, I would do my best to kill him. Sasuke nodded resolutely. Good, he said firmly. That's good. Then he looked away, not missing the startled look that his captain exchanged with Daichi. I'm glad you asked me to join your team, Naruto. Sasuke continued. I think it's the best thing that's happened to me. Even with all of your injuries? Naruto asked. Yeah. Sasuke answered with a nod and a ghost of a smile. Especially with all of them. We did a really good thing, didn't we? The world is a better place because of what we did. We helped people who really needed help, didn't we? Naruto took a deep breath at that. I think we did, he answered after a few moments. It feels good, Sasuke said. He turned back to Naruto, fixing him with a serious look. If I ever die, you will take care of my unfinished business, won't you? Silence fills the room. Naruto looked surprised and suddenly unsure of himself. Sasuke waited for an answer, but one came from Daichi first. You're not going to die, you stupid rookie, the Hyuga scoffed. A pillow thumped into Sasuke's head from the other side of the room. If you can survive that clusterfuck of a mission, you can survive pretty much anything else. Would you? Sasuke ignored Daichi, concentrating solely on his captain. He needed his answer reaffirmed. There was a sudden yearning within him, his epiphany clashing with his ideals, the weight of the responsibility to the Uchiha clan against his friendship and trust of his fellow shinobi. Naruto breathed out. You're in my squad, he finally replied. That wasn't good enough. A sudden anger burned in his chest. Would you? Sasuke suddenly shouted, and the room froze. His Sharingan was spinning as he gripped his bedsheets with his good hand. I need to know. Naruto exhaled loudly. Of course I would, you idiot, he snapped. He took a step forward and flicked Sasuke right on the bridge of his nose. Sasuke jerked back at that achingly familiar motion and stared wide-eyed up at Naruto, who was scowling down at him. Don't be so dramatic, the blonde Anbu criticized. And shut up and go to sleep. A wry smile crossed his face. You look tired. I am, Sasuke answered and deactivated his bloodline. He laid back on his pillows, absently chucking Daichi's one back to him. I think I will go to sleep. Well, you'll feel better when you wake up, Naruto suggested. Yeah, Sasuke murmured as he closed his eyes. I think I will. As he drifted off, strangely drained after all of that, he heard Daichi speak. So, boss, I don't want to be mean, but that was fucking weird. Fuck you, Daichi, Sasuke managed to think before slumber overcame him. After the rather surprising conversation with Sasuke and Daichi, Naruto left the hospital and went out for breakfast at the Jonin lounge. He sat on a long table with around a dozen other Jonin, digging furiously into his food as the others talked and chatted around him. You look like a slob, Kamachi snapped as she gestured furiously at Tawa's face. Seriously, we can't take you anywhere. You look like a swab, Tawa mimicked in a high-pitched baby voice, making a face. He dropped it back to normal. Just relax. You're the only one who cares. Probably because you're on the rag. Kamachi dropped her fork. Excuse me? She asked dangerously. She reached over the table, knocking over her glass and rattling plates and cutlery, as she grabbed a fistful of Tawa's clothes, dragging his face forward to meet hers. Say that again. I said, Tawa responded with narrowed eyes. You're bleeding from your VA dash. Okay. Asuma chuckled as he separated the two. As much fun as it is to watch you guys act out your repressed sexual tension, we don't need you to smash the table in half. Tawa choked. Repressed what dash? He spluttered. Kamachi wasn't amused at all as she swung around to lance him with a piercing glare. Remind me who Kurenai was caught with behind the depot a month ago with her dress up to her waist and dash. Whoa! Kurenai protested, and she dragged Kamachi down. Her face was red as she shushed her comrade. Hey, don't I mean that seriously, there's kids here. She jabbed her finger at Naruto. Everybody turned to look at him, and feeling their gazes on them, he looked up from his breakfast, cheeks bulging with food and a little bit dribbling from his mouth. He swallowed, burped and glanced back at them questioningly. What? He asked a tad defensively. I'm hungry. Your teammates want to have sex, Kakashi supplied helpfully and chuckled at Kurenai's furious look, patting Naruto on the back fondly. Naruto made a face. That's what Yuka said, but I really don't think Kage is into guys. Still, as long as he and Tao are happy. Tao dropped his fork. What? Kamachi let out a chuckle and suddenly the table was laughing. Naruto smiled faintly and then went back to his breakfast, rolling his eyes. Just because he was enjoying his food didn't mean that he didn't have ears. Next to him, Kakashi chuckled and ruffled his hair, despite Naruto's squirm and noise of protest. They grow up so fast, he drawled. Then, he leaned closer to the blonde Anbu. So, how was your mission? Naruto gave him a look. Classified, and all over the village, he retorted with a raised eyebrow. Picking a fight with a Kage, huh? Kakashi mused. He stroked his chin. Gotta say, not even I've done that, and I've done a lot of stupid things. Nobody said I was smart, Naruto replied ruefully. Beside, and again classified, but let's just say that wasn't the point of the mission. Didn't think it was, Kakashi answered cheerfully. Still, how does it feel? Sore, Naruto deadpanned. He dropped his fork and leaned back into his chair. I heal pretty good, but it still hurts. Not that, Kakashi waved it off. How does it feel to fight against such a terrifying opponent and come home? Better yet, how does it feel to bring your team home all accounted for? Naruto's smile dropped. He swallowed. It feels good, he replied slowly. It was close. I know, Kakashi answered back, and his voice was as serious as Naruto's. I went to visit Sasuke. He wasn't in a great way. Naruto nodded in agreement. He also said that he almost died. You saved his life, Naruto. It's... Naruto was strangely embarrassed, and he could feel his cheeks heating up. He ducked his head and focused on his breakfast even as the other jonin chatted around them. He's on my squad, he finally offered as an explanation. Kakashi laughed, not a snicker or a snort, but an actual, genuine laugh. It was strange enough that the entire table immediately focused in on it. Asuma had his eyebrows raised, and from over the other side of the table, Guy watched with a glint in his eyes. You're strong, Naruto, Kakashi said, patting Naruto on the head again. Anybody can fight a Kage. He paused. Most of them would die, but that's fine. Anybody can stand up to a Kage. It takes a strong person to bring their team home. He cocked his head, one good eye staring at things unseen to everybody else. I know of lots of powerful shinobi who have never been able to do that. His voice held a somber tone in it. Naruto sensed the mood change and tried to lighten it up. Hey, maybe I'm stronger than you, he said, offered brightly. Oh? Now Kakashi looked amused. You're definitely stronger than me. I couldn't do what you did on this mission. Naruto didn't think he was talking about fighting a Kage. But more powerful than me? Kakashi pondered that. We might just have to see. He stood up. If you have some free time, we should test that. Training Ground 13 is usually free. I'm sure it would be fun. Then, with one hand in his pocket, he casually waved at the other jonin and strolled lazily out of the restaurant, leaving the table alone with their sudden silence. Did he just challenge me to a fight? Naruto asked after a moment. Asuma looked impressed as he nodded. I haven't been able to get a spar out of him for years, he answered. He jerked his thumb at Guy. Only Guy can get a rise out of him. Ho! Guy's loud, thunderous voice echoed in the restaurant. Your youth has inspired my eternal rival. He grinned, his teeth gleaming as he gave Naruto 2 thumbs up. It would be an interesting match to watch, Naruto. Youth against experience. Naruto was a bit edgy about the idea. Kakashi was ranked with Guy as the best jonin in the village, hands down, for good reason, but then, there was a part of him that rose up in anticipation, and a smile crossed his face. It would be an interesting fight, wouldn't it? Then he frowned. Hang on, did Kakashi just leave without paying? Chapter 53, The Spar. Konohamaru was annoying. Naruto had always known that. He had lived with the boy for most of the young Sarutobi's life, watching as the then baby grew his first teeth, spoke his first word, walked his first steps, and made Naruto's life hell for the first time. He could even recall the little brat's stupid, smug smirk as he stood in the kitchen, an arm outstretched and a bowl of freshly chopped vegetables atop of Naruto's head. Ever since that moment, he knew that Konohamaru would be a bane in Naruto's life. He hadn't been wrong. Come on, Naruto! Konohamaru whined. Give us a good mission! Naruto was gritting his teeth, gripping the stapler in his right hand and resisting the urge to throw it. He had brained the younger Sarutobi earlier, breaking another stapler in the process, and now this was the only one left. If this one were to break, It would be a giant pain to categorize and collate the backlog of documents practically flowing out of the storage room. It would add hours onto an already annoying job. Come on, Konohamaru whined again. It just might be worth it though. The stapler would fly through the air, wind whistling around it. Konohamaru would try to raise a meager defense, but the force behind the projectile would be too great. It would break through Konohamaru's guard and strike him in his exposed, vulnerable big fat forehead. The enemy would be defeated, curling up in a little ball and crying like a baby, while Naruto would stand victorious, lording his win over his pathetic underling until he had to do all of the paperwork by hand. Naruto glanced at the stapler in his hand and reluctantly put it down. You've been given your mission, he said tiredly, and waved his hand at the door where Kakashi and Sakura was waiting, the former looking amused and the latter looking annoyed. Now scram. This mission is garbage, Konohamaru bellowed. All missions, including D ranks, are vital to the village, Naruto began. It's actually garbage. Konohamaru stamped his foot down. We're picking up all of the rubbish by the pond. You're giving me actual garbage. Naruto sighed again. Konohamaru, he said tightly. I am the Jonin running the mission desk and you are the little genin who should be doing what he's told. His voice rose into a yell at the end as he jumped to his feet. Well, maybe you shouldn't be running it, Konohamaru hissed between clenched teeth. Oh? Naruto smiled darkly. It's treason, then. His hands blurred and a puff of wind smacked into Konohamaru's chest, launching him off his feet and sending him soaring backwards. He slammed into the wall with a loud thud and slumped down to the ground. Kakashi merely whistled as he grabbed the end of Konohamaru's scarf and began to drag him away. Thanks for the mission, Naruto, he called, the glee obvious in his voice. I'm sure my cute, little genin will have so much fun. One of the sewerage grates near the northern bridge is clogged with rubbish, Naruto called out at the lanky Jonin's back. It needs little fingers. Kakashi responded with a backhanded wave and disappeared from view, still dragging the dazed Konohamaru with him. Naruto returned to his desk, sniggering, while Yuka came bounding out of the back room. Did I sense a wind technique? She asked curiously. Naruto's eyebrows rose. You did, he agreed, sounding impressed. I didn't know your sensor techniques could track elemental composition. Ah, shucks, boss, Yuka said with a grin, placing one hand on her cheek. I have been training, you know. Naruto did know. All of his team, barring Daichi and Sasuke, had been hitting the training fields heavily the past week ever since they had returned from Operation Hurricane. The sights they had seen and the enemies they had fought had ignited a passion within them, and in between light duties they trained to the point of exhaustion, pushing body and chakra to the limit and beyond. Even Naruto had been hitting it up, using the Hokage's private training field to practice wielding his chakra chains in between team training and administrative duties. Despite how hard it was to control them, they would have enormous potential in any future fights, and Naruto didn't want to let such a valuable weapon go to waste. Anyway, boss, Yuka said, looking at a scroll with the air of somebody confused. We have a mission request here. I think you need to have a look at it. Naruto took the scroll, opened it up and began to read it. Yuka stood next to him, peering over his shoulder, and the blonde Anbu was suddenly aware of her hair brushing against his cheek. He ignored it as best he could as he scanned the contents with raised eyebrows. An assassination mission, he mused. That's interesting. Yeah, well, have you seen the target? Yuka asked, pointing to that part of the scroll. It's a cactus, Naruto finished in surprise. He cocked his head. Wait. We have to assassinate a cactus? Who's the sender? Oh, it's him. The requester was a minor noble from the Land of Wind who was not as anonymous as he tried to be. Previous mission requests had been sent in code where no cipher had been available. Even when decoded, they often resulted in stupidly ludicrous missions. To date, Konoha teams had kidnapped a shrew, assaulted a lake with water techniques, and arrested an apple. It was almost insulting to be given such ridiculous missions, except that this noble paid very well. Naruto sighed as he stamped the mission for approval before Yuka's disbelieving eyes. Wait, are we really going to do this? She asked. Yep, Naruto answered flippantly. Don't worry, the sender is known to us. We actually thought his previous missions were traps at first, so stupid that they were cunning, but the Department of Intelligence looked into it, and it turned out that they were just stupid. Naruto tossed the scroll over to Yuka, who caught it, still looking bewildered. Send that down to Intel. We'll need a reconnaissance team to scout out the target. It's a cactus, Yuka replied blankly. Indeed, Naruto confirmed seriously. I want the Department of Records to run a background check on it. I want its history, from seed to plant, and the names of all of its former associates and any family members. I want a Jonin team brief by this afternoon, and I want that cactus dead by the end of the week. Yuka stared at him. Seriously? She deadpanned. Look, the man has some problems, Naruto explained with a grin. If we can come up with some relatively complex-looking documents to give to the client as well as a cut-in-half cactus, we'll get paid a fair bit. We're happy because we have money. He's happy because the enemy cactus encroaching on his land is dead. Everybody wins. He paused. Except the cactus, obviously. This is crazy, Yuka muttered, but she was smiling. She summoned a messenger and relayed the instructions as Naruto continued to sort out the mission requests. A particular scroll stood out from the rest, the seal of research and development catching his eye. He frowned and picked it up. Internal missions from Konoha's departments weren't meant to be filed with external requests. With a shrug, he opened up the misfiled report and began to read it. As he did so, his mouth dropped open. Everything all right, boss? Yuka called out. Naruto didn't answer her as his eyes scanned the scroll carefully. Hey, boss? Yuka nudged his shoulder. What is it? This is it, Naruto breathed. He looked at her with wide, excited eyes. This is the mission I've been looking for. He slammed the scroll down on his table. Summon this team. I need them for a matter of national security. Sadly, it took a while for the requested team to arrive. When they finally did arrive, Naruto was busy briefing two serious-looking jonin, and they had to stand to the side as they waited for him to finish. Upon arrival at the mission location, you are to locate the target and terminate with prejudice. Naruto steeped his fingers together and rested his elbows on the table. There can be no survivors. Kill the target and his family. The first jonin looked at the second, and then back at Naruto. The target? He asked carefully. As in the cactus? Naruto nodded seriously. Indeed. Team Akashi, you are dismissed. As the two jonin gave each other strange looks and began to walk away, Naruto called out after them. Remember, no survivors! Akashi paused mid-step and then sighed, shaking his head and walking away with his partner. Seriously though, he was saying as he left the room. It's like a younger version of Hokage-sama. Naruto was smiling broadly at their backs, chuckling, but then his eyes came upon the team leaning against the wall, and if possible it got even broader. Team Kakashi! He called out, sounding pleased. You're looking well. How was your morning? I'm literally covered in crap, Konohamaru snapped. His clothes were muddied and soiled, water dripping from his clothes and leaving a muddy puddle on the floor, and there was this smell about him. Sakura was standing a fair distance away from him, and even Kakashi seemed to lean away. The sight raised Naruto's spirits, but there was work to be done, and he smoothed his face over. Konohamaru, he began seriously. Were you serious earlier? Serious. Konohamaru trailed off, his angry expression melting as he looked puzzled. About wanting an important mission, Naruto clarified. He picked up a scroll, watching Konohamaru intently. Because I have one right here, and I need a capable genin to lead a retrieval team. What? What? Sakura and Konohamaru both let out their startled exclamation at the same time. Sakura's sounded disbelieving, but Konohamaru's was skeptical and he looked at Naruto suspiciously. Really? The young boy demanded. A real mission? Naruto nodded and picked up the scroll. Please follow me to the briefing room. This matter is too sensitive to be discussed here. He led the suspicious Konohamaru, the bewildered Sakura and the amused Kakashi to one of the side rooms, where he sat them, all down at a small table. Clearing his throat, he began. Yesterday afternoon, a dangerous asset of Konoha escaped from one of our secret departments. Naruto began seriously. He has evaded all pursuit and is currently on the loose. 3 of our shinobi are in the hospital being treated for their wounds. Really? Konohamaru had begun to sound hopeful. Next to him, Sakura was making a complicated expression. Really? Naruto confirmed with a sharp nod. No Jonin teams are available at the moment. You saw me send off the last 2 on a vitally important mission to the village, so I am forced to hand out this B-ranked mission to a powerful genin squad. I need a team leader, so naturally, I thought of you. Really? Sakura scoffed. Really? Naruto confirmed again. He stared down at Konohamaru with narrowed eyes. Make no mistake, the asset is armed and extremely dangerous. He is a capable shinobi, with excellent hand-to-hand combat skills. There is a high chance of injury if you accept this mission. B-rank? Konohamaru whispered, a light shining in his eyes. For me? For you, Naruto said gravely. I need you to form a team of genin. You may recruit any of your classmates. Locate the asset, subdue him without causing any permanent harm, and return him back to the village. Do you understand? Yes, sir, Konohamaru barked eagerly. Good. Naruto handed over the scroll to Sakura, but kept his eyes on Konohamaru as Kakashi lounged in the background. The asset's movements are detailed in the report. He will be on the outskirts of Konoha, around Training Ground 63. I suggest you move fast, we cannot allow him to defect. We will catch this traitor and return him to the village, Konohamaru exclaimed and slammed his fist on the table. I promise you, Naruto. Good, Konohamaru. Naruto's stern voice rose. Now go, Team Konohamaru, and retrieve our missing elite shinobi ostrich. Yes, sir. Konohamaru roared and practically ran from the room. It was only a few moments later when it must had finally registered with him because he ducked his head back into the room, looking confused. Wait, shinobi what? Kakashi laughed. A few minutes later, Kakashi joined Naruto in the mission assignment office as Naruto finished up the last of the paperwork. The silver-haired Jonin was reading his book as he leant against a wall, watching Naruto tidy up his desk and dismiss Yuka. That wasn't very nice, you know, Kakashi drawled lazily. He paused for a beat. Naturally, I approve. Trust me, this is going to be hilarious, Naruto responded with obvious relish. That particular project has been a giant pain in the arse for years. Konohamaru's going to have to work hard. He'll come back with bruises for sure. Kakashi snickered. Then, he put down his book and made a thoughtful noise in the back of his throat. Hey, Naruto, he called. Naruto turned to look at him. Remember when I asked if you would be up for a bit of a match against each other? Yeah, Naruto said slowly. Well, Kakashi smiled from beneath his mask. I happen to have the afternoon off now, so the real question is. He exhaled noisily. What are you doing? Naruto bit his lip and narrowed his eyes. A smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Sparring between shinobi and Konoha was quite common. It was one of the best ways to train, allowing friendly shinobi to practice techniques and tactics in a non-hostile environment with their peers. There were vast numbers of training grounds featuring different terrain, allowing teams and individuals to match their styles against the various landscapes of the world. Many training sessions even drew in an audience, and it wasn't uncommon for teams of Genin to watch Chunin practice their skills, or even Chunin and Special Jonin to take notes at the application of techniques and tactics used by the Jonin. However, sparring could end up being dangerous for both the participants and the watchers, especially when high-level shinobi pitted their skills against each other. High-level techniques couldn't necessarily tell the difference between an enemy, an ally, or a spectator. To minimize damage, regulations had been brought in decades ago to avoid the worst consequences of a spar gone wrong. When Naruto arrived in a flurry of leaves, he flinched as a piece of paper was immediately shoved into his face. Sign the release form, please, the man grunted. He wore a white hat and long white robes, the symbol of Konoha's sealing squad imprinted on the back. Naruto trailed off, his eyes going briefly cross-eyed as he tried to read the paper. He shook his head, took a step back and snatched the paper away. Right, he replied and quickly scrawled his name. The sealing squad member took the paper and disappeared into the milling crowd, leaving Naruto alone and unnoticed as of yet by the dozens of milling, chatting shinobi. The young blonde merely stood back, watching with widened eyes at how many people were there. He could spot many shinobi that he knew, mostly high-ranking jonin. Was he in the wrong place? Then he noticed a large, hastily constructed whiteboard with both his and Kakashi's faces plastered over it and sighed. Obviously not. Clearly, word had gotten out that one of Konoha's premier shinobi was about to test his strength, and others had come flocking over to watch. He shook his head, feeling a bit annoyed. It wasn't like he wasn't oblivious to the situation. Hatake Kakashi was one of Konoha's top jonin, world-renowned as a highly skilled prodigy who had survived many difficult missions. He was one of the A-ranked shinobi formerly recognized with S-rank potential. He could one day ascend to the realm of legends as one of the select few able to wield skills that could be pitted against entire armies. He wasn't there yet, but shinobi and the world in general tended to keep an eye on those with potential. Of course, there would be those who would want to see such a shinobi in action, especially as Kakashi was known to be reclusive and very rarely deigned to accept challenges and offers for a spar. Naruto would be his first opponent in 7 years, the first sanctioned spar since the time Kakashi had pitted his skills against Mado Guy. The two jonin had fought each other for close to an hour before conceding the match as a draw. Now the copycat was fighting again, and this time he had been the challenger. Besides, Naruto was quite aware of his reputation around the village now, and although he did take pride in knowing that he was becoming a strong asset for the village, it did leave him feeling quite uncomfortable. That said, he acknowledged that he too was becoming regarded as one of Konoha's premier jonin. After all, he just had come off a battle that had pitted him against one of the 5 Kage, and not even Kakashi could match that particular feat. But was he really up at Kakashi's level? Kakashi's skill was infamous, and even though Naruto felt like he had come a long way, surely he wasn't ready to stand beside such a man. The doubt niggled at him as he walked forward, deliberately ignored the exclamations and whispers as the crowd noticed his appearance. From the corner of his eye, he could spot a purple-haired woman Anko enthusiastically taking bets from a small crowd that had formed around her. The blackboard suggested that Kakashi was slated to win, but the odds were far closer than Naruto would have suspected, and his eyes widened in surprise. He turned away, walking up to the training ground. It was a relatively flat plain of rolling green grass. A small stream trickled down the middle of it, and large chunks of rock stuck out of the ground, black and pitted from previous battles. On one side of the field was a small forest, large soaring trees reaching up into the sky. Naruto took it all in, his mind whirring with possible tactics, even as he took note of the lone figure standing in the middle of it all. Hatake Kakashi didn't look like he was bothered by the crowd, head down and stuck in a small, orange book. As if feeling Naruto's eyes, his raised a hand and lazily waved without looking up, and Naruto gave a short wave back. Around them, more members of the Sealing Corps were working on a 4-pointed barrier to keep the spectators out of the way of stray techniques. Most of them looked to be jonin themselves and could probably avoid the worst of them, but regulations were regulations. "Hey, Captain!" somebody called out from behind him. Naruto turned his head, watching Tawa and Kamachi approach. Tawa was sporting a wide grin and even the more reserved Kamachi looked interested. Behind them, Kage gave him a small nod and Yuka waved excitedly, practically bouncing on her feet. Only Sasuke and Daichi were missing, although both were due to leave the hospital in the next day or so. "So how much trouble am I in?" Naruto asked them wryly. "On a scale of 1 to completely fucked, you're probably about fucked and a half," Tawa answered, then winced as Kamachi casually slapped him across the back of the head. "Always with the head," he moaned to himself. "Kakashi is formidable," Kage warned stoically. "Although, I believe there are far worse opponents you could face. Guy, for example." Naruto winced at that. He strongly believed that Guy would be the absolute worst person to have to fight against. An immensely tough, strong, fast close combat fighter who could evade his ninjutsu and get right in his face, Guy was the kind of specialist shinobi that long-range fighters despised. Naruto was well aware of his limits as a long-range ninjutsu specialist. His close combat skills were lacking. They weren't bad, just average, and average for a jonin wasn't quite good enough. He had been polishing this area of weakness, and had some ideas on how to counter Kakashi if he tried such a strategy, but it was fairly shaky at the moment. A loud gong reverberated around the clearing as the Sealing Squad finished their preparations. Yuka gave him a squeeze on the shoulder as the crowd began to disperse back to the boundary area. "Hey, boss," she said cheerfully, leaning in. She gave him a wink and jerked her thumb at Kakashi. "Go and kick his arse, will ya?" Naruto smiled at her enthusiasm. "I'll try," he promised, and he felt a wave of determination as Yuka squeezed his shoulder again. He felt better as she left him alone to face Kakashi, who had lowered his book. "Ah." The gray-haired shinobi scratched the back of his head as he gazed around. "We seem to have drawn a crowd." He sounded nonchalant. "We have," Naruto agreed, eyeing them almost warily. He wasn't quite sure if he liked them there, especially when there was a good chance that he wasn't going to win this one. "Well, we could do this another time," Kakashi offered with an expression on his face that suggested he was smiling beneath his face mask. Somebody in the crowd must have heard him because a round of boos and jeers washed over the field. "Kick his butt, Naruto!" Yuka screamed out. Kakashi chuckled as Naruto flushed. "Oh, are they all on your side?" He snapped his book shut and placed it in his vest. "Now how is that meant to make me feel? It's not very fair." He actually sounded like he was pouting. "Go, Kakashi!" somebody screamed. "Kick the scrawny, 13-year-old boy's butt." "Ah," Kakashi appeared sheepish. "That doesn't make me feel any better. Will I look like a bully if I beat up a kid, I wonder?" Encouraged by the crowd, Naruto felt his lips twitch. "I'd probably look worse beating up a senior citizen," he remarked. "Ooh," Tawa jeered from behind them. Kakashi clapped a hand over his heart. "So mean, Naruto," he grouched. "I'm not old. I'm in the prime of my youth. Ask Guy, he'll agree." "You do have gray hair," Naruto pointed out helpfully. Kakashi hummed. "Well, I've decided. I think I'm going to beat you up now." "We'll see," Naruto responded, his voice suddenly feeling thick in his throat. He stared up at the older shinobi, narrowing his eyes in challenge as Kakashi stared back, merely looking amused. After a few moments though, a loud curse erupted from behind them as Anko, a special jonin that Naruto hadn't had much to do with, burst to the front of the crowd. "Stop flirting and start fighting, you wimps!" she hollered amidst laughter. "Shut up, Anko!" Kakashi drawled lazily, cocking his head to stare her down. But then he turned back to Naruto, shrugging slightly. "We should start. Before we do, though." He reached up and lifted his headband away from his covered eye. There was an instant hush behind them as Kakashi's famous Sharingan was revealed to the world. Kakashi was renowned for his skills and tactical thinking, and that was before he used the weapon he hid away under his headband. The fact that he was using it from the beginning suggested that despite every appearance, he was taking this fight seriously. Somebody behind them started hollering down a countdown from 10. As they did so, Naruto let his chakra empower his body, his tenketsu opening as coils of power wrapped around his limbs. From his experience with Sasuke, Naruto knew that his best bet was to avoid eye contact and attack from angles outside of Kakashi's field of vision. It wouldn't be a bad idea to obstruct the other shinobi's vision, although Sasuke had recounted the Koppinin's fight with Zabuza of the Seven Swordsmen, and it appeared that Kakashi was prepared for such countermeasures. The countdown had reached 7. Kakashi was a generalist. He specialized in all areas of the shinobi arts, great at many but an expert of none. He was taller, stronger and possibly faster than Naruto, with excellent hand-to-hand and ninjutsu skills. His reach would be longer, and just the size and weight difference alone would be an immediate advantage. Naruto, on the other hand, was a long-range ninjutsu specialist, an expert at dozens of different techniques of varying elemental compositions and possessing a chakra capacity to use them without rest. But his genjutsu was lacking and his close combat was adequate at best. He had speed, but used it to parry and deflect to create distance and bring his ninjutsu down upon the enemy. Any close-range fighting would not end well for him. The countdown had reached 4. Ideally, Naruto needed to keep Kakashi out at a distance with the use of ninjutsu. He would need to force Kakashi to use his chakra to either counter, deflect or dodge techniques while staying far enough away that Kakashi couldn't use his superior hand-to-hand skills against him. Sasuke had mentioned that Kakashi had been exhausted after having the Sharingan exposed for some time, so if Naruto could drag the fight on while retaining a superior position, Kakashi would either have to lower his headband, thereby weakening himself, or attack when possibly in a disadvantaged position. Kakashi would exhaust himself much faster than Naruto would, but then, the copycat would know this and move to end things quickly if he wanted a win. The countdown timer had reached 1. Naruto took a deep breath. Kakashi stirred in front of him. 0. Both shinobi moved at the same time, Kakashi hurling a handful of shuriken in a blink of an eye while Naruto making a single hand seal. Earth release, ground bedrock. The ground rumbled underneath him as chakra surged from the tenketsu in his feet, enveloping the earth around him and hardening it. Then, it rose into the air with a loud groan, a mountain rising up from the flat terrain with Naruto on top. The shuriken bounced harmlessly off its rising walls with a clatter as dust rose in the air. When it settled, Naruto looked down at Kakashi from his new perch 20 meters off of the ground. Fire release, flame whirlwind. Fire release, Phoenix Sage fire technique. Fire release, Phoenix Sage fire technique. Fire release, Phoenix Sage fire technique. Naruto folded the chakra within him 4 times, his whole body feeling the strain. His tenketsu burned, the air around him shuddered and the rock beneath his feet cracked. 4 combined fire techniques formed around him. The first exploded from his hands in a spiraling wave of flame, weaving around his outstretched palms like a shield, and it caught a hail of kunai and exploding tags with ease. The tags detonated but the shield held strong, then Naruto concentrated and sent it hurtling down at Kakashi. The rest formed around him and dozens no, hundreds of small streaks of fire lanced down at the enemy. The ground was bombarded again and again, large divots of earth exploding from the ground as the once tranquil clearing became a cratered war zone. Plumes of smoke rose up into the air and Kakashi disappeared as the many small streaks of fire became one large wildfire which swept across the grass and towards the small forest behind them, surging wildly. Naruto watched with careful eyes, his hand still held in a seal, and then released the techniques. Without the chakra powering it, the fire disappeared almost instantly, revealing a battered, cratered ground and little else. Kakashi, for all intents and purposes, had disappeared. Earth release, rising stone spears. Naruto knelt down and slammed his hand on the hastily constructed tower of rock, and dozens of thick, sharpened spikes of earth erupted from all around the small hill. There was a glint of movement on his left, and Naruto saw Kakashi leaping away, his quick ascent aborted by the technique. Naruto made another series of hand seals, his hands blurring, and focused on the Jonin flying through the air. Earth release, rock shuriken. Great shurikens of rock rocketed down and struck Kakashi in 3 different places. His vest crumpled beneath the force of the blow, his headband screeched, his leg snapped back in an awkward position as the earth technique pounded into him. Then, after a split second, he exploded in a spray of rain as the water clone dispelled. "Hello?" Kakashi's cheerful voice came from behind him. Naruto whirled around, fire blossoming in his hands, but nobody was there, and then he was struck heavily from the way he had been facing as Kakashi jumped up from the ledge of the tower and delivered a powerful kick to the back of Naruto's head. Naruto's face froze in pain, but then he exploded in a puff of smoke and a broken, shattered stone shuriken took his place. Kakashi whipped back to where his clone had dispelled to see Naruto falling through the air after his replacement technique, his hands twisted in a seal. Detonate! The explosive tags hidden under where Naruto had just been standing exploded with a deafening roar, sending shockwaves of dirt and smoke through the air. The plateau became a whirlwind of dust and billowing clouds of fire as Naruto continued his fall to the ground with his hands twisted in another seal. He landed neatly in a crouch, hands slamming down on the earth as he stared up at the rocky hill intently. Lightning release, electromagnetic murder. Lightning release, electromagnetic murder. Lightning release, electromagnetic murder. The triple-folded technique sent arcs of crackling electricity ripping through the ground, rushing towards the base of the mountain. When it arrived, it traveled upwards, ripping apart rock and stone in a violent wave of bright blue light, tearing the entire construct to pieces. Hisses and pops filled the air as the lightning began to dissipate as the ruined remnants of Naruto's earth technique came crashing to the ground with loud boom. Ouch! Kakashi deadpanned from the other side of the field, somehow escaping Naruto's trap with ease. He was patting down his dirty vest, his Sharingan eyes spinning, sporting a nonchalant look. That hurt, Naruto. Release. Naruto had already felt the creeping effects of the genjutsu encroach on his vision, and Kakashi disappeared in a hazy swirl of smoke. Meanwhile, the real Kakashi, as dusty as his illusion had been, darted towards him from behind, closing the distance quickly. As Naruto had suspected, Kakashi was going to try to keep him within reach to stop his ninjutsu. He didn't have any more time to speculate as Kakashi arrived and the two engaged in furious hand-to-hand combat. Kakashi was much taller than Naruto, and he had reach that meant he could attack Naruto from a distance without leaving himself open for a counter. He wasn't as fast as Naruto, but his blows rocked Naruto back as the young Jinchuriki desperately tried to parry and deflect the punches and kicks. He spun back, throwing a handful of shuriken that popped into his hand, but Kakashi had already moved and Naruto grunted as he got a boot in the gut. The force propelled him up off of the ground, but as Kakashi went to deliver another lightning-fast strike, Naruto's cheeks bulged and Kakashi's eyes widened. The silver-haired shinobi darted backwards just as a searing globe of rolling flames struck the ground where he had been. It kept surging forward, forcing Kakashi to weave around it, and by then Naruto had created some distance, panting. Earth release, great crevice technique. The ground in front of him splintered and cracked, rocking him from side to side as the area around them shuddered. The ground cracked before him, spanning from one end of the field to the other, meters wide. A blue light shimmered in the air around them as the barrier prevented it from traveling further. Naruto was ignoring the audience, but could hear muted shouts and yells behind him as they cheered both he and Kakashi on. Kakashi gave the crevice in front of him with a single look before he was moving, running up to the ledge and attempting to jump the gap. It would have been easy for even a genin, but Naruto had expected it. Wind release, great wind breakthrough. A violent gale of wind erupted up from the crack with a force akin to an eruption, and Kakashi's eyes widened as he was propelled in the air, his legs and arms flopping around him uselessly. A second later, 3 streaks of fire slammed into his face and he exploded, revealing himself to be a clone of some sort. Naruto wasn't deterred and panting, slapped his hands together. Earth release, bedrock coffin. Large parts of the crevice slammed against each with tremendous thuds, squashing those foolish enough to attempt to scale them. In this case, Kakashi was caught in between the 2 giant slabs of rock as they closed in on him, and Naruto held the seal as he forced chakra into the technique, creating a prison of rock that entombed Kakashi and hopefully sealed him in tight. It was for naught, as a few seconds later lightning shattered the rock around him and Kakashi emerged, holding a blade of pure lightning in one hand. Kakashi's famous technique, the Raikiri. Then Kakashi had closed the distance, the blade still held out in front of him. Instead of the piercing motion that Naruto was used to seeing Sasuke use, Kakashi angled his hand and brought the blade down on Naruto from its side, slashing at him. Naruto jumped back, cheeks bulging as he spat out streaks of fire, but Kakashi deflected them with the humming, blinding blade of lightning he held as the smell of burnt ozone filled the air. The next bout of hand-to-hand combat was much more intense. Kakashi's weapon was far superior to any of the equipment that Naruto had, and the Jinchuriki knew that the lightning would cut through his kunai with ease. He ducked and dodged as best he could, occasionally taking a small hit to avoid the blade scraping out a large chunk of his flesh. Kakashi avoided using it as a piercing weapon. Such an attack, if connected, could kill even Naruto despite his relative sturdiness. Instead, he used it as a sword, making each swipe of his arm dangerous but not necessarily lethal. Naruto was being whittled down, one blow at a time. Finally, after receiving a kick that he blocked with both arms, Naruto took a quick breath and focused. Something squirmed within him, an unpleasant, oily sensation tingling his skin, and metal clanged and rattled in his ears. Kakashi looked visibly surprised as something exploded forth from Naruto's shoulder blades, 6 coils of what looked like rusted, corroded metal chains waving wildly in the air. Naruto waved his hand in Kakashi's directions and the chains came down on the older shinobi, writhing in the air like snakes. Kakashi batted one away with wrist guard and used the Raikiri for another. When the lightning technique met the edge of the chain, though, a loud, ear-splitting screech filled the air. Naruto winced and Kakashi grimaced as his lightning blade attempted to cut through the chain but failed. A second later, 3 of the chains had wrapped around the technique, and the light surrounding it began to dim as they greedily suckled away at the power within it. Naruto had only recently learned his chains could do that, or perhaps they had taught themselves. He knew that they would devour the chakra of the 9-tailed demon fox, and they had weakened Yagura for a time, but they seemed to have gotten stronger since the incident in the Land of Water. It worried him that the darkest part of his psyche seemed to be gaining strength, but he shelved that thought for later as Kakashi was forced to retreat as the chains buzzed around him defensively. Naruto kept them materialized as Kakashi probed his defenses, peppering him with kunai. The chains blocked them all with ease, lashing out at Kakashi but always stopping short. It was like they were on a leash, unable to move more than a few meters away from Naruto. They buzzed with agitation, rattling angrily as Kakashi kept his distance. They were at an impasse. Naruto could not use another technique with the chains materialized. Just as they had sucked away the chakra of Kakashi's Raikiri, so too would they suck away the chakra of any technique Naruto tried to perform. He had been working on taming them for lack of a better word, but progress was slow. Still, even this was working towards his strategy. Kakashi was observing him with his Sharingan, a faint expression of something Naruto couldn't quite place on his face. Naruto could keep this chains maintained for a while, although the constant rattling sound within his ears and the deep hum within the pit of his stomach became more and more unsettling the longer the chains were manifested. "I didn't think I would see something like this," Kakashi remarked quietly, his usual lackadaisical humor gone. "How nostalgic." Naruto let the comment wash past him. He could barely hear it as the chains continued to squirm against his control, demanding to be let free to feed on whatever was around. Kakashi was happy to oblige, however, and a blast of shrieking blue light, some form of lightning technique, came hurtling at him. 2 of the chains latched onto it instantly, and the light was somehow grabbed and held in place as the chains began to suck it dry. 2 more blasts of light came his way and the rest of his chains lashed out at them. Naruto gritted his teeth as he tried to force one of his chains free. He managed to wrest it under control just in time to bat away a kunai and forced it to hover behind his back protectively as Kakashi began to pepper him with projectiles. With 6 chains, it would have been easy, but only one made it hard, especially once Kakashi began to dart around him, looking for an opening. In the end, Naruto knew what he had to do. He forced the chains to recede and they broke apart in 1,000 shards of tiny chakra shards, metallic sparks sizzling into nothingness. Kakashi had been waiting and another shrieking burst of light came howling at him. Naruto dodged by the hair on his chin and felt it sear into his cheek as it rocketed past. He dropped a smoke bomb and let it explode around him, and then he was running towards the forest. A second later, Kakashi burst out of the smoke and followed him. They had been fighting for around 10 minutes now. The match was to end at the 20-minute mark. Naruto needed to either score a victory, or at least hold Kakashi off for 5 more minutes. He was halfway there already. As Kakashi entered the forest, it became apparent what Naruto was trying to do. Large trees loomed all around him, the giant branches twisting up into the sky, and the canopy blocked out a lot of the light. The burbling stream ran through, twisting around tree trunks as it spiraled through the forest. Naruto was in there somewhere, and Kakashi sighed. This is going to be too much work," he muttered to himself. A second later, a thunderous boom echoed around as an explosive tag detonated. Kakashi's eyes widened and he jumped away as one of the giant tree branches above him exploded in a shower of bark, its ruined, twisted remains coming to fall where he had been standing with a bang. The clamorous thud that echoed through the forest resounded loudly as the silence began to fall once more. The next few minutes saw repeats of that kind of attack. Naruto kept to the shadows, hiding away somewhere in the foliage and pressed Kakashi from all angles. Explosive tags hidden away in trees and branches kept Kakashi on his toes, and streaks of fire and blasts of wind attacked him from all angles. Kakashi swept through a dozen shadow clones in under a minute, and there were undoubtedly more of them lying in wait. Summoning technique. Kakashi slammed his hands down on the ground and a small puff of smoke appeared with a pop. When he faded away, a small pug sat there, a headband wrapped around his head. "Yo, Pakin," Kakashi said. He scratched the back of his head. "I'm having a bit of a game with a friend of mine, and he's hiding somewhere in here. Think you can sniff him out?" Pakin arched an eyebrow, a surprisingly human gesture. "Of course I can." He sounded faintly offended. "Then I leave it in your paws," Kakashi said gravely. Pakin sniffed a couple of times and pointed a paw in a direction. "There's something really strong down that way, but Kakashi, I don't think you want to fight it." "Oh?" Kakashi looked interested. "Is something wrong?" "It's powerful," Pakin said gravely. "But there's something wrong with it. It reeks of despair and hatred. It might be too much, even for you." Kakashi's eyebrows rose as he took that in. "Thanks, Pakin. It'll be fine, though. You can lead the way, and I'll do the hard work." "If you say so." Pakin sounded doubtful but began to lead Kakashi deeper into the forest. A sudden rumble from behind him forced Kakashi to stop. He knew what was happening even before he turned to see a giant wave of water rising from the stream. Pakin let out a yelp as Kakashi abruptly picked him up and darted up the nearest tree as the water surged beneath them, ripping up small bushes and plants and washing them away. Kakashi's Sharingan gleamed as he spotted a flicker of movement a couple of trees further down the new raging river below them. "Got him," Kakashi said. "I'll leave it to you then, Kakashi," Pakin said. He raised a paw in farewell. "Good luck." Then he disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving Kakashi alone to close in on Naruto. It hadn't taken long for Kakashi to find him, despite his stalling tactics, and now Naruto was locked in hand-to-hand combat for the third time. This time, Kakashi was faster and stronger than before, ruthlessly and meticulously breaking through Naruto's guard and delivering powerful blows to his body. Naruto was able to shrug a lot of them off, but the bruises were forming and his arms were aching from blocking and parrying all of the blows. They darted around branches and trees, one furiously chasing and the other desperately defending. A Rasengan whirled in his palm in a lull of the fighting, and Naruto held it defensively in front of him. Kakashi reared back and then a crackling blade of lightning formed in his own hand. With a faint look of amusement, Kakashi raised his lightning-encased forearm and thrust it forward with a shout of challenge. Naruto met the challenge his own shout and countered with the Rasengan, and the two techniques collided. Kakashi's piercing Raikiri slammed into Naruto's whirling Rasengan. Piercing met grinding in a collision of light. Sparks of electric blue light and wisps of azure mist rose up into the air as both shinobi strained against each other. Kakashi had more force behind his thrust, but the further he forced the Raikiri, the more the Rasengan ate away at it. In the end, both techniques began to wobble and then they destabilized. The backlash caused a small explosion and an invisible wave of force hurled both Naruto and Kakashi out of tree and towards the ground. Both landed with a thump, Kakashi rolling awkwardly into a crouch and Naruto stumbling into a tree trunk. "Taste my strongest technique, Naruto!" The Jinchuriki whirled around as Kakashi charged at him again, Raikiri raised high. His eyes widened as he backed up, desperately trying to form a technique in a split second. All he could manage was a hastily formed earth technique that rocked the ground in front of him. To his surprise, it worked and Kakashi stumbled. The Raikiri winked out of existence, and then Kakashi disappeared in a flash of bright light as the lightning clone dispersed. Naruto grunted as the searing light caused him to reflexively close his eyes. Then, he heard a scraping noise behind him, and he twisted his head. Kakashi was there, his hands held together in a familiar and terrifying seal, and Naruto's eyes widened in shock. There was no way in hell he was going to let him use that technique. Kakashi's thrusting attack met a sudden obstacle as a long coil of blackened chain wrapped around his arm, stopping his attack in its tracks. "To think you'd used 1,000 years of death technique!" Naruto scoffed, gritting his teeth. "How low can you get, Kakashi?" Kakashi responded by yanking on the chain, using it as leverage to bring a foot up and clipping Naruto right under the chin. Naruto's head snapped back, but he managed to swing the chain around and Kakashi was whipped off of the ground and slammed into a tree. He let out a loud grunt and shattered the chain with his free arm. He stood, facing Naruto with a glint on both eyes. Both shinobi were panting, Kakashi looked amused, and Naruto felt a smile on his face. Before anything else could be done though, a loud harsh buzzing noise went off. Naruto looked up as the barrier around them flashed a deep red and then began to fade away, sparks of light dissipating in the deep blue sky. Our time's up, Kakashi noted. He reached up to lower his headband back over his Sharingan. We better head back. Naruto nodded, absently rubbing his chest. Despite the ferocity of the fight, either of them had done much damage to the other. Kakashi had landed a few blows that might leave some bruises, but they would have healed by that night. Naruto had singed Kakashi a couple of times, and there was still dirt and clods of earth in his hair, but the older shinobi had emerged unscathed for the most part. It had been good, if relatively tame, fight. Both Jonin had kept the more dangerous of their techniques at bay, recognizing that this fight wasn't necessarily the time or place to use deadly Raikiri variants and tailed beast chakra. Still though, the skills they had shown would have decimated more than a few of the shinobi watching them with ease, and when the two reappeared before their impromptu audience they were met with thunderous cheering. Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly as Anko approached the two of them, a wide manic smile on her face. Great job, guys! She intoned with an enthusiasm that could only be sarcastic. Not only did you end it in a tie and completely fuck over my books, but none of you are bleeding. Did either of you even try? Naruto looked over at the burned, broken ground around them. A little, he deadpanned. Kakashi chuckled. Ma, he uttered lazily. It's not my fault. He's hard to pin down. Don't blame me, Naruto scoffed. As his chakra settled and his heart slowed, the post-combat weariness began to wash over him. Kakashi just wouldn't stop moving. Ah, Naruto. Kakashi clapped him on the back, sounding cheerful. Your techniques look like they hurt. It was all I could do not to get hurt. I've never seen anybody chain together such wildly different elemental techniques so easily. You've never seen the Hokage fight then? Naruto noted. I suppose not, Kakashi agreed. He rubbed the back of his head. Well, maybe not our current Hokage. I might have just seen our future Hokage fight. Naruto reared back as if slapped. Hokage? Me? He snorted. Well, we'll see, won't we? Kakashi chuckled. He began to walk away, waving a backwards hand at him as the crowds began to approach. That was a good fight, Naruto. You're certainly a powerful shinobi. We'll have to do this again. Naruto watched him go, barely hearing him as his team surrounded him. As Yuka squealed and hugged him and Tawa clapped him on the shoulder, his mind repeated what Kakashi had just said. The future Hokage? Surely not. He tried hard to disperse those thoughts as Kamachi and Kage approached, Kamachi looking proud and even Kage looking faintly approving, but it stayed with him. It stayed with him for the rest of the day, and even as Naruto finished the last of the paperwork, it resounded in his head. He could certainly see why Kakashi would think such a thing, but he wasn't quite sure how to think about. The only thing that drove the thought out of his mind was when an exhausted team of genin led by Sarutobi Konohamaru entered the room, dirted, bloodied and exhausted. Mission accomplished, Konohamaru gasped as dropped a scroll into the desk with trembling fingers. Good work, Elite Genin, Naruto replied with a twitch of his lip. Did you enjoy your B-ranked mission? Fuck you so much, Konohamaru panted, and with a furious glare beneath a blackened eye, he turned and staggered out the door. Naruto did him the courtesy of letting him leaving before he burst into laughter.